Chapter 1219, Fake Goods. Chapter 1219, Fake Goods. The Fall Mountain Range was vast, beyond hundreds of millions of miles. It was at the extreme southern land of the divine realm. Body knew where its end lay, because no one could fly over the Falls Mountain Range. Deity realm powerhouses could not as well. According to the legends of the divine realm, it was unknown how many deity realm powerhouses had fallen before in the Fall Mountain Range. There had once been a deity realm powerhouse who attempted to forcefully fly through. But the further he flew, the more unstable the SPAC was. A moment of carelessness, and it was hard for deity realm powerhouses to survive too. But it seemed like in the divine Tao era, even if those deity realm powerhouses knew that this place was incomparably dangerous, they still swarmed over to this place like a flock of ducks. Even if they were buried here, they would not flinch either. Why they did this had long already become a mystery. In the course of time, this place was termed Fall Mountain Range. But to the present divine realms powerhouses, the Fall Mountain Range was a treasure land. Although this place was dangerous, it also contained countless opportunities. In the stream of people, for figures were moving slowly. These four people were precisely the Yi Yuan, White Light, Luer, as well as Yu Mengli, who came from afar. Coming to the Fall Mountain Range this time, Yi Yuan's party made considerable changes to their appearances and also took essence sealing pills, suppressing their realms to the boundary of 7th to 8th level Tao Profound. There was no guarantee that there would not be fiend race spies at the Fall Mountain Range. If they became aware of it, it would be no small danger to them. Dealing with 3 fiend DS, Yi Yuan could still cope with it. But if 5 attacked together, the result would be hard to say. Big brother, why are there so many people at this Fall Mountain Ranges in trance? White Light wondered. The fiend calamity erupted. Apart from the Mystic Gate, probably only the Fall Mountain Range is the safest. But those who dare to come here more or less have some strength too, Yi Yuan said. Coming to the Fall Mountain Range to take refuge. Are these people crazy? Before waiting for the fiend calamity to pass, they would probably all have to die here. White Light said. Them coming here is nothing more than seizing that feeble ray of hope, wanting to obtain a supreme inheritance here and possess the strength to protect themselves. Yi Yuan said coolly. The fiend calamity erupting, all of them are thinking of escaping. They would rather face near certain death here to seek out lucky chances than be willing to face the fiend race head-on. Truly lamentable. Even if these people obtained supreme inheritances, would they really be like you and Senior Fong Tian fighting for the human race? White Light said disdainfully. Yi Yuan also heaved a sigh and said, leave everything up to fate. Perhaps among these people, there would really be somebody who can obtain a heaven-defying legacy and break through the shackles. Heaven will always leave a door open. If I can't do it, I also hope that others can come forward. Honestly speaking, Yi Yuan also had no assurance in his heart whether he could succeed or not. Putting aside whether or not he could find the Kunwa Divine Wood, even if he really found it, he was not confident enough that the Tao-defying pill was truly able to traverse while defying Tao. Yi Yuan did not have any assurance at all. Quickly go over and take a look. I heard that the heaven-surmounting Divine King also came to the Fall Mountain Range. What? Heaven-surmounting Divine King. He's a great hero of the human race. Isn't he currently resisting the fiend race at the demon region right now? How could he appear here? I heard that he wanted to come here to look for an opportunity to break through and fight against the fiend race. Then what are we still waiting for? Hurry and go take a look. The 4 people were currently walking through the mountain path when they suddenly heard a group of people currently discussing animatedly. Hearing these remarks, the other 3 people all used strange expressions to look at Yi Yuan. The heaven-surmounting divine king really came. But looking at those few people's attitudes, they were clearly not here for Yi Yuan. Could it be that there was a second heaven surmounting divine king? Yi Yuan laughed in spite of himself and said, "Looking at me for what? Wouldn't we know if we go over and take a look?" White Light laughed and said, "Haha, of course, we have to go and take a look. I want to see just what kind of character this heaven-surmounting divine king is." At this time, a 7th-level Dao profound martial artist coincidentally walked past them. Hearing White Light's burst of laughter, he could not help saying puzzledly, "You all never even heard of the heaven-surmounting divine king? Truly too out of touch with the outside world and ignorant of the state of affairs. Right now, the fiend race is wreaking havoc, and the 6 great fiend D powerhouses are glaring like ravening tigers. That day, the ethereal sect battle. The ethereal sect originally already lost all hope, but the heaven-surmounting divine king suddenly descended from the sky. A dragon roar reverberated throughout heaven and earth, directly shocking one of the 6 great fiend DS to death, while the other 5 were seriously injured and fled. This martial artist spoke eloquently and unceasingly, narrating Yi Yuan's valiant achievements, making Yi Yuan click his tongue in wonder too. From this guy's mouth, he was simply deified already. Yu Mengli and Lu Er both covered their mouths and laughed, laughing until Yi Yuan's face turned somewhat red. But that person was overflowing with enthusiasm, as he explained at one side. He was also Embark, said to chase the person away and could only thicken his face and resign himself to it. Not far ahead was a piece of empty lot. At this time, a large group of people already crowded around on the empty SPAC. In the middle, a white-clothed youth had an imposing aura, valiant and heroic in bearing, with somewhat the air of an expert. A man and a woman even stood beside the youth. The male was equally young, and the woman was also quite attractive. "Lord Yi Yuan, can you tell us about the situation of the ethereal sect battle? We've already admired your demeanor for a long time," a martial artist said with a captivated look. That white-clothed youth smiled faintly and said, "Of course. This young master knows that there are rumors in the outside world right now. Actually, those 6 great fiend DS were merely SOSO. Back then, this young master's heaven-shattering dragon roar, one move, shocked them until they wet their pants in terror." The white-clothed youth was very eloquent, describing the ethereal sect battle with a lively description, as if he really experienced it personally. The crowd on the sidelines had looks of admiration when they heard. A series of praises and gasps lingered on incessantly. The heaven-surmounting divine king is truly our human race's hero. The heaven-surmounting divine king is mighty. Oh, right, Lord Yi Yuan, since those fiend DS were so frail to not even be able to withstand a single blow, why didn't you eradicate them straight away and still come to this it's Fall Mountain Range to train? Someone suddenly asked. Fake Yi Yuan smiled and said coolly, "What do you guys know? The fiend race's strongest isn't just the fiend DS. They're merely small fries. The powerhouse behind them is this fiend calamity's true instigator. This young master's strength is still some distance away from him. Hence, that's why I came to the it's Fall Mountain Range to train, to find an opportunity to break through before I can lead the human race to slaughter back." When Yi Yuan 4 people heard his words, they could not help clicking their tongues in wonder too. There were even stronger existences behind the fiend DS. However, this point, barely anyone knew about this in the divine realm. This fake Yi Yuan actually knew about such things. Yi Yuan was currently watching avidly, when he suddenly noticed that Lu Er, who was by the side, was rather sullen, and could not help asking curiously, "What's wrong, Lua? Who bullied you?" Lu Er pursed her lips and said with an unhappy look, "Young master, you look at that one beside him. That must be White Light. Also, that woman, it must be elder sister Li Er." Yi Yuan was stunned and did not quite understand it. Rather, it was Li Er who covered her mouth and laughed. Moving beside Yi Yuan's ear, she said softly. Younger sister Luer is angry. Since they were already impersonating, why was it missing her? Only when Yi Yuan heard it did he come to a sudden realization. He could not help laughing as he said, "Hoo-hoo, in the future, no matter where I go, I'll bring along my Luer. This way, they will know that there's a beautiful and lovely Luer beside young master. All right?" Luer was overjoyed the moment she heard and said, "You were the one who said it, young master." Right at this time, a middle-aged man suddenly dashed out. Pointing at Yi Yuan, he said with a cold sneer, "You say that you're the heaven-surmounting divine king. Means you're the heaven-surmounting divine king? What kind of strength does the heaven-surmounting divine king possess? Why would he mingle together with us, these people? In my view, you're a fake heaven-surmounting divine king." Chapter 1220 ACC.U. Mulating Wealthy Dishonest means. Chapter 1220 ACC. Mulating wealth via dishonest means this middle-aged man's actions made everyone jump in fright. Up until now, there were people who doubted fake Yi Yuan's identity. One time before, but no one really dared to come forward to provoke. After all, Yi Yuan's current prestige was unparalleled. Such provocation, a single misstep would incur a fatal disaster for oneself. Everyone all looked toward this. Yi Yuan, wanting to see how he would respond. Who knew that Yi Yuan smiled faintly and said, "Everybody knows that this young master's strongest martial technique is the heaven-shattering dragon roar. But once this move is unleashed, probably no one on the scene could survive. This, brother, if you don't believe this young master's ident. 1. Tai, just feel free to unleash a move at this young master. This young master absolutely won't retaliate." No matter what, this calm composure made quite a few people accept his ident. 1. Tai already. This was the demeanor that an expert should have. Bragging got to have a limit too. Not fighting back. I want to see how much capability you have. The middle-aged martial artist gave a cold laugh. A saber suddenly slashed out, its impetus exceedingly shocking. Seeing this move, everyone's expressions immediately changed greatly. If this blade's power really cleaved down, even a void misted powerhouse would be split into two with one blow as well. However, a scene that made people even more astonished occurred. When this blade reached 20 feet away from his body, it was no longer able to advance an inch further. As so strong, there was a series of exclamations, all being stunned by this scene. But when White Light saw this scene, he smirked and said disdainfully, throwing mist over people's eyes, "Shameless." The real Yi Yuan smiled and said, "People who understanding divine Tao laws in the divine realm are too few. Even void mystic realm powerhouses don't know much either. This person's strength is already pretty good. It's just that this acting is truly a bit too fake." Yi Yuan's perception was extremely acute. Boom! Yi Yuan's entire body shook, immediately sending that middle-aged man flying. That middle-aged man already had a look of admiration at this time. Bowing towards Yi Yuan in a salute, he said, "Many thanks, heaven-surmounting divine king, for showing mercy. This lowly one has eyes, but can't see, and affronted your excellency. I hope that your excellency can pardon the offense. Legends say that the heaven-surmounting divine king's power of domain is unparalleled under the heavens and can forcefully withstand the attacks of a fiend G. Oh, D without a scratch. With your excellency's strength, if you're not the heaven-surmounting divine king, who else dares to admit it under the heavens?" The middle-aged man's words utterly dispelled everyone's suspicions. This, Yi Yuan, was virtually identical to the one in the rumors. Not only was his strength very terrifying, he even had his close brother, White Light, and his soulmate by his side. Yi Yuan smiled faintly and said, "No worries. This young master's tolerance isn't that small yet. This young master was originally cultivating in the Fall Mountain Range. I heard that there are quite a few of my human race martial artists entering the Fall Mountain Range. That's why I specially came out of seclusion. At present, my human race is facing a race extermination crisis. Every martial artist's life is very precious. This Oh, Small Mountain Range is very dangerous. This young master also faces a narrow chance of survival inside. But this period of time, this young master has pretty much figured out the terrain and area within the forbidden area and drew it into a map, marking out the dangerous places inside. The moment Yi Yuan said this, a look of elation immediately appeared on the group of martial artist faces. This Small Mountain Range was abnormally dangerous. If not for having no choice, they really would not dare come here to seek out opportunities. Those who dare to enter the Small Mountain Range had to at least be Divine King realm powerhouses too. Otherwise, they would not even know how they died. If there was a Small Mountain Range map, then it would be completely different. At least, it could greatly increase their chances of survival. The heaven-surmounting Divine King is indeed well-deserving of being our human race's leader. Such a valuable thing, and he's actually willing to take it out to share with everybody too. I harbored the resolve to win or die trying coming to the Small Mountain Range this time. The heaven-surmounting Divine King's map is absolutely able to increase the chances for me. There's actually still such a good thing. The heaven-surmounting Divine King's bearing is truly incomparable. The group of people guessed what Yi Yuan was going to do, and they all looked incomparably excited. This sort of good thing, and, body would refuse it either. Who knew that Yi Yuan heaved a sigh and said, usually, this map would be given for free to everyone. There's no harm either. It's just that everyone also knows that my Mystic Gate is defending alone, and the war affair is critical. All kinds of resources are in short supply. Among these, there's especially a shortage of spirit medicines. You all came to this Small Mountain Range to seek a slim chance of survival. It's likewise making a contribution to the human race. I feel relieved. It's just that the other martial artists are killing the enemy at the front and requires everyone's support even more. I hope that everyone can loosen your purse strings liberally and support my human race's warriors. Of course, this young master won't insist on you all taking out how much, just depends on everyone's thoughts. How's that? With this said, a hint of a smile involuntarily surfaced on the corners of Yi Yuan's mouth, immediately understanding this fake Yi Yuan's objective. Going this one big circle, it was merely to borrow his name to earn money dishonestly. But this guy's words were said extremely beautifully, making people all unable to refrain from gasping in admiration. He said that he would not force, but there were no less than 400 to 500 martial artists present. How could there really be people who had the nerve to take worthless things to serve as a stopgap? After all, he was standing on the grounds of the human race's righteous cause. The moment his voice faded, the middle-aged martial artist who previously questioned him was immediately the first one to step forward and respond. Your Excellency exhausted your energy and racked your brains for my human race. How can we be stingy? Moreover, this map is too important to use. It can even be said to be a life-saving object. I'm willing to take out 3 stocks of Tier 9 spirit medicines, as well as 5,000 high-grade heavenly essence crystals to exchange for a copy of the map, said the middle-aged martial artist. With him saying so, everyone's expression changed. This middle-aged martial artist set the price straight away the moment he spoke up. If the things that they took out were too shabby, wouldn't they be despised to death by others? Finished talking. The middle-aged martial artist was ambiguous as well, directly handing 3 stocks of Tier 9 spirit medicines and 5,000 high-grade heavenly essence crystals to White Light's hands and swapped for a map. But when the others saw the situation, they were still somewhat hesitant. It was just that the allure of the map was huge for them. All of them were not willing to leave. That middle-aged martial artist gave a cold snort and said disdainfully, "You guys are really too stingy to pull out even a hair. Our compatriots are killing the enemy in front. No idea how many died and are in urgent need of our resources to go save lives. But you guys are all actually so miserly. Truly disappointing to the extreme." With this, how could those people still keep their dignity, all loosening their purse strings generously one after another? Give me a map. I'll offer 4 stocks of Tier 9 spirit medicine. Give me a copy too. I don't have tier 9 spirit medicines on me. I'll use top-grade heavenly essence crystals to pay it off then. Normally, they definitely would not be like this. But under the crisis of race extermination, they more or less still had to have some face. Coupled with the allure of the map, they could only toughen their scalps and go for it one after another. Yi Yuan smiled and said faintly, "Let's go." Seeing that Yi Yuan did not have the intention of looking into it, White Light and the rest also followed Yi Yuan and left. Who knew that the fake Yi Yuan actually saw their group of people about to leave and could not help laughing coldly as he said, "Those few truly have such thick skin. Our warriors are sploss. Plussing the battlefields with blood, but you're not sparing a single cent, huh?" Chapter 1221. Step forward if you're a man. Chapter 1221. Step forward if you're a man. Following the fake Yi Yuan's words, everyone's gazes collectively focused on the real Yi Yuan. These few people are so shameless to actually really dare thicken their skin and not pay. Yeah, there are really such people. The human race already reached such a critical juncture, but they are still so thick-skinned. How can someone be shameless to this kind of realm? Especially those who already paid spirit medicines and essence crystals. They felt that they were already in, blee and righteous, and had the qualifications to cuss others out. Yi Yuan did not think that he did not find trouble with his fake goods, but this guy provoked him. He did not wish to stir trouble, but he naturally did not fear trouble either. Yi Yuan did not do anything when White Light flared up first. Reckless and blind thing. Showing off your literacy eloquence here. Do you really take yourself to be something? Do you believe that this young lord will smack you to death with one slap? White Light said with a cold sneer. One sentence made everyone stare dumbfoundedly with their tongues tied. Where did this lunatic come from, to dare speak this way to the heaven-surmounting divine king? But when that Yi Yuan heard it, he still had the demeanor of an expert, and said coolly, "Oh, such shameless people like you all. It's really this young master's first time seeing how many brothers of our mystic gate are currently killing the enemy at the front lines, while the few of you hide here, unwilling to put up even a bit of resources. If not looking on account of the human race's crisis, how could this young master be so long-winded with you? I'd have directly annihilated you guys." Luer was upset long ago at one side. Seeing the situation, she put her hands on her waist and stepped forward. She was normally innocent and cute, but if someone dared to insult young master, she would be the first to not let it go. "All right, this young lady will stand right here. Come and annihilate me if you have the capabilities. This young lady wants to take a look today at how powerful you, this heaven-surmounting divine king, are." Luer said with a cold smile. How could Yi Yuan attach any importance to Luer? He said disdainfully, "The moment this young master makes a move, you won't have the chance to stand here and speak anymore." Luer said with a scornful look, "With just your middling skills, it can only scare these simpletons. Do you think that you can frighten this young lady?" Luer's one sentence was like a firecracker, lighting everyone up. "Your Excellency, teach this little lass a good lesson. Truly bullying others too far." Yeah, this lass. S's words are too infuriating. Yi Yuan also had the intention of establish plussing his prestige and power, opening his mouth and said, "Little girl, you're courting death yourself. Don't blame this young master for ruthlessly cruise. Plussing a flower." But Luer said with a contemptuous look, "Come, bring it on. You think this young lady's scared of you?" This Yi Yuan was also incensed by Luer's disparaging attitude. Snorting coldly, he said, "Make a move then. This young master will allow you 3 moves. Otherwise, other people would think that this young master is bullying you." Luer pursed her mouth and said, "Why not this young lady allows you 3 moves? I'm afraid that others will say that this young lady is bullying you." Everyone all sucked in a cold breath. They were struck dumb with amazement by Luer's arrogance. In this world, there was actually still someone who dared to speak to the heaven-surmounting divine king like this. Was she tired of living? Uft, the Yi Yuan trio behind Lu'er all could not hold back their laughter, being thoroughly tickled by Lu'er. The four people's attitude finally made Yi Yuan turn angry from Embark's meant. It was only to see him formed his fingers into a sword form. A piercing cold sword intent came out with a howl. One had to admit that his aura was very shocking. When the surrounding audience saw this streak of sword energy, their faces all turned fearful. Indeed worthy of being the heaven-surmounting divine king, his attack was extraordinary. However, Lu'er similarly formed her fingers into a sword and pointed at the void. An ice arrow similarly came out with a blast. Clank! A crisp collision sound transmitted out. Evenly matched. It was actually evenly matched. Everyone was stunned. They thought that the final result of this blow would definitely be Lu'er winding up with serious injuries. But it was actually evenly matched. Yi Yuan's expression changed, but he reacted extremely quickly and switched to a disdainful look and said, "Humph, I didn't think that you, this little actually concealed your strength. However, this young master couldn't bear to hurt you and didn't even use 1/10 of my strength. Otherwise, you'd already have perished at this instant." With him saying these words, those martial artists immediately felt relieved. Yeah, just a little girl with the heaven-surmounting divine king status. How could he possibly ruthlessly crush a flower? Just now was merely scaring the other party. But Lu'er still refused to back down and relent, saying with a cold smile, "Don't. There are still 2 moves. Feel free to unleash moves. Be sure not to hold back. You so ignorant and not knowing how to appreciate favors. Big brother isn't haggling over it with you. You even went from bad to worse. This isn't a joking matter. If you were to really attack, you would lose your life." At this time, that fake white light stepped forward to ease the predicament. With him saying this, there were immediately quite a number of people who gave vocal support. This little girl's strength is indeed not weak. But why is she so ungrateful and not know what's good for me? Yeah. His Excellency is already not haggling over it with you. Why are you still relentless? These people were prejudiced by first impressions and had long already determined that Yi Yuan was the real heaven-surmounting divine king. There was no doubt at all. Actually, Yi Yuan had long seen through that fake Yi Yuan strength. It was merely initial stage void mystic. Those dazzling domains and martial techniques previously were merely him having cultivated some spells, which made him sivuha. Actually, there was no power at all. With Lu'er's current strength, it was sufficient to handle. This young lady says that your skills are middling, and you're still not convinced. Do you think that by having these fools squeeze me, I'd drop the matter at that? Let me tell you, no way. You aren't coming, right? Then this young lady is going to take action. Lu'er gave a cold laugh and was going to attack. The fake Yi Yuan's expression changed, and he said with a cold snort, "You punk, are you a man or not? To actually make a girl take the lead, while you yourself hide behind. If you're a man, step forward." The fake Yi Yuan already had no choice. If they continued fighting, he would be exposed. That blow just now, he already discovered that Lu'er's strength was almost on par with him. It was even that tiny hint stronger than him. His strength was plenty flashy, but it was lacking in power. These means could only be used to scare people. Hence, he could only bet it all on a single throw and stake it on Yi Yuan. Right now, he only hoped that Yi Yuan was some major family clan's young master, bringing along Lu'er, this expert, by his side to guard him. He hoped that Yi Yuan did not conceal his strength and was really just 7th level Dao Profound. After all, Yi Yuan's age was not old. Wanting to cultivate to the realm of Void Mystic was something virtually impossible. As for Lu'er, one freak was already very rare. It was unlikely for 2 to appear at the same time, right? Hence, he used words to corner Yi Yuan, making him come out and take the move. The moment these words were uttered, Yi Yuan and his group all laughed. This guy really did not know how the character death was written. The fake goods encountering the real goods. If this guy knew the truth, wonder what kind of an expression it would be. The fake Yi Yuan felt a chill all over his body from the four people's laughing. He suddenly felt that he should not blabber away and made that one extra comment. If he had known earlier, wouldn't it be over by letting the few of them go? All right then, since you said so, then I'll be a bit manlier. I'll stand here and let you hit. As long as you're able to breach my defenses, I'll give you 100 stalks of Tier 9 spirit medicines. Yi Yuan said with a smile that was not a smile. Chapter 1222, Brutal Beating. Chapter 1222, Brutal Beating. Is this punk crazy? Standing there and letting the heaven-surmounting divine king hit you. This is truly tired of living. Even if the heaven-stabilizing divine king is here, he also wouldn't dare say such arrogant words. Yi Yuan's words aroused a wave of hubbub. The heaven-surmounting divine King Yi Yuan had an awe-inspiring reputation presently. In the entire divine realm, someone who dared to say so probably could not be found. Yet they ran into one. People who say these words, there was only one kind of possibility. That was their heads were missing a screw. Don't talk about whatever people with strength dare to say such words, because in the entire divine realm, one absolutely could not find someone like that. The heaven-stabilizing divine king would not cut it either. But these words had a completely different feeling to the fake Yi Yuan. Lure's strength, he already experienced it. For Yi Yuan to dare make this boast, could it be that his strength was even stronger than that little girl? It was not an impossibility. The fake Yi Yuan's heart raced, but on his face, it was still the air of an expert as he said indifferently, "Oh, really been very long since anyone dared to provoke this young master like this. Even if that Zhuge Qingxian came, he wouldn't dare utter such big talk in front of this young master too." Actually, fake Yi Yuan was already backing out. He deliberately talked drivel, but actually he was already long racking his head on a plan to get away. Either way, those spirit medicines and essence crystals were already in his possession. If not running at this time, wait until when? However, Yi Yuan nonchalantly said another sentence. Don't blame this young master for not giving you a chance. This young master won't utilize any essence energy. If it still won't do, then the three of you attack together also works. Everyone collapsed until they were speechless. This guy was absolutely a lunatic. Not using essence energy, there was only relying on the power of the fleshy body to defend. Even a Tier 9 grand completion fleshy body could not withstand the all-out attack of a void mystic powerhouse too. Fake Yi Yuan's eyes lit up, but his thoughts stirred. It was just that he still concealed it on the surface and said coolly, this young master is still the heaven-surmounting divine king in the end. How can I allow you to belittle me like so? Since you're courting death, then this young master will fulfill your Wisconsin H. Plus, what he was afraid of was that Yi Yuan's power of domain was very strong. But Yi Yuan, not utilizing essence energy, he had full assurance to kill the other party. This brat was a rich person at one glance. The good stuff on him must be considerable. This one was a big profit. Just feel free and come. See this? As long as you kill me, this storage ring is yours. Yi Yuan held a storage ring in his hand and said coolly. How could the fake Yi Yuan still hesitate? A long sword suddenly attacked. This sword was incomparably shocking. Fake Yi Yuan did not hold back in the slightest, his figure charging towards Yi Yuan like lightning. This young man's head is definitely damaged. He's actually really not using essence energy. Dead. Dead for sure. There must be many good stuff inside that storage ring. What a shame. This idiot can also be considered to have done a good thing before dying, donating the spirit medicines on him to the warriors at the front. Looks like Lord Yi Yuan's genuinely enraged too. This blow is too terrifying. That brat is dead for sure. Clank. That person was currently speaking when a crisp, colliding sound was heard. A layer of earth-yellow light halo surfaced on Yi Yuan's body. Fake Yi Yuan abruptly stopped when his sword struck onto the earth-yellow light halo. With a slash, the fake Yi Yuan mustered up essence energy fully, resulting in the remaining momentum not reducing, pressing until this transcendent grade holy artifact bent. Fake Yi Yuan's eyes became wide circles, staring at this scene before his eyes in disbelief. Because Yi Yuan really did not use essence energy. This earth-yellow light halo was totally an extremely profound body refinement art. The other party blocked his blow with purely the power of the fleshy body. How could he know the terror of the black tortoise treasure body divine art? This cultivation method. Back then, Sky Distant was just heaven glimpsed deity realm, but the origin deity realm's zone was actually unable to kill him and could only suppress him. It could be seen from this how terrifying this cultivation method was when cultivated to the limits. If not for so, how could Yi Yuan dare forcefully resist 3 great fiend G? Oh, DS besiegement head-on? His reliance was not just the domain of sword. Clank. Under everyone's dumbfounded stares, this transcendent grade holy artifact directly snapped into 2. Yi Yuan's body shook slightly, sending the fake Yi Yuan flying out. Deathly silence. Just by relying on the power of the fleshy body, he broke a transcendent grade artifact in half. How terrifying the power did this require? For a moment, everyone's brains were short-circuited. Stop joking around. If the heaven-surmounting divine king only had your bit of strength, he'd have long been annihilated by the 6 great fiend G. Oh, DS who knows how many times over. Yi Yuan smiled and said to everyone again, that middle-aged man is clearly acting out a two-man show. How can this fellow have much power? It's completely for scaring people. If you don't believe, you guys go and give it a try yourselves. Everyone was startled and could not help quickly waking up to reality. Yeah, if he was really the heaven-surmounting divine king, how could he possibly be unable to break through such a youngster's defense? This guy must be a fake. Motherf asterisk cur, to actually dare bluff us. Return your father's tier 9 spirit medicines. A curly-bearded, burly man finally could not refrain from erupting. Stepping forward, it was 1 foot, directly kicking the fake Yi Yuan over. Fake white light and fake Liur, as well as that middle-aged man, wanted to come forward and help, but their bodies suddenly tensed up, already being locked down by a biting cold killing intent. They did not doubt in the slightest that as long as they moved, what awaited them would be a lightning-like blow. The curly-bearded, burly man kicked the fake Yi Yuan flying without any effort at all. How could he still doubt Yi Yuan's words? This guy was totally a counterfeit. But with this, it aroused public wrath, public sentiment stirring into activity. For a moment, those martial artists all turned into common townsfolk. They did not use any cultivation method or martial techniques, simply directly pummeling on a fake Yi Yuan's body. Who asked you to cheat people? Who asked you to cheat people? It's fine if you cheat people, but to actually even dare to impersonate your father's most respected heaven-surmounting divine king. Your father will kick you to death. Return my tier 9 spirit medicines. Return my heavenly essence crystals. Fake Yi Yuan was immediately beaten up brutally, but did not have any strength to retaliate at all. Actually, with his strength, he did not fear these people at all. But Yi Yuan's impact earlier scattered his essence energy, making him unable to muster essence energy for a short while, resulting in him being totally unable to withstand these people's fury now. He would not die, but the pain coming from his body, as well as the sense of humiliation in the depths of his heart, was extremely intense. Suddenly, Yi Yuan's expression changed. A strand of divine sense probed over without any scruples, sweeping over the bodies of Yi Yuan and the rest. However, this strand of divine sense withdrew very quickly. Clearly, it did not discover anything. In the sky, several figures flew past. Merely a few small fries. The heaven-stabilizing divine king is a bit too sensitive, said an aged and a re-voice with a laugh. Yi Yuan's eyesight was extremely good and recognized this old man at a glance. It was precisely Cloudmarsh City's city lord, Old Man Han. Humph! Yi Yuan, that brat, is full of cunning tricks. Maybe he blended into these people. Better to be a little careful, Zhuge Qingxian beside Old Man Han said. Yi Yuan's expression turned cold. not expecting that these two people actually walked together. Old Man Han's strength was unfathomable. Although not ranked among the 10 great divine kings, no one dared to underestimate his strength either. Chapter 12:23. Overbearing. Chapter 12:23. Overbearing. Kanua said that Yi Yuan might have entered the Fall mountain range. But right now, there's so many people at the Fall mountain range, so where to begin searching? Zhuge Qingxian furrowed his brows and said, "Ho-ho, heaven-stabilizing divine king, please be calm. Lord Kanua can pry into heaven's secrets, so within this Fall mountain range, there's bound to be something major happening. In my view, the place that punk wants to go, it definitely isn't an ordinary place." Old Man Han's gaze looked toward Zhuge Qingxian heatedly. Zhuge Qingxian frowned and said, "You're talking about the Forbidden Region? Inside this Fall mountain range, it was divided into several regions, which were respectively Safe Region, Dao Forbidden Region, Void Forbidden Region, as well as the most terrifying Forbidden Region. These regions were fumbled out by martial artists using fresh blood over countless tens of thousands of years. These people here actually already entered the Fall mountain range, but they were currently in the Safe Region. Of course, the Safe Region was not absolutely safe as well. When approaching the Dao Forbidden Region, the danger would increase tremendously too. Upon entering the Dao Forbidden Region, these people would probably not be as cozy as now. The so-called Dao Forbidden Region was referring to that Dao profound realm martial artists were forbidden to enter inside. Even peak divine king powerhouses, once they went too deep in, it would be a slim chance of survival too. The same argument, Void Forbidden Region, was referring to void mystic powerhouses. Among them, also included the 10 great divine kings, this kind of powerhouses who comprehended divine Dao laws. Zhuge Qingxian had also penetrated deep into the Fall mountain range previously. But even for him, the region that he set foot in was also merely the Void Forbidden Region. As for the legendary Forbidden Region, that was a region that even genuine deity realm powerhouses did not dare to easily set foot in as well. The places where deity realm powerhouses perished the most was the Forbidden Region. Zhuge Qingxian also shuddered with fear when he guessed this result. Yi Yuan's heart was really big. The heaven-stabilizing divine king don't need to have this expression. Yi Yuan, that brat, is very clever. He definitely guessed that Lord Kanua is currently recovering to his peak strength. Once accomplished, no one in the divine realm can stop him anymore. Want to stop Lord Kanua? He could only be the first person to break the shackles in these 100,000 years and reach deity realm. In the entire divine realm, the only place where it's possible to break through to the deity realm is probably the Fall mountain ranges Forbidden Region. Old Man Han saw through it clearly, guessing not far off the mark from Yi Yuan's thoughts. At present, this was also the only solution. It was just that compared to Kanua recovering to peak strength, Yi Yuan's path was clearly 10,000-fold harder. After all, without the permission of heavenly Dao laws, there was already no way to step into the deity realm in this world. Even if he's really able to enter the Forbidden Region, it's also impossible to come out alive, Zhuge Qingxian said with a cold smile. Come out or not, this old man doesn't know. But this old man knows that we must stop him from entering. Although the chances of becoming a deity don't even reach 1 in a million, he's the son of heaven's mandate after all. It's not strange for whatever miracles to happen to him, Old Man Han said. Humph, there's no way he'll succeed. This seat will definitely tear him to pieces this time. Otherwise, it's hard to dispel the hatred in my heart. Zhuge Qingxian's expression was livid. His hatred toward Yi Yuan billowed to the skies. The last time in the Dragon Clan, he almost died at Yi Yuan's hands. This was a shame that he had never encountered for thousands of years. Only by killing Yi Yuan could he wash away this shame of his. On this side, Fake Yuan was pummeled into a pig's head by the righteously indignant crowd. Fake white light returned all of the things and compensated a large sum of heavenly essence crystals before everyone let it go at that. With this, it was suffering a double loss. Sniff, sniff my heavenly essence crystals. Return my heavenly essence crystals. Sniff, sniff. Fake Yi Yuan cried his heart out. While at this time, Yi Yuan they all were long gone already. Big brother, what should we do now? Why not we wait until we enter the Tao Forbidden region, then we find a chance to scam them. With our degree of familiarity towards the Tao Forbidden region, I believe that they definitely can't beat us. Fake White Light said. Fake Yi Yuan's wailing cries abruptly ceased. Using a strange gaze and giving him a look, he lowered his voice and said, "Are you a pig? If you want to die, don't drag me in. This time, for us to be able to live, it's already very lucky. You actually still want to go and provoke them?" Fake Yi Yuan scolded vigorously and completely did not realize that he was the pig at this moment. Big brother, what's wrong? Are those few really so formidable? Fake White Light said blankly. Fake Yi Yuan lowered his voice again and said, "And more than just formidable. Your father must have stepped on dog S. H. I. plus T when I went out today. F asterisk King H. E. L. L. to actually run into the real one. BBB big brother. You're saying Fake White Light's two eyes went wide, and he was even stammering when speaking. Chill. Do you want to die? Good that shout so loud for what? He deliberately disguised himself and suppressed his realm. It's in order to not let people know. If we give him away, we'll die without a doubt. Fake Yuan hurriedly stopped him. After Fake Yuan's little interlude, Yi Yuan's party marched straight in and entered the Tao Forbidden region. Along the way, they naturally ran into some minor dangers too. But with Yi Yuan's party's strength, it was naturally a cinch. Big brother, why are the people in front not walking anymore? White Light suddenly said. Ahead, quite a few martial artists crowded at the foot of the mountain, but not a single one went up the mountain, which unwittingly made Yi Yuan and the rest feel rather peculiar. Come, go over and take a look, Yi Yuan said. The few people arrived at the foot of the mountain. Only after a bout of inquiring did they know that quite a number of strange incidents happened halfway up the mountain. There were already over 10 people who lost their lives. Among them, there were even peak divine king powerhouses. Everyone was afraid and did not advance. That was why they stopped at the foot of the mountain. And this mountain ridge seemed to be the only path that led to the depths. Yi Yuan was just about to advance when several figures descended from the sky. It was precisely Zhuge Qingxian and party. Zhuge Qingxian swept a glance around, randomly designated a martial artist, and said with an overbearing air, "You, come over." That martial artist was startled, but did not dare to disobey, and could only step forward. "Speak, what's the deal with this broken soul ridge?" Zhuge Qingxuan's words exuded a flavor that brooked no dispute. That martial artist naturally did not dare to defy, and could only recount the events that happened here. That martial artist thought that he was fine when he finished talking. Who knew that Zhuge Qingxian mused for a moment and said to him, "You go in. Also you all go up the mountain for me." He selected over 10 people in a row. Those people's bodies trembled all over, their gazes revealing a look of despair. The people that he chose were basically all divine king realm powerhouses. Clearly, he was preparing to have these people scout the path. Zhuge Qingxian, don't you bully people too much. On what basis to make us be scapegoats? A divine king powerhouse was unwilling and roared angrily. Zhuge Qingxian smiled disdainfully and said, "Based on what? Just based on this seat being the heaven-stabilizing divine king." Done talking, he casually pointed his finger. A streak of terrifying force tapped towards that person. Boom! That person directly exploded into countless chunks. Now, is there still anyone with objections? Zhuge Qingxian swept a glance over everyone and said coolly, Chapter 1224. Right under your eyelids, and you can't even recognize. Chapter 1224. Right under your eyelids, and you can't even recognize. Zhuge Qingxuan's overbearingness made everyone silent like cicadas in winter. His strength was too powerful. It was on a completely different level from these people. Feeling helpless, those dozen over people could only go up the mountain. There was still a feeble ray of hope going up the mountain at any rate. But if they went against Zhuge Qingxian, then it was only a one-way ticket to Hell. Quite a few martial artist gazes that looked toward Zhuge Qingxian were filled with resentment. They did not expect that the human race's #1 person was actually this sort of person who bullies the weak, being arrogant and high-handed and viewed human life like GRASS. For some time, these people dared to feel indignant but did not dare to speak. Regarding these people's gazes, Zhuge Qingxian directly chose to ignore it. He did not care about these people's thoughts at all. In his eyes, these people were all ant-like existences. After those dozen over martial artists left, some people could not endure this kind of atmosphere and left this place one after another. But the vast majority of the people still chose to endure silently. However vast the world was, there was already no place to shelter them anymore. Zhuge Qingxian getting together with Old Man Han made Yi Yuan very surprised. This made him involuntarily heighten his vigilance more. The last time, Zhuge Qingxian left together with Kanhua. It was hard to guarantee that there would be no relations. I+P between these two people. The Holy City kept the troops ready but made no movements until now, but did not lock the city with the Grand Array either. This in itself indicated many problems. Looked like Zhuge Qingxian might have very likely colluded together with the Fiend race. But Yi Yuan could not figure out why Old Man Han showed up here. Could it be that he also had ties with the Fiend race? Recalling the incident that happened in the immemorial medicine garden back then, Yi Yuan felt that it really was possible. Thinking this through, Yi Yuan sneered coldly in his heart to no end. This Kanhua was truly playing a civ game of chess. In a twinkle, an hour Pa said, according to those dozen over people's foot strength, they should have long returned. But there was no word from anyone. At this time, Zhuge Qingxian stood up once more and randomly selected over 10 people again. The few of you go up the mountain. Zhuge Qingxuan's voice did not carry the slightest trace of emotion. Ever since almost dying under Yi Yuan's hands the last time, the foul and evil foreboding air on Zhuge Qingxuan's body became even heavier. These people's lives, he did not take it to heart at all. A look of despair appeared on those dozen over people's faces. They knew that this departure would likely have little chance of coming out alive. And among these people, as luck would have it, there was that fake Yi Yuan's company of 4. Why, Your Excellency, I beg you, save this lowly one. I know that, in this place, only you can save us, said the fake Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan was slightly surprised. This guy actually still dared to come and find him. That's the heaven-stabilizing divine king. I can't help you, Yi Yuan said coolly. Fake Yi Yuan gritted his teeth and transmitted to Yi Yuan, Your Excellency, I know that impersonating you, it's my fault. I'm not begging you to save me. I'm only begging you to save my 3 siblings. If you don't agree, I'll tell the heaven-stabilizing divine king your true ident. One tie. Yi Yuan slightly revealed an odd look. This guy actually guessed his ident. One tie. However, he immediately laughed in spite of himself. This guy actually even threatened him. Oh, it's also not impossible to save them, but you have to go in, Yi Yuan said coolly. Fake Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, Rest assured, Your Excellency. As long as you're willing to save them, Yi Sheng is willing to die. Yi Yuan gave him a deep look. Only now did he know that his real name was called Yi Sheng. I'll give you all 3 breaths of time. Still don't move. Bear the consequences yourselves. That cold voice of Zhuge Qingxuan's coincidentally sounded out at this time. Yi Yuan suddenly got up and said to Zhuge Qingxian with cupped fists, Your Excellency, the 4 of us siblings are willing to substitute the 3 of them to go up the mountain and scout the path. While talking, Yi Yuan pointed at Yi Sheng's 3 siblings. This action of Yi Yuan's made Zhuge Qingxian very surprised. This going up the mountain was clearly a dead end. There was actually still someone who took the initiative to volunteer. When Yi Sheng heard Yi Yuan's words, he was immediately wildly elated in his heart. He did not expect that Yi Yuan actually used this kind of method to save his brothers. With Yi Yuan around, his chances of survival would greatly increase. Zhuge Qingxian sized Yi Yuan up, feeling that this boy was somewhat peculiar. But no matter how he looked, he could not see through Yi Yuan's disguise. His disguising art was a complementing technique in the black tortoise treasure body divine art. It could let people change to a different appearance by altering the entire body's muscles. He imparted this cultivation method to white light, the three of them. The three of them looked rather similar right now, just like brothers and sisters. In addition to Yi Yuan's essence sealing pill, even if he was the heaven-stabilizing divine king, he absolutely could not see through as well. He looked left and right, and also could not see through any flaws. Straight away, he waved his hand impatiently and said, "Go on, go." Yi Yuan was just about to move when Old Man Han suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Young man, going up the mountain here is 9 chances to die and 1 chance to live. Why did you take the initiative to go up the mountain?" Finished talking, Old Man Han's gaze stared at Yi Yuan heatedly, wanting to see how he would answer. But Yi Yuan did not fear in the slightest. Bowing his body in greeting, he said, "The heaven-stabilizing divine king is fully deserving of being the divine realm's #1. This lowly one has always admired greatly. To be able to serve the heaven-stabilizing divine king is this lowly one's honor. Furthermore, this lowly one has no other strong points but a body of tough flesh. If talking about the possibility of survival, this lowly one still has that tiny hint of assurance." Disregarding others, Zhuge Qingxian was a sucker for this. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, that iceberg-like face of his actually had some additional smugness. All right, don't talk rubbish anymore. Go up the mountain." Zhuge Qingxian said impatiently. Yi Sheng bid farewell with his siblings and made them not enter deep inside, and to wait for him outside. Then, he went up the mountain together with Yi Yuan's company of 4. When the few silhouettes disappeared, Yi Sheng gave a deep bow toward Yi Yuan and said, "Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for taking action and saving. This lowly one will definitely repay with death, even by gladly das. I, plussing my brains against the ground. Also, this lowly one offended Your Excellency. Your Excellency, please punies. Plus, Yi Yuan smiled and said, "It was you who saved them, not me." Yi Sheng could not help freezing when he heard that and said, "Your Excellency's meaning is, although you carried out unscrupulous deeds, making people despise you, your feelings toward your brothers and sister are not fake. If you threaten me to save only you alone, even risking a great battle with Zhuge Qingxian, I won't save them. Moreover, it's still unknown who would die at whose hands if I have a battle with him." Yi Yuan's words exuded powerful confidence. His sword intent breaking through. The evil extermination sword formula also broke through to the 2nd level already, and was able to unleash 50% of the evil extermination divine sword's power. If he was to really battle with Zhuge Qingxian again, Yi Yuan definitely did not fear him. It was just that Old Man Han concealed his abilities too deeply, making him somewhat apprehensive. Before entering deep into the Go's Fall Mountain range, he was unwilling to complicate matters. That was all. Yi Sheng sucked in a deep breath, not expecting that the reason Yi Yuan agreed was actually this. No matter what, Yi Sheng's life is my lord. Yi Sheng bowed deeply again, but Yi Yuan smiled and said, "I'm very curious, though. How did you know my ident? One tie?" Chapter 12:25, Soul Absorption. Chapter 12:25, Soul Absorption. Actually, I'm my lord's fan. Ever since seeing Your Excellency's powerful strength at the Dragon Clan, this lowly one was deeply convinced by Your Excellency," Yi Sheng said. Turned out, when the Heaven's Secret Tower published the 10 Great Divine Kings, Yi Sheng was also one of the challengers. Of course, after he reached the Dragon Clan, he discovered that he was batting above his grade. But when he witnessed Yi Yuan's strength, He completely became Yi Yuan's firm supporter. For this, he spent a huge price and bought a lot of data on Yi Yuan from the Heaven's Secret Tower and understood Yi Yuan very well. He knew that not only was Yi Yuan's concept comprehension abnormally high, his body refinement aspect did not pale in comparison to the essence energy realm in the least bit. Furthermore, apart from Yu Mengli by Yi Yuan's side, there was even a little girl whose strength was not weak. This little girl did not appear much by Yi Yuan's side, but Yi Yuan seemed to regard her with great importance. All in all, this unfamiliar young man before his eyes, there was at least 50 to 60% certainty that it was Yi Yuan. Of course, he did not dare to be completely sure either. But just now, under that kind of situation, he had no choice but to take a risk. As a result, he succeeded. "Your Excellency, what should we do now?" Yi Sheng said rather hesitantly. There were more than a dozen people who came along with them. But from Yi Yuan, the 5 of them, there were still around 10. They saw Yi Sheng's attitude and also guessed that Yi Yuan was a remarkable great figure, all revealing hopeful looks. "What else can we do?" "Of course it's going up the mountain to take a look." Zhuge Qingxian said that this place is called Broken Soul Ridge. It looks like the place is really as its name suggests. Yi Yuan said with a vicissitude of emotion. But to the current Yi Yuan, things in this divine realm that could make him wary were really not many. The group of people followed along the steep mountain road and climbed up, but they did not discover anything strange. However, it was precisely this calmness that gave everyone goosebumps. "You, MPS. Your Excellency, why do I feel amiss?" Yi Sheng swallowed his saliva and said, "Of course it's not right. If it was right, Zhuge Qingxian would not let us come up either," Yi Yuan said without a care. That calmness and composure of Yi Yuan's also affected everyone, making their hearts calm down. Traveling not for long, densely packed white cloth suddenly appeared ahead. Looking over closely, it was actually countless soul-beckoning streamers. On that rugged mountain path, over a dozen figures collapsed on the ground. There was no sound. "It's them. It's that batch of people who came previously." Someone suddenly cried out, This place is too terrifying. We'd best return first." Another person's face turned pale as he suggested. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly, and he said coolly, "It's already too late." Seeing that person's puzzled expression, Yi Yuan added, "You turn around and look." That person turned his head and looked, his face becoming even paler. What's going on?" The path when they came actually completely disappeared. On both sides of the path were similarly densely crowds of soul-beckoning streamers. How is there still a hint of the look of a mountain path? Unknowingly, they actually fell into the encirclement of the soul-beckoning streamers. "Looks like we fell into an overlapping SPAC. Unknowingly, we barged into an incredible place," Yi Yuan said indifferently. He knew that this place was not some illusionary realm, but actual SPAC. If it were an illusionary realm, Yi Yuan would have long seen through it with a glance, and would not wait until now. Actually, Yi Yuan himself was very surprised too. He got caught in this SPAC and was actually totally clueless. Furthermore, it looks like this SPAC was easy to enter, but one ago I was probably not easy. "Why, Your Excellency, what to do here?" asked another divine king powerhouse, and was even stammering when talking. Those few people ahead did not have any movements at all. In all probability, they encountered mishap. When they saw such a situation, how could they not be afraid? After all, those dozen over people who entered before, their strengths were not weaker than them. "Looks like this SPAC is easy to enter, hard to leave. Since there's no way to turn around, then there's only moving forward," Yi Yuan said coolly. But Yi Yuan gave him an indifferent glance and said, "If you have other methods, this young master naturally won't stop you either." One sentence made him wither. This place was clearly very strange. Yi Yuan was already their only reliance. Done talking, Yi Yuan did not care about him either, and slowly walked in the direction of the previous group of people. The other people had no choice and could only keep up. Yi Yuan stretched his hand out and flicked. Over a dozen strands of thin threads, made up of essence, energy flew towards those dozen over people. When everyone saw this scene, their gazes all turned intent, being surprised by Yi Yuan's exquisite essence energy control. There was no lack of divine king powerhouses among them. But body could do it to Yi Yuan's level. After several breaths, Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "All dead. Their bodies are completely unscathed, but it's already an empty shell. Their divine souls were all taken away by someone. There are no signs of fighting here. Looks like they didn't have the strength to retaliate at all." The moment these words came out, everyone's expression turned fearful. This place was indeed sinister. "Your Excellency, I remember that there were 17 people in the first group that came, but there are only 15 people here. Seems like there are 2 missing," Yi Shang said. Yi Shang knew Yi Yuan's background and was not fluid tiered like the others. Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Those 2 people were the strongest in the first group of people. Barring no accidents, we should be able to see their dead bodies ahead." At this time, a strange breeze blew past, stirring up those soul-beckoning streamers. "Woo! Woo!" Immediately, a ghostly sobbing voice sounded out all around. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed, and he said solemnly, "Close off your 6 senses, don't listen to this voice." Everyone's expression turned fearful, and they hurriedly shut their 6 senses tightly, not daring to listen to this ghostly weeping sound. This ghostly sobbing voice had the effect of absorbing the soul. Yi Yuan virtually detected it straight away. Hence, that was why he voiced out to warn. He himself did not care in the least bit, though. In this world, it was probably very hard to find something that was able to absorb his divine soul away. "Go," Yi Yuan said solemnly. The group of people continued walking forward. But, along with going in deeper and deeper, that ferocious, ghostly sobbing voice became increasingly terrifying. In the end, it actually became a fierce cry. That scream was incomparably ear-piercing. Countless soul-beckoning streamers emitted a faint purple light, turning the entire stretch of S.P.A.C. even more bizarre. Help! A divine king powerhouse seemed to have his throat clutched and shouted vigorously. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed and discovered that even though these people shut their 6 senses tightly, their divine souls were still gradually dragged out of the body. Even though he was desperately struggling, it was still in vain. Not just him, the rest were similarly like so. Apart from Yu Mengli, even White Light and Luer actually showed signs of being unable to hold on. Yu Mengli was of the innate battle soul physique. Half of her divine soul had already long fused into one ent. One tie, her vitality was extremely strong to begin with. Such means were actually unshakable. It was just that Luer could not hang on anymore. The expression on her face was very painful. Clearly, she already could not quite endure any longer. "Why, young master?" Luer said weakly. Chapter 1226, Drawing on the Ground to Serve as a Prison. Chapter 1226, Drawing on the Ground to Serve as a Prison. Lin. Yi Yuan formed a hand seal, his voice like a great bell. At the same time, Yi Yuan's powerful vitality surged toward the sky, and he forcefully quelled those ghostly wailing voices. With the Lin character coming out of the mouth, a grand aura instantly spread out. Those wailing voices seemed to have seen their jinx and immediately did not dare to approach Yi Yuan and the rest anymore. Those divine souls that were originally being dragged out also immediately returned into their bodies. Even so, each one of them was deathly pale, as if they had a serious illness. However, their faces all revealed a look of lingering fear. Their gazes when they looked at Yi Yuan were filled with gratitude. If not for Yi Yuan, they would already be like the first batch of people at this time, becoming corpses without a divine soul. Luer's complexion was very bad as well. Yi Yuan asked concernedly, "Luer, are you all right?" "I'm all right. Thank you, young master." Luer shook her head and said. But Yi Yuan's face turned cold, and he said, If a tiger doesn't demonstrate its might, do you really take this young master to be a sickly cat? These ghosts were so arrogant to actually hurt Lu Er. It made Yi Yuan become genuinely angry. Fiery, burn all of these aim. In things for me. This young master wants to see just what kind of ghost or monster there are, playing tricks over here. Yi Yuan said with a cold shout. Hearing that icy tone of Yi Yuan, the others could not help shuddering. These soul-beckoning streamers were incomparably bizarre. It was already not bad for them to be able to escape with their lives. But this lord actually wanted to burn them all. Fiery's figure appeared, his hands kneading seals. At once, a surge of terrifying power of flame spread out. Boom! Everyone immediately felt like their entire bodies were about to burn up. They hurriedly revolved essence energy to resist. But under this surge of terrifying heat wave, they actually had a feeling of being scorched. Too frightening. This power of the flame is too strong. The spirit bristle divine, king's 9 suns burning heaven, is known as the divine realm's #1 fire attribute martial technique. In my view, this power of the flames isn't the slightest bit inferior. Just who in the world is this lord? This strength is also a little too horrifying, right? Back then, the spirit bristle divine king's one move, 9 suns burning heaven, slaughtered hundreds of divine king powerhouses, causing a sensation for some time. There was no shortage of divine king powerhouses among these dozen over people. They questioned themselves if Fiery's move was unleashed against them. They would only have the share of being one shot. However, even if more people came, it was the same too. Witnessing Yi Yuan's strength, they could not resist speculating about Yi Yuan's item. 1. Tie one after another. Previously hearing Yi Yuan say that he did not fear the heaven-stabilizing divine king, they were more or less still a little disdainful in their hearts. But now, they knew that Yi Yuan was not kidding. To have strength comparable to the spirit bristle divine king, why would he be scared of the heaven-stabilizing divine king? That pale flame instantly ignited the soul-beckoning streamers within a radius of 10,000 feet. Shrill, ghostly wails came over. They seemed to be thrown into an oil pot, miserable screams lingering on incessantly. After 10 breaths, Fiery withdrew the cleansing sandal sacred flame. Originally, within this 10,000-foot radius was overwhelmed with weed. Countless soul-beckoning streamers stood in great numbers. But now, it became a stretch of wilderness. The cleansing sandal sacred flame's current power was indeed already not much inferior to the spirit bristle divine king. This level of flame power directly refined those soul-beckoning streamers into nothingness. However, Yi Yuan's expression changed. On this 10,000 square feet of wilderness, there were actually still several poles of soul-beckoning streamers that were not refined. Yi Yuan swept a glance over and discovered that there were still 9. These 9 soul-beckoning streamers were clearly different from the rest. 9 poles of soul-beckoning streamers inserted on the solitary barren graves, appearing deserted and strange, giving people an extremely ominous feeling. In the wilderness, there was even a massive tomb. There was a piece of stone monument in front of the tomb. On it wrote 5 blood-colored large words, Tomb of Soul Refining Sect. Looks like this broken soul ridge's bizarreness is because this tomb came into being. Soul Refining Sect, this is probably an ancient era sect. Furthermore, it's a divine Tao sect. Yi Yuan said, this tomb coming into being superimposed this S.P.A.C. onto the broken soul ridge. Hence, the moment martial artists came up, they had their souls sucked by those soul-beckoning streamers. As for this soul-refining sect, Yi Yuan had never heard before. 10-1, it was an ancient-era sect. Ancient-era sects, there would more or less be some mentions in some of the present divine realms materials. The ancient era was too far away from present times. Even the Heaven One sect, this kind of large sect, no one remembered it, let alone some slightly smaller divine Tao sections. These 9 poles of soul-beckoning streamers were able to resist Fiery's refinement. They were definitely not ordinary items. Hence, Yi Yuan determined that this so-called soul-refining sect was bound to be a divine Tao sect. Ha ha ha! Suddenly, a crazed voice sounded out. Everyone was startled in their hearts. Looking over, they saw that a divine king powerhouse's hand was actually holding one of the 9 poles of soul-beckoning streamers. Wei Cheng, what are you doing? Quickly put down. The expression of another martial artist who was on friendly terms with Wei Cheng could not help changing greatly when he saw the situation and shouted at Wei Cheng. But how could the current Wei Cheng still hear it this time? He let out a burst of wild laughter and said, "Ha ha ha! From this day forth, this seat is the ancient soul refining sect's successor. I want this world to obey me." Wei Cheng's 2 eyes were scarlet, his expression crazed, looking very sinister. "Wei Cheng, quickly wake up. Hurry up and put down that soul-beckoning streamer." Liao shouted again. Yi Yuan heaved and sighed and said, "He's already being controlled by that soul-beckoning streamer. No matter how you shout, it's already useless too." Liao's expression turned pale as a sheet, and he muttered, What to do here? Not good. Seize that soul-beckoning streamer first, then talk. If it doesn't work, we can only kill." Yi Yuan said. "Ha ha! Kill, kill, kill." Wei Cheng was already completely insane, carrying a soul-beckoning streamer and charging over, his aura billowing into the sky. "White Light, you go and deal with him first. I'll cast a spell to protect them. Otherwise, it would be bad if someone is lured over by that soul-beckoning streamer again," Yi Yuan said. White Light did not say a word and stepped forward, matching up against Wei Cheng. White Light's current strength was already not inferior to the 10 great divine kings, but forcefully class H.I. Plusing a blow with Wei Cheng, he actually did not gain the slightest bit of advantage. For some time, the 2 people were locked in a struggle. When everyone saw this scene, their faces all changed greatly. Anuna S. Summoning divine king powerhouse, obtaining the soul-beckoning streamer. His strength actually became so powerful. When Yi Yuan saw this scene, his brows furrowed slightly too, secretly thinking to himself that this ancient soul-refining sect was indeed incomparably evil. However, his hands did not slow down, pulling out the origin magnetism spirit wood. Yi Yuan's essence energy surged. Immediately, the sound of thunder rang out, bolts of lightning discharging out. Yi Yuan's had the origin magnetism spirit wood in his hand and drew a large circle around everyone. Finished. Yi Yuan lightly cried out the Lin character. After that, he directly inserted the origin magnetism spirit wood into the soil. Straight away, an enormous lightning S.H.I. plus ELD protected everyone in the middle. Above the S.H.I. plus ELD, there was faintly the undulation of the power of laws. The might of the Lin character actually condensed and did not dissipate. All right, no matter what happens outside, all are not to walk out of the radius of this S.H.I. plus ELD. Otherwise, even G.O.D.S. can't save you, Yi Yuan said to everyone coldly. Chapter 1227, Battling Wei Cheng. Chapter 1227, Battling Wei Cheng. It's been so long, and they're still not back yet. They wouldn't have been completely wiped out, right? Seeing Yi Yuan and the rest not returning, Zhuge Qingxian involuntarily furrowed his brows. Old Man Han said, "This Broken Soul Ridge is extremely fishy. In the past, it was merely an unimportant and ordinary mountain ridge. Now, even you and I are actually unable to fly over. There are definitely things concerning divine Tao that happened. These scapegoats are really useless. Not a single one could actually return." Zhuge Qingxian said unhappily. Old Man Han gave him a glance and said, "Did you feel that kid earlier was rather odd?" But Zhuge Qingxian did not feel that there was anything amiss. He was arrogant at heart and haughty in manner. He had never placed ants in his sights. Even the 10 great divine kings, those able to enter his arcane sights, were also merely that 1 or 2 people. Hence, That was why he loathed the Yi Yuan who offended him back then so much. In his view, it was impossible for even powerhouses of the same boundary to disguise anything in front of him too. Little did he imagine that Yi Yuan had long already gone past from under his eyelids. A bunch of ants, what's fishy about it? Zhuge Qingxian said. Actually, Old Man Han did not see through anything either. Otherwise, he would not have let Yi Yuan gone up either. It was just that his thoughts were much more experienced than Zhuge Qingxian, and he kept feeling that something was off. Hence, he thought a little more. Logically speaking, we're stopped by this Broken Soul Ridge. It's impossible for Yi Yuan to fly over to. If he hasn't already entered the Broken Soul Ridge, then it's that he hasn't arrived yet. It's just that, judging from the time, even if he was any slower, he should have arrived too. Old Man Han voiced out his doubts. Zhuge Qingxian just had an arrogant character. It did not mean that he was a fool. With Old Man Han saying so, he also felt that something was not quite, and he said with a frown, "You're saying that brat was Yi Yuan? That's impossible." Zhuge Qingxian naturally would not admit that he had eyes, but could not see, and was also unwilling to admit it. That brat he saw through with one glance. How could he possibly be Yi Yuan? Old Man Han smiled bitterly and said, "I just feel that there's this possibility. This boy can't be measured with common sense at all." Zhuge Qingxuan's expression flickered incessantly. Old Man Han's words made him extremely irritated. He had a feeling that it seems like he was really played by Yi Yuan again. A bout of depressed air filled his chest, making him feel like he was about to explode. Looks like this bunch of good-for-nothings can't be counted on. We'll go in ourselves, Zhuge Qingxian said. But Old Man Han smiled evilly and said, "Who says they can't be counted on? So many people. Entering to be cannon fodders is good too." Old Man Han did not conceal his voice. Everyone's faces changed because of it. Zhuge Qingxian also chuckled when he heard that and said in a clear voice, "Either you all die or go up the mountain." Boom! In midair, white light and Wei Cheng clashed hard again. As a result, Wei Cheng actually sent white light flying this time. This guy was clearly possessed by the G-O-D of war. There was actually a feeling of getting stronger the more they fought. Wei Cheng did not give white light any time to catch his breath at all, immediately pouncing, wanting to directly strike white light dead. Right at this time, a figure suddenly appeared and cut right between the two people. Bang! A dragon roar sounded out, directly blasting Wei Cheng out 10,000 feet away. Big brother, this guy is so strange. There's clearly only one person. Why do I feel like there are many experts besieging me? White light said in surprise. It's that soul-beckoning streamer causing mischief. If my conjectures are right, inside that soul-beckoning streamer likely fostered a very powerful ghost. You go down and rest a bit. Leave it to me, Yi Yuan said. Be careful, big brother. This guy isn't easy to deal with. Relax. Being sent flying by Yi Yuan with a palm, Wei Cheng actually did not come up for a while, seemingly very wary of Yi Yuan. Just now, didn't you say that this world has to obey you? Why did you get scared? Yi Yuan looked at Wei Cheng and said with a faint smile. Wei Cheng opened his mouth and said, "Brat, don't be arrogant. An ant like you, this seat can slaughter tens of millions with a wave of the hand back then." But Yi Yuan smiled when he heard that and said, "Shameless boasting. Since you don't dare to come, then this young master is coming." Wei Cheng did not see Yi Yuan take any action either. His figure instantly vanished. When Wei Cheng saw this scene, his pupils involuntarily constricted, and he said in terror, "Greater teleportation." Clearly, he was astounded by Yi Yuan's skill. Yi Yuan's essence, energy, and spirit were clearly not perfected yet, but his heart realm was actually perfected already. Even in the Divine Tao era, there were also not many who had such talent. However, he already could not afford to think too much. Yi Yuan's sword already reached him. Clank! Wei Cheng brandished the soul-beckoning streamer and directly had a frontal exchange with Yi Yuan. However, it was different from how he overpowered White Light earlier. This time, he was completely pummeled by Yi Yuan. His figure was directly sent flying by Yi Yuan's powerful sword intent. Your sword Tao laws already comprehended to the middle stage, first layer heaven? How is this possible? Astonishment was written all over Wei Cheng's face as he looked at Yi Yuan in disbelief. He felt that this world was too crazy. How could a Tao profound realm brat possibly comprehend divine Tao laws to the second layer heaven, sup 1/sup? Was this fellow before his eyes really an ant-like, Tao profound realm martial artist from a million years ago? Wei Cheng was instantly fluid teared. It's just you're out of touch with the outside world. With a look of disdain, Yi Yuan pounced once more, battling together with Wei Cheng. Yi Yuan brandished the sword until it was impenetrable, sword intent roaming unobstructed. The evil extermination sword contained a grand righteous aura in the first place. It was this kind of evil thing's jinx. Wei Cheng was pushed by Yi Yuan until he was teetering on his feet and could not even accomplish retaliating. "Damn, in it. What are you all still waiting for?" Wei Cheng shouted sternly. Yi Yuan naturally knew that he was shouting about, but he did not care at all. "Want to walk out of this See, this fellow was the key figure. Below, in energy fluctuated. The other 8 poles of soul-beckoning streamers finally had activities. Those martial artists clearly sensed that the surroundings were somewhat not right. Each and every one had deathly pale faces. They did not know whether or not this enchantment that Yi Yuan laid down was useful or not. "Everybody, don't need to worry. Those evil things can't get in," Yu Mengli said coolly. When those dozen over people heard, their hearts calmed down slightly. But the nervous emotions still pervade the air. The yin energy grew increasingly heavier. Even separated by an enchantment, they could also feel it distinctly. Suddenly, the enchantment emitted grating sounds. For some time, shrill screams emitted outside the enchantment, making people's hair stand on end. Very clearly, Yi Yuan's enchantment took effect. Seeing this scene, Wei Cheng's expression changed even more drastically. "Damn, in it. Boy, don't push people too far." Wei Chen snapped. But Yi Yuan said with a cold smile, "What a joke. Since you guys touched lure earlier, you'll need to have the readiness of being annihilated." Wei Cheng clenched his jaws and shouted, "9 in heavenly evil formation." A surge of eviline energy spread out. The other 8 soul-beckoning streamers actually rose up from the ground and attacked over towards Yi Yuan at the same time. 9 soul-beckoning streamers closing in together. The power was indeed extraordinary. Yi Yuan's expression changed. The domain of sword instantly condensed to form a 10-feet radius. At the same time, the black tortoise treasure body divine art revolved at full power, while the evil extermination sword was unleashed in full force. Boom! This time, Wei Cheng finally shook Yi Yuan's figure back 100 over feet, but he received the recoil force and carried along the 9 poles of soul-beckoning streamers and tunneled right into the tomb. Chapter 1228. Chapter 1228. Myriad soul flag with this escape. Wanting to capture him again would not be so easy anymore. How could Yi Yuan given the chance? Voice of the Dragon deactivated flagrantly. Wei Cheng's figure was originally already more than half merged into the tomb, but at this time, it was akin to having an immobilizing spell cast, forcefully freezing there. Even Zhuge Qingxian could not withstand Yi Yuan's voice of the Dragon How could a mere Wei Cheng be Yi Yuan's match? He only withstood less than a breath of time, and then Wei Cheng was forcefully shocked out by Yi Yuan. That's so powerful. What martial technique is this? That roar earlier, I felt that my divine soul was about to leave the body. I've never seen before a type of sound wave martial technique that can have such terrifying might. That was a dragon roar just now, right? Could it be that this was a dragon race martial technique? Who in the world is this lord? I feel that my head is almost not enough to use anymore. These divine king powerhouses were normally all tyrants of a region. Anyone among them going out could establish a sect and form a rank one holy land. But now, when they saw Yi Yuan, they immediately felt like they were peasants, totally not enough to look at. This was true. There was always someone better, and heaven beyond heaven. Yi Yuan came to Wei Cheng's side and discovered that his two eyes rolled back and was long rattled silly by the voice of the Dragon Ji. Oh, D. For the voice of the Dragon Ji. Oh, D. To be able to become one of the dragon race's supreme martial techniques. That was not anyhow said. The damages were not just targeted at the physical body. Even the divine soul was similarly able to be shocked until it dissipated. Wei Cheng was just like a dead dog at this time, without any strength to fight back at all. Keep pretending to be dead. I'll make your soul disintegrate. Yi Yuan's cold voice sounded out. A sinister, ghostly figure slowly floated up from Wei Cheng's body, wanting to secretly tunnel into the soul-beckoning streamer. While that Wei Cheng was already deader than dead. You could try going in. Do you really think that this young master can't do anything to the soul-beckoning streamer? Yi Yuan continued. That ghostly silhouette trembled and looked at Yi Yuan in disbelief as he said, "You can see me? What a joke. If I can't see you, could it be that this young master is talking to the air? Also, the few of you, if you still won't come out, bear the consequences yourselves." Yi Yuan's words revealed killing intent. Only then the ghostly silhouette was certain that Yi Yuan was really able to see him. But how'd he do it? The few of them were all invisible things. Unless it was a deity realm powerhouse who was here, otherwise no one could see them at all. Who knew that this young man was actually able to see? The ghostly silhouette suddenly discovered that he was really struck by lightning when he went out sup 1/sup. The soul-refining sect slumbered for 1,000,000 years. The few of them were prepared to race against time and go all out. Did not expect that not long after coming into being, they ran into such a freak. No matter how they did things, they were all restrained firmly by Yi Yuan and did not have the least bit of strength left to resist at all. Inside the other few soul-beckoning streamers, several figures floated up too. Yi Yuan swept a glance over them and finally landed on that Wei Cheng's ghost again and said, "Now, I ask you answer. As long as you let me discover that you're lying, this young master will make you regret being a ghost. Remember, you don't have a second chance." That piercing, cold-killing intent of Yi Yuan's made them shudder once more. Wei Cheng hurriedly said, "Why, Your Excellency, feel free to ask." Gui Fu absolutely dare not conceal. Seeing that he had thoroughly awed these few ghosts, Yi Yuan also calmed down slightly in his heart. Yi Yuan's research into the divine soul was extremely deep and had once seen before in some records. Some heretic path cultivators would use special techniques to refine divine souls into evil ghosts. These evil ghosts, under the order of martial artists, were able to kill enemies. Furthermore, their power potentials were limitless. The powerful ones could even reach deity realm. This soul-refining sect was named Soul Refining. It was likely an U.S. Tries heretic path sect in the ancient era too. He knew that these few ghosts were all refined with extremely powerful methods. Want to race away, there was only using the voice of the Dragon Ji? O.D. But the voice of the Dragon Ji, O.D., he already used one breath at a time. He was no longer able to use it within a short time. Yi Yuan shot Gui Fu a glance nonchalantly and asked, "What is this place?" Gui Fu said cautiously, replying, "Your Excellency, this place is the Soul Refining Sect's Divine Development S.P.A.C. Back then, the Soul Refining Sect was pursued by Taoist absolute heaven until there was no road to heaven and no gate into the earth, and could only escape into the Fall mountain range. But when they escaped here, they were already a spent force. At that time, the Soul Refining Sect's sect master, Li Gui, opened up this divine development S.P.A.C. with a great divine ability. He destroyed his fleshy body and laid down the immemorial soul refining grand array, hoping to borrow this Fall mountain range's eviline energy and refine himself into an undying evil ghost, and then dominate the divine realm. At that time, even absolute heaven could not do anything to him either. Yi Yuan could not help shuddering with fear when he heard. The means of ancient-era powerhouses were simply inconceivable. The name of the undying evil ghost, Yi Yuan had once heard before too. Legends had it that refining into an undying evil ghost, one could be undying and imperishable. Even deity realm powerhouses were hard-pressed to destroy too. Did not expect that there was actually someone who set up a million-years-old grand plan to refine himself into this kind of neither human nor ghost creature. You're saying that Li Gui is inside this tomb? Yi Yuan said with a frown. Although heavenly Tao was missing presently, even if Li Gui really refined himself into an undying evil ghost, it was also impossible to reach the heights of a million years. But this undying evil ghost was absolutely not easy to deal with. Even the current him was most likely not a match either. Gui Fu nodded his head and said yes. Yi Yuan glanced at him and asked again, "The few of you, what kind of existences are you?" Gui Fu's expression was ugly and said, "The few of us aren't anything, we are this myriad soul flag's artifact spirits." The myriad soul flag is a profound divine artifact. It can divide into 9 and can also combine into 1. It's just that our strengths haven't recovered to our peak state yet, so Gui Fu secretly peeked at Yi Yuan, but did not dare to carry on saying. Clearly, losing to Yi Yuan, Gui Fu was still unconvinced in his heart. If he could recover to his peak state, he definitely would not fear Yi Yuan. From sky distant there, Yi Yuan knew that divine artifacts were also CLAs, siffied into grades. Divided according to the grade, divine artifacts were categorized into spirit divine artifact, profound divine artifact, heavenly divine artifact, which corresponds respectively to grotto profound, heaven glimpse, and origin deity, 3 great deity realms. Since the myriad soul flag was a profound divine artifact, its grade was already not low. Yi Yuan gave a cold laugh and pulled the evil extermination sword out again with a swish and said, "Since the soul refining sect was pursued by senior absolute heaven, then do you guys recognize this sword?" The gazes of Gui Fu and the evil ghosts turned intent. Only now did they size up the sword in Yi Yuan's hand carefully. Firstly, they had just regained consciousness not long. Many memories that had already long been covered by dust had not recovered yet. Secondly, they were constantly in the heat of battle just now. They did not have time to size up the sword in Yi Yuan's hand and just felt that it looked familiar. Taking a look now, they involuntarily shuddered in fear. Evil extermination divine sword. This is the evil extermination divine sword. Your absolute heaven successor. Gui Fu was just like a mouse that saw a cat, immediately screaming shrilly. The other evil ghosts were similarly immensely alarmed too. It was as if they had seen a terrifying thing. Clearly, absolute heaven's deterrent power toward them was too strong. Yi Yuan looked at Gui Fu and said with a faint smile, "Now, this young master gives you 2 choices. One is to acknowledge me as your master. The other is to turn to dust." Chapter 1229, Searching Memories. Chapter 1229, Searching Memories. Previously, when he exchanged blows with Gui Fu, Yi Yuan was actually secretly alarmed. With the evil extermination sword's sharpness, it actually could not chop off a soul-beckoning streamer. This clearly did not quite make sense. Even Yi Yuan did not think that this myriad soul flag was actually a profound divine artifact. One had to know that the evil extermination sword was also merely a profound divine artifact. It was just that it was in existence with an extremely high grade, even among profound divine artifacts. Paired with absolute heaven strength that overpowered all life, that was why it appeared extraordinary. He did not expect that these few poles of lousy streamers were actually a profound divine artifact. Yi Yuan had a heavenly divine artifact in his hands, though. It was the sacred dragon token. It was just that until now, Yi Yuan was unable to unleash its true power. Therefore, he used it lesser now instead. Although these myriad soul flags were somewhat extraordinary, they did not have the undulations of a divine artifact at all, resulting in Yi Yuan not perceiving it. It seemed like this myriad soul flag indeed had some ability to actually be able to divide into 9. Furthermore, the power of the myriad soul flag was clearly related to the condition of these evil ghosts. If these evil ghosts were able to recover strength, the myriad soul flag's power should be rather considerable. Hearing Gui Fu said so, Yi Yuan had the thought of subduing these ghost creatures aroused. If it were somebody else, forget about subduing these ghost creatures. Not being subdued by these ghost creatures was already pretty good. But Yi Yuan had the soul-suppressing pearl. These ghosts could not affect him at all. Yi Yuan did not have aversive thoughts toward this kind of evil things. Since this profound divine artifact was already an established fact, destroying it would be a pity. As long as one used it positively, it could save many people instead. Furthermore, Yi Yuan subduing these evil ghosts still had other considerations involved. The 9 evil ghosts exchanged glances. Their faces all revealed unwilling expressions. Placed at 1,000,000 years ago, they did not even place deity realm powerhouses in their sights. But now, they had yet to take the first step out and was subdued by Yi Yuan. How could they be reconciled to it? Looks like you all have just woken up and are really very muddled. In this present divine realm, how can one still be able to corroborate their Tao and become a deity? No matter how many divine souls you all devour, you'd also be unable to recover to your peak anymore. Yi Yuan discovered that these ghosts seemed to really have quite a slow reaction. Until now, they still had not detected heavenly Tao's change. His words filled the evil ghosts with alarm. Is what you said true? Gui Fu said in astonishment. Yi Yuan briefly narrated heavenly Tao's change and continued. Even if you all recover your strength, you'd forever not be this young master's match. Now, have you given up? Finally, Yi Yuan's words utterly shattered Gui Fu's psychological defense. Your Excellency, Gui Fu is willing to acknowledge you as master, Gui Fu said with extreme unwillingness. If it were another person, he absolutely would not submit. Even if the heaven-stabilizing divine king was here, he would not be able to subdue these evil ghosts too, because he could not kill these guys at all. But Yi Yuan was different. His voice of the dragon was too terrifying. Already experiencing the power of the voice of the dragon Gui Fu believed that Yi Yuan absolutely had the ability to kill them. Yi Yuan said coolly, "Say the spell to control the myriad soul flag, and I'll spare you all from death. Don't think about tampering with it. It's still that sentence, you guys don't have a second chance." Gui Fu had long seen through. Those immensely powerful means of theirs all could not work in front of Yi Yuan. Playing tricks was tantamount to seeking death. Gui Fu's expression turned fearful, and he said, "Your Excellency, the usage method of the myriad soul flag is different from other profound divine artifacts. It doesn't require divine inscriptions to activate. But on this myriad soul flag, there is Li Gui's divine soul imprint. If your Excellency wishes to control us, you just have to remove his imprint, then have it acknowledge you as its master with blood essence, and a divine soul imprint will do. It's just that wanting to remove Li Gui's imprint, the risk isn't small." Yi Yuan's eyes lit up when he heard that, not expecting that the myriad soul flag was actually so convenient. As for Gui Fu's words, he did not take them to heart at all. Yi Yuan picked up Gui Fu's myriad soul streamer. His divine sense sunk directly inside. A tempest-like divine sense undulation was about to wipe away Yi Yuan's consciousness indiscriminately. Right at this time, the soul-suppressing bead suddenly gave off a red light. S-H-I +ning toward Li Gui's divine sense imprint. He did not even get a scream, tragically and directly turned to dust. Seeing this scene, Gui Fu and the other evil ghosts were shocked until their mouths were gaping. Li Gui was a heaven-glimpsed deity realm powerhouse back then and also cultivated the divine soul path. His divine soul imprint. Even origin deity realm powerhouses did not dare to easily erase either. He did not expect that this young man before his eyes eradicated it without any effort. That red light, Gui Fu could not figure out what that was at all. But without a doubt, if it were him, he would likewise turn to dust. The eyes Gui Fu looked toward Yi Yuan were filled with terror. The secrets on this young man were simply abundant until he could not bear to look straight. Yi Yuan's methods to exterminate him were far more than he imagined. Actually, this was Gui Fu thinking too much. The soul-suppressing pearl was completely automatically protecting its master here. Yi Yuan completely could not deploy it. Following that, Yi Yuan completely wiped away the Li Gui imprint on the 9 myriad soul flags like what he had done. After that, he dripped blood for it to acknowledge a master according to the method Gui Fu said. Suddenly, a terrifying surge of evil Yin energy poured in. Russ. Plussing straight at the top of Yi Yuan's head. But the soul-suppressing pearl emitted a holy red light and completely suppressed the evil Yin energy. It did not even stir up a single wave. Immediately after that, Yi Yuan discovered that a trace of faintly discernible connection was established between his divine soul and the 9 evil ghosts. Sure enough, he was already able to spur these evil ghosts. Paying respect to Master, Gui Fu and the rest were already unable to resist Yi Yuan's thoughts and submitted. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, Gui Fu, now I want to search your memories. You're not to resist. Gui Fu bowed his body and said, Yes, Master. Yi Yuan's divine soul probed out and started reading Gui Fu's memories. Very soon, Yi Yuan's face revealed a faint understanding smile. Your Excellency, when the world happened at your side, just now, when Yisheng saw Yi Yuan, he could not resist asking. He could not see Gui Fu and the others. So he thought that Yi Yuan was muttering to himself alone there. Not just him, the others similarly looked toward Yi Yuan with curious expressions. Among them also included White Light and Luer. Rather, for Yu Mengli, because she also had the moonlight heavenly eye. Although it was not as clear as Yi Yuan, she could also see some things. After all, Yi Yuan's actions earlier were too weird. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Nothing, just subdued a few little ghosts. Come, let's enter the tomb. With him saying so, the other people's faces all revealed incomparably astonished expressions. After all, outside was already so dangerous. Inside probably still had even more dangers. Even if there was Yi Yuan, this kind of powerful existence, Wei Cheng still died. This involuntarily made each and every one of their faces deathly pale. Seeing that mysterious smile on Yi Yuan's face, Yu Mengli could not help saying curiously, Could it be that there are still some good places inside this tomb? Yi Yuan chuckled with laughter and said, Come, let's go in first and dig a pit for Zhuge Qingxian, that fellow, to jump inside. This time, this young master is going to toy him to death. Chapter 12:30, Spatial Crystal. Chapter 12:30, Spatial Crystal. When Zhuge Qingxian saw this stretch of wilderness, his face immediately fell. This stretch of scorched earth still had residual heat. The land was burned to a charcoal black color. People who were capable of a complete plussing this were not many. This way, it affirmed their guesses previously even more. That person who came forward of his own accord to go up the mountain was very likely Yi Yuan. At the thought of this, Zhuge Qingxian was as uncomfortable as having eaten a fly. Yi Yuan's essence fire is the cleansing sandal sacred flame. Furthermore, it already gave birth to a primordial spirit. Its power is extraordinary. This place, every single thing here was probably done by him. Old Man Han shot Zhuge Qingxian a very meaningful glance and said, This seat naturally knows, so no need you to shoot your mouth off. Wait until this seat catches up to him, and I'll definitely tear him limb from limb. Zhuge Qingxian gave a cold snort and shot Old Man Han an ill-intent glance. Old Man Han just smiled slightly and did not care about Zhuge Qingxuan's attitude and said again, This region formed a sea of its own. It was probably hewed open by a deity realm powerhouse with a great divine ability. This place likely has quite a few good stuff. Zhuge Qingxuan's face fell, furious until he gnashed his teeth in hatred. Yi Yuan sneaked inside from under his eyelids. Now, He already took the preemptive in every aspect. Humph. An ancient divine Tao sect isn't what he can mess with as he likes. Does he think that by coming in first, he can have the advantage? When the time comes, he won't even know how he dies. Zhuge Qingxian said, you know this sect? Old Man Han said curiously. The ancient soul-refining sect was a powerful sect in the same era as the Heaven One sect. It was said that their sect master was also a reclusive pinnacle genius, his heretic path skills cultivated to the extreme, and was a peak heaven glimpse realm powerhouse. It's just a shame that he ran into absolute heaven. The Holy City was the faction with the most ancient inheritance at present. Seeing the soul-refining sect's name, he remembered the history very quickly. It was just that in the sect's records, this sect was already wiped out by absolute heaven. He did not expect that there were still traces that showed up at the Fall Mountain Range. But one thing was certain, this sect was not to be provoked. This way, Yi Yuan might really not gain any advantage when he enters. A single mishap, and he might really throw himself in. Lord Kanoa said that Yi Yuan entered the Fall Mountain Range, and Heaven's secret is being screened. Killing him here is the best place. Or he might play himself to death, who knows? Old Man Han's eyes lit up as he said. Talking up to here, Zhuge Qingshuan's complexion finally eased up a little, his face revealing some mockery as he said, "We'll go in. I hope that Yi Yuan doesn't get toyed to death." Slightly earlier, Yi Yuan and the rest entered inside the tomb under Gue Fu's lead. Inside the tomb formed its own SPAC, just like an enormous emperor mausoleum. The pious sageways inside the mausoleum were extremely abundant. There are also countless traps. A moment of carelessness, and it was the outcome. Paris, H.I. plus Ing and Dao dissipating. But Yi Yuan searched Gue Fu's memories and already knew this place like the back of his hand. With his lead, the party naturally proceeded unimpeded without obstacles. After this door is the place where the spatial crystal is at, Yi Yuan asked. Ahead was a large door. According to Gue Fu's memories, there was a piece of spatial crystal after the large door. That spatial crystal was the cornerstone of this SPAC. Controlling the spatial crystal, Yi Yuan would be able to control this tomb as he pleased. Of course, the prerequisite was that Li Gue did not awaken. Yes, master. It's just that there's an extremely powerful restriction on this door. It was personally laid down by Sect Master Li Gue back then, specifically targeting divine souls. Even if an origin deity realm powerhouse was here, it would likely be difficult for him to withstand as well. Gue Fu warned him. The soul-refining sect established the sect with souls and liked to refine divine souls. It was also exceedingly formidable in the path of divine souls. Li Gue was the person who walked the furthest on this path in the soul-refining sect. His cultivation even reached peak heaven glimpse deity realm. The restriction that he personally laid down, the power could be seen at a glance. Even if 1,000,000 years had gone by, it was also absolutely not what a Tao profound realm martial artist could withstand. Along the way, everyone had long become used to Gue Fu's existence already. According to Yi Yuan's request, Gue Fu cast a secret art and showed his form. Gue Fu was already being controlled by Yi Yuan now. He was naturally worried about Yi Yuan's safety. Restrictions targeting the divine soul. The corners of Yi Yuan's mouth curled slightly, and he revealed a very disdainful expression and actually directly reached his hand out to push that door. Gue Fu was taken aback when he saw the situation, and he hurriedly said, "Be careful, master." When Yi Yuan's hand touched that large door, a restriction power that made everyone's hearts palpitate instantly invaded Yi Yuan's sea of consciousness. "Your Excellency, watch out. My lord!" All of them exclaimed in shock, warning Yi Yuan. After all, Yi Yuan was their only hope right now. Without Yi Yuan, they were bound to die here, no other possibilities. However, Yi Yuan was perfectly fine, his hand pressing right onto the door, and then pushed the door open. Everyone's eye, as popped out, an expression of seeing ghosts. Only Yu Mengli and the others who knew Yi Yuan well had it to be expected expression. They all knew that Yi Yuan was basically immune to divine soul-type attacks. If it were some powerful essence energy restrictions, Yi Yuan might need to expend some effort, but restrictions targeted at the divine soul was seriously too dull and lacking excitement. Gue Fu felt that this new master of his was the real ghost. Master's means are truly inconceivable, Gue Fu said with an emotional sigh. Creak. The stone door was easily pushed open by Yi Yuan. A dreamlike scene appeared in front of everyone. This was a void. It took on a multicolored appearance inside, magnificent and gorgeous. In the middle of the void, a chunk of white crystal suspended in the air, emitting powerful undulations. What a powerful spatial power. Didn't expect that the divine realm actually still had such a wondrous thing. When Yi Yuan saw this spatial crystal, he was incredibly amazed too. Ever since divine Tao dwindled to zero, the strength that originally transcended the ordinary also gradually disappeared in the long river of history. It was even hard to find any traces at all. This spatial crystal was clearly one of them. To be able to support this SPAC for 1,000,000 years indestructibly, this spatial crystal's energy could be imagined. Of course, to be able to use the spatial crystal to cleave open this SPAC, Ligue's strength was also unimaginable. The geodes Fall Mountain Range's SPAC is exceedingly unstable. Ligue made use of the spatial crystal back then and opened up this soul-refining sect SPAC on this spatial node, avoided absolute heaven's eyes and ears. But 1,000,000 years later, the spatial crystal's spatial power is already much weaker and is no longer able to stand independently outside of the void. That's why it would appear in the Fall Mountain Range, Gue Fu said. Yi Yuan sighed emotionally and said, "Looks like the means of deity realm powerhouses are truly what we can't imagine. Even if it's not for the sake of dealing with Kanua, the allure of deity realm is also not what my generation is able to resist." Not far from the spatial crystal, there was a miniature array formation. Yi Yuan's essence energy urged, sending out the 9 poles of myriad soul flags in 9 directions. After that, he slowly walked into the array formation. Everything inside this soul-refining sect SPAC lay within Yi Yuan's control. Chapter 1231. Unlucky Zhuge Qingxian. Chapter 1231. Unlucky Zhuge Qingxian. All of you, all enter for this seat. Zhuge Qingxian displayed his despotic power grandly and chased everyone inside the tomb like herding ducks. Everyone was helpless and could only toughen their scalps despite being aware of the danger and entered the tomb. Zhuge Qingxian had a scornful look as he said, "A bunch of ant-like existences also have delusions of grandeur about achieving Tao. Truly Toad's L. U.S. Ting after swan meat. Hoo-hoo, there are millions upon millions of ants in the world. Who doesn't wish to achieve Tao and be eternal? One can always think about it," Old Man Han said with a smile. Only after seeing everyone disappear in their line of sight one by one did Zhuge Qingxian and party enter inside. But the moment Zhuge Qingxian entered the enchantment, alarm bells went off. In front of him was a blood-red world. Countless resentful spirits bared their fangs and brandished their claws, clawing over towards Zhuge Qingxian. These resentful spirits were not very powerful, but they heavily outnumbered him. These resentful spirits in front of them seemingly stretched to infinity, totally unable to kill finish. Zhuge Qingxian snorted coldly. The profound calamity finger suddenly attacked. Boom! Thousands of resentful spirits were directly blotted out by this finger. However, these thousands of resentful spirits were merely a drop in the ocean. This hole was filled by the other resentful spirits very soon. "Give me back my life. I want you to die. Kill, kill, kill." These resentful spirits seemed to have deep hatred with Zhuge Qingxian. all screaming as they arrived with a howl. Humph! A bunch of reckless things. Mere resentful spirits wish to trap this seat as well. Zhuge Qingxian snorted coldly. A terrifying aura surged to the sky. True martial Brahma. With Zhuge Qingxian as the center, a pale blue light screen formed within a radius of 100 feet. The moment these resentful spirits entered this 100-foot radius, they were immediately ground up and turned to ashes. However, they still rushed over toward Zhuge Qingxian like moths fluttering towards the fire. Inside the spatial crystal array formation, Yi Yuan was slightly surprised and said to himself, I didn't expect that this guy actually comprehended a divine Dao domain too. Looks like these past few days, his strength advanced by leaps and bounds. Kanawha is indeed well-deserving of being a former heavenly fiendji. Oh, to actually have such means. In front of Zhuge Qingxuan's eyes turned blurry, his figure appearing in a long pot as sageway. Old Man Han seemed to have entered long ago. He shot Zhuge Qingxian a strange glance and said, Why have you only just come? Zhuge Qingxian also gave him a glance weirdly and said, You entered after me. Why did you reach first instead? Could it be that you didn't run into those resentful spirits? Resentful spirits? What resentful spirits? We came straight in and didn't encounter anything. Old Man Han said in confusion. Right at this time, there was another Divine King realm martial artist who came in. Zhuge Qingxuan's brows furrowed, and he grabbed him and asked, You came in through the enchantment. Did you encounter anything? Being pressed by Zhuge Qingxian. That person's expression was somewhat ugly, but he still shook his head and said, No, I came straight in and didn't encounter anything. Zhuge Qingxian was depressed now and asked a few more who came in first, and discovered that none of them ran into resentful spirits. Why was it just him who encountered? Could it be because he was unlucky? Even though those resentful spirits did not pose much threat to him, just him alone encountering it, that was rather depressing too. Old Man Han noticed something wrong and asked, What place did you go to earlier? Zhuge Qingxian said, I don't know what place it was either. Seemed to be a certain C in enchantment where it raised countless resentful spirits. Even if the average void mystic martial artist was inside, it would probably be hard to come out as well. If not for this seat having a great advancement in strength recently, I probably wouldn't have come out so fast yet. Old Man Han was also slightly surprised when he heard that, and secretly thought that Zhuge Qingxian was truly a bit too unlucky. All of them did not encounter it. It was only Zhuge Qingxian alone that ran into it. As for someone deliberately manipulating it, they did not think in this area at all. This was an ancient divine Dao sect, so who could manipulate things to such an extent as they wished? After making noise for a long time, Zhuge Qingxian did not figure anything out either, and he could only continue deeper in. The corridors crisscrossed here, extending in all directions, just like a maze. Although their numbers were many, they were like headless flies, unable to find the direction. However, along the way, they did not run into any danger. This made the martial artists who came in rather surprised. They even thought that this divine Dao sect's ruins would definitely have many restrictions and traps, but did not expect that nothing actually happened at all. Zhuge Qingxian was naturally very surprised too. He and Old Man Han exchanged a glance and opened his mouth. Could it be that this place is just an empty ELL? This isn't too likely, right? Old Man Han said, with uncertainty. If it's not an empty why isn't there any danger at all? The moment Zhuge Qingxuan's words came out of his mouth, his face immediately changed. True martial Brahma. Without the slightest hesitation, Zhuge Qingxian instantly opened up his divine Dao domain. Countless blood light flashed, swarming over from all directions, enveloping Zhuge Qingxuan's party inside fully. A series of shrill and miserable screams came over. Apart from Old Man Han and Zhuge Qingxian, their party was one-shot instantly. Bang! 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 These bloodlights were incomparably scary from beginning to end. Even though the two people's strength stood head and shoulders above all others, they did not dare to slack off in the slightest. This restriction power was laid down by a deity realm powerhouse 1 million years ago. The power was unimaginable. The two people used all of their abilities and finally charged out from inside the restriction. Following the two people coming out, that restriction slowly died down. The two people exchanged a glance, still having some lingering fear in their hearts. Just now, there was someone who just went past in front and didn't set off the restriction. Why does, when it comes to us, it will trigger such a terrifying restriction? Zhuge Qingxian said with an ugly look. Zhuge Qingxian, hearing those martial artists inside, the objective was in order to be scapegoats. But those people were fine, while he was nearly turned to dregs by the restriction. This made him incomparably frustrated. Old Man Han's expression was also incomparably ugly. The people that he brought over actually all died. Even their divine souls did not escape as well, directly obliterated by the restriction. That's right. There were quite a few people who walked past just now, and they were all fine. No idea why, when it came to us walking past, it triggered the restriction. Old Man Han said gloomily. Zhuge Qingxian gave him a glance and said suspiciously, "It wouldn't be your subordinates who were blind and triggered the restriction, right?" Old Man Han's expression flickered incessantly and could only heave a sigh, finally, and said, "I'm afraid that's only this possibility as well." Apart from this explanation, he seriously could only think of other possibilities. Damn it. Bring this kind of good-for-nothings out for what? Apart from causing trouble, they were utterly useless. Zhuge Qingxian said with a black face. He was extremely pent up with anger right now. Seemed like ever since he entered this tomb, nothing went well for him. It seemed like this divine Tao sect's ruins was specifically targeting him alone. Old Man Han was also greatly angered and said unhappily, "Zhuge Qingxian, don't you sit on your high horse. You don't think that this Han is scared of you, do you?" Chapter 1232, Internecine Fighting. Chapter 1232, Internecine Fighting. Old Man Han was aware of Zhuge Qingxian's character. Having his eyes at the top of his head, coupled with Kanoa's warnings, he did not argue over things with Zhuge Qingxian along the way. But now, the people that he brought were all dead. How could he still have such a good temper? Zhuge Qingxian snorted coldly and said, "Kanoa sent trash over. What use can you be of? Don't think that with just Kanoa backing you up, this seat won't dare to kill you." Old Man Han was furious until he was huffing and puffing. He discovered that this guy was simply unreasonable. If not for Lord Kanoa, you'd have long been killed by Yi Yuan, that brat. Would it still be your turn to show off your power here? Pooh! At this time, quite a number of martial artists were drawn by the sound of the two of their arguing. They stopped to watch the show by the side. Hearing Old Man Han's words, everyone turned pale with fright. That battle did not spread out. Only now did they know that the heaven-stabilizing Divine King actually nearly died under Yi Yuan's hands. Didn't this mean that the heaven-surmounting Divine King already said the heaven-stabilizing Divine King? I didn't hear wrongly, right? The heaven-surmounting Divine King actually almost killed this guy. The heaven-surmounting Divine King's growth is simply too terrifying. Just how long has it been his strength actually soared again? If this is true, doesn't that mean that the 10 great Divine Kings ranking is going to change again? This news was seriously too shocking. The unbeatable existence in their hearts was actually dragged down from the altar, just like that. But at this time, virtually everyone was very delighted in their hearts. After all, the heaven-stabilizing Divine King already drove them into a dead end. Furthermore, this guy's personality seriously made people dare not sing praises. The heaven-surmounting Divine King replacing the heaven-stabilizing Divine King. They did not have much sense of a loss. They felt very liberated instead. What kind of hearing strength did Zhuge Qingxian have? Hearing these toned-down discussions, his anger flared up even more. Since you're seeking death, then this seat will grant your Wisconsin H. Plus, how could Zhuge Qingxian still endure it? He erupted immediately, tapping a finger over toward Old Man Han. Old Man Han was also not someone who was easy to deal with. The two people clashed together. This degree of battle, in addition to the fact that it was inside a narrow corridor, how could the others still dare to surround and watch? Each and every one of them ran far away. Inside the corridor, waves of terrifying undulations transmitted over. But the group of martial artists had excited looks. This heaven-stabilizing divine king tyrannically abuses his power. I didn't expect that they actually broke out in internecine fighting, truly venting one's anger. Best if the two of them suffer mutual destruction. This kind of guy is simply not worthy of the name of the 10 great divine kings. Seize this chance, let's hurry up and run. Carrying on like this, we have to die in their hands sooner or later. Yeah, previously it was our luck that was good, but keep on being cannon fodder for him. It will be death eventually. Everyone's discussion stopped and did not care about the two people currently in a tangled fight. All of them were heading over toward the depths. However, they discovered that this place seemed to really not have any danger. Along the way, so many of them actually did not encounter any bit of danger. This kind of feeling made them feel blissful to the extreme. For these martial artists to be able to cultivate to their present realm, who knew how many mystic realms they had braved before, which time wasn't a narrow escape from death before they could have today's accomplishment. However, the situation this time, they had never encountered before. Moreover, this was the ruins of a divine Tao sect. Logically speaking, it was impossible for this kind of situation to appear. However, it just happened. It was not that body suspected Yi Yuan, but it was just that in their opinion, this was simply something impossible. This was the ruins of a divine Tao sect. Who were you to trigger when you say trigger, not trigger when you said not trigger? This was a little too preposterous. In contrast, they were more willing to believe that their luck was good, encountering an empty ELL. The great battle ceasing. Zhuge Qingxian looked coldly at the Old Man Han covered in wounds all over next to him, and he said with a cold snort, "This bit of capabilities also dare to be arrogant in front of this seat. Today, on the account of Kanua's face, I'll spare your life. If you offend again, I'll definitely cut you down without mercy." The current Old Man Han looked very miserable, looking like a rotten watermelon from head to toe, being beaten by Zhuge Qingxian into a sieve. He looked at Zhuge Qingxian rather apprehensively, very surprised by his might. Old Man Han was naturally aware of Zhuge Qingxian's strength, but he was also rather confident in his own strength. It was just that he did not expect, no idea what kind of means Lord Kanua used to actually let Zhuge Qingxian's strength improve to such a level within such a short time. One had to know that Zhuge Qingxian did not become Lord Kanua's fiend slave and also did not cultivate the fiend path cultivation methods. What he used was still the Holy City's most orthodox Brahma Heart Sutra. Yes, Old Man Han voiced out wholeheartedly convinced. He did not have Lord Kanua's means. With Zhuge Qingxian's current strength, he was absolutely capable of completely annihilating him. But he also became more confident in this trip's mission. With Zhuge Qingxian's current strength, it should be sufficient to cut Yi Yuan down. After subduing Old Man Han, Zhuge Qingxian, the two of them, continued heading towards the depths again. Except they were as unlucky as before. Along the way, they practically set off all of the restrictions that could be set off. It was the ruins of a divine Tao sect, after all. Some restrictions. Even if it was Zhuge Qingxian, it was also a narrow shave with death before he could get out. As for Old Man Han, if not for the fiend race's vitality being tenacious, he would have long died many times over. Your Excellency, this is definitely not right. Most likely, it's someone controlling these restrictions, waiting for us to go trigger. If I didn't guess wrongly, it's definitely Yi Yuan. Old Man Han said with a black face. Zhuge Qingxian's face was livid. Along the way, his injuries were not light either. Hearing Old Man Han mention it, he snorted coldly and said, "Still need you to say? Do you really take this seat to be a fool? DAM in it. How in the world did this brat do it?" That ancient soul-refining sect, even Lord Zwazong, was very fearful too. This guy is actually able to control the restrictions here. Only now did Zhuge Qingxian know that it was truly with one misstep, every step turned wrong. In the beginning, letting Yi Yuan in, it was truly lifting a rock to crush his own feet. No idea what methods Yi Yuan used, either to actually dig such a large pit for them. This kind of thing should not happen at all. The corners of Yi Yuan's mouth curled slightly as he muttered to himself. Looks like they finally realized it. Big brother, it's already been so long. Could it be that the restrictions here still can't kill them? White Light said in puzzlement. Yi Yuan's gaze was profound as he said, looks like that Zhuge Qingxian obtained considerable benefits from Kanhua there, his strength soaring by leaps and bounds. For ordinary restrictions, to want to kill him, it's likely not easy. Even if the current me faces off with him, I might not gain any advantage as well. Yi Yuan's words made everyone's faces change. To be able to make Yi Yuan say this sort of words, it seemed like Zhuge Qingxuan's strength really improved a lot. Your Excellency, this... What to do here? Yi Sheng asked hesitantly. Yi Yuan smiled and said, oh, no big deal. The soul refining sect is a divine Tao sect, at any rate. How can it be that easy for them to want to come out without a scratch? This young master already prepared a big feast for them. I hope that they savor happily. Chapter 1233, Grand Banquet. Chapter 1233, Grand Banquet, Where's this? This place seems to be the it's Fall Mountain Range. We actually came back. Ha! It's really the it's Fall Mountain Range. We returned. We're saved. D-aim, in heaven's stabilizing divine king, let him go and see ghosts. Truly, heaven has eyes. Ha! Let that in heaven's stabilizing divine king die inside that tomb then. The group of martial artists randomly walked around inside the tomb, but unknowingly exited the soul refining sect S.P.A.C. and returned to the it's Fall Mountain Range. After they discovered this fact, each and every one of them was abnormally excited. Being chased into the tomb by Zhuge Qingxian, each and every one of them already lost all hope. How could a divine Tao sect's tomb be that easy to venture into? But they did not even lose a single hair and came out just like that. How could they not be excited? After the excitement, their displeasure towards Zhuge Qingxian also thoroughly erupted out, cursing Zhuge Qingxian to die into one after another. Hey, each and every one of you all, do you really think your fate is so good? Suddenly, a man stepped forward and said in a clear voice. Very soon, someone recognized who this person was. It's you. You're that guy who impersonated the heaven-surmounting divine king and was beaten to a pig's head by us. You're actually not dead. Someone cried out in surprise. This person was precisely Yi Sheng, who already came out from inside the soul refining sect S.P.A.C. Everyone all knew that Yi Sheng followed Yi Yuan into the soul refining sect S.P.A.C. Along the way, they did not see him either, and they even thought that he had already long died. They did not think that he actually exited the soul refining sect S.P.A.C. together with everyone bafflingly. Hearing this roar, Yi Sheng's face also instantly fell. These guys were really rubbing it in. Not far away, Li and Lu also covered their mouths and laughed, being tickled by this scene. They also did not expect that this Yi Sheng suddenly ran out to tell the truth. They wanted to stop, but was already too late. You say that it's not that our fate was good. Why is that? I'm also curious. Entering this tomb, we actually didn't even see a ghost. The person just now asked curiously. Seeing him question Yi Sheng, everyone perked their ears up and listened. Only then did they know that there was indeed more than met the eye. Otherwise, a divine Tao sect's ruins. How could there possibly be no danger at all? But Yi Sheng had a proud look at this time, as if he was the savior. For you guys to be able to come out, it's all because the heaven-surmounting divine king controlled the entire soul-refining sect S.P.A.C., guiding you all one by one to walk out of the safe region. Otherwise, with just your bit of strength, absolutely not a single one can come out. Yisheng said proudly. Heaven surmounting divine king. The heaven surmounting divine king is actually here. That means that person who offered to go up the mountain was really the heaven surmounting divine king? Exclaimed the person. That is, of course. Otherwise, what do you think? How can an exalted divine Tao sect's ruins not had any dangers at all? Yisheng said, controlling a region of S.P.A.C. This, how is this possible? This is the ruins of a divine Tao S.P.A.C. It's actually the heaven surmounting divine king. The heaven surmounting divine king actually took pity on existences like us. He's the divine realm's true leader. Heaven stabilizing divine king. Heaven surmounting divine king. The two people's please both carry a heaven character. But this moral character, the disparity is truly too great. Yisheng's words immediately blew up in the crowd. At present, the divine realm's strongest two mighty heavens chosen. One ordered them about to be cannon fodders, but the other saved all of them. By contrast, this difference was seriously too great. Yi Yuan controlled the entire S.P.A.C. and could entirely let them run their own course. Letting so many people come out safe and sound, this definitely expended considerable effort. If it were them, they probably could not be bothered to do this sort of thing as well. After all, saving these people had no benefits to Yi Yuan at all, but Yi Yuan still did it. In an instant, Yi Yuan's image in their hearts became incomparably huge. This was the demeanor that a man of great talent and virtue had. But even you came out so wares, Lord Yi Yuan? Someone asked carefully. The corners of Yisheng's mouth curled slightly, and he said with a smile, His Excellency is still inside the soul-refining sect S.P.A.C., preparing a feast for Zhuge Qingxian, that punk. After today, the heaven-stabilizing divine king will probably have his name removed from the books of the divine realm. Ha ha ha. Thinking of the satisfaction, Yisheng could not resist roaring with laughter. He also detested Zhuge Qingxuan's countenance greatly. Zhuge Qingxian dying, he was naturally happy. The other people's faces turned fearful when they heard that, but they also felt very thrilled in their hearts. This kind of person, it's best if he died. Inside the soul-refining sect S.P.A.C., Zhuge Qingxian and Old Man Han proceeded carefully along the way. Seems like we haven't run into restrictions for very long. Old Man Han said. Zhuge Qingxuan's brows knitted tightly, and he said, This isn't some good thing. That boy might be up to something. Currently, the two of them were meat on someone else's chopping board. Even if they knew it was Yi Yuan controlling everything, there was nothing they could do either. Right now, they could only rely on their own powerful strength and try to break through forcefully. The others are all gone already. 10-1, they were brought away by Yi Yuan. I really can't figure out how in the world did this boy do it? This is the ruins of an ancient divine Tao sect. Old Man Han said gloomily. How he did it is already not important anymore. What's important is how do we go out? Zhuge Qingxian was just speaking when suddenly it lit up in front of the two people arriving in a great hall. Array formations revolved around inside the great hall. An enormous coffin was placed in the center. Red light flickered inside the coffin, emitting undulations that made people's hearts palpitate. Suddenly, a phantom flashed and appeared, making Zhuge Qingxian, the two people's faces, change. Yi Yuan, seeing this phantom, the two people gnashed their teeth in hatred. It was just that they knew that this was merely a projection. Ho, how are the two of you? Congratulations to you guys, entering the core of the soul-refining sect. Inside this great hall, there exists the greatest essence of the soul-refining sect. Yi Yuan said with a chuckle. The more Yi Yuan talked, the uglier the two people's faces. Zhuge Qingxian said in a low voice, Boy, make sure not to let this seat run into you. Otherwise, this seat will make you regret being born in this world. But Yi Yuan was indifferently and said coolly, Hoo, that will also have to wait until you guys have a life to go out and talk. This grand banquet, this young master is already prepared for you guys. Enjoy it well. Finished talking, Yi Yuan's figure disappeared. Boom. The two people had yet to react to what was happening when a loud noise came over. The entire SPAC started trembling. The rubble above the great hall fell down in succession. Not good. This boy wants to destroy this SPAC. Your Excellency, let's hurry and go. Old Man Han shouted. However, Zhuge Qingxian took no notice of him at all. Old Man Han was very puzzled. Following his gaze and looking over, he discovered that a blood-red figure floated out above the coffin. Old Man Han's gaze turned intent, feeling like his entire person was about to suffocate. This figure was too dangerous. Chapter 1234, Leader Disposition. Chapter 1234, Leader Disposition. What the H-E-L-L is this? When Old Man Han saw that ghostly figure, he felt like Guseb. MPS were going to break out all over his body. Too dangerous. Undying evil ghost. I didn't expect that there's actually really this kind of N thing. D-A-M. In this Yi Yuan. If you land in the seat's hands, this seat definitely won't let you die easily. Zhuge Qingxian gnashed his teeth in hatred and said. Zhuge Qingxuan's expression was ugly to the max. He did not expect that there was really someone who could cultivate to become an undying evil ghost. This thing was too horrifying, unable to kill at all. Looking at the other party's aura, even though his strength currently improved greatly, he actually had an impulse to turn tail and run too. He wished that he could swallow Yi Yuan's flesh raw right now. Of course, the prerequisite was that he could escape from the hands of this existence in front of him. This seat was buried deep here for 1,000,000 years. Just a little more, and I can achieve an undying evil ghost body. You guys, to actually dare make this seat's efforts fail short of success at the last step. Prepare to receive this seat's wrath. Li Gui's voice seemingly came from the underworld. He who had just woken up instinctively thought that it was these two people before his eyes that destroyed this SPAC, making his efforts fail at the last stage. This former peak heaven glimpse realm powerhouse was the grand banquet that Yi Yuan left for Zhuge Qingxian. The soul refining sect coming into being, Li Gui's undying evil ghost body was about to achieve grand completion. Yi Yuan inherited absolute heaven's mantle. It was naturally impossible to let this sort of thing to happen. As for Zhuge Qingxian, he sought refuge with the fiend race. Yi Yuan was naturally happy that he was killed. Therefore, he immediately directed this dog-eat-dog fine show, but he himself stepped out, leaving suavely. Old Man Han felt like his divine soul was about to leave his body. He was stared at by Li Gui like being stared at by a poisonous snake. "You missed a dash." Old Man Han had just thought of explaining when Li Gui's figure already vanished from sight. Boom! Zhuge Qingxian had a frontal exchange with Li Gui. The air billow that spread out immediately sent Old Man Han flying out. Zhuge Qingxian cracked himself up to be an expert, but this blow also made his entire body almost fall apart. SPAC was still collapsing, but Li Gui did not seem to be aware of it at all. Russ. Plussing over towards Zhuge Qingxian crazily. 1,000,000 years of bitter effort reduced to naught. How could he not be furious? The two people started an unparalleled great battle inside this soul-refining sect SPAC that was about to be destroyed. There was a ripple in SPAC. Yi Yuan walked out from within the void. Many thanks for heaven surmounting divine king's life-saving grace. There were probably thousands of martial artists before his eyes, standing until it covered the hills and dales. These people chorused in unison, kneeling down toward Yi Yuan. It was as if they had gone through a rehearsal before. The voice emitted by several thousand martial artists reverberated throughout the entire Small mountain range, majestic and grand. This scene also made Yi Yuan involuntarily freeze. He completely did not expect that these people were actually waiting here and knelt down towards him collectively. Powerhouses capable of cultivating to the Tao profound realm, Each and every one of them was a person arrogant at heart and haughty in manner. Making them kneel was even harder than ascending to heaven. But these several thousand martial artists before his eyes actually knelt down towards him without prior agreement. This made him greatly surprised. He could feel that these people were all grateful to him from the bottom of their hearts. At this time, Yu Mengli came forward to greet and said with a faint smile, Yi Sheng, that blabbermouth, told them the matters of the soul-refining sectus, P.A.C.E. The moment Yi Yuan heard, he came to a sudden realization and said in a clear voice, All get up. You all don't have to be like this. Me saving you all is in the hope that you guys put forth a portion more of effort for the human race if you all can have some gains in the it's Fall Mountain Range. I hope that you don't be stingy with your strength. When the nest is overturned, how can the eggs be intact? If this young master fails on the verge of success, I hope that there's someone among you all who can support the human race's foundation. I won't talk any more about general principles. You all take care. Lier, let's go. Finished talking, Yi Yuan brought Lier and the others away on their own without caring about the crowd with dumbfounded faces. Those martial artists all exchanged glances, all somewhat at a loss. In Yi Yuan's words earlier, they actually carried a trace of melancholy. Didn't he slay a fiend G.O.D.? How could those fiends be his match? Yi Yuan's strength was already terrifying to this sort of degree. Could it be that there was still someone capable of threatening him? Also, why did the heaven-surmounting divine king want to enter the Fall Mountain Range? A series of questions echoed inside everyone's head. Prior to this, these people's thoughts were all, if the sky fell down, there would be tall people supporting it. The heaven-surmounting divine king led the mystic gate to resist the fiend race. How could there be a need for them to worry about this sort of thing? Without a doubt, the heaven-surmounting divine king's strength currently already had no way of measuring. He might even be more powerful than Zhuge Qingxian. If the fiend race still had a powerhouse that even he could not handle as well, then the human race was really in a precarious situation already. Could it be that the fiend race's strongest aren't the fiend G.O.D.S? They were former deity realm powerhouses. Even stronger than them. What kind of existence does that have to be? No idea what kind of existence, but without a doubt, the human race is not looking well. I feel that the heaven-surmounting divine king did not burst out without reason just now. Seems like he really doesn't have much confidence. The heaven-surmounting divine king truly has the air of someone with great talent and virtue. I've always thought that one has to live for themselves. But seeing the heaven-surmounting divine king, I feel that my ripe old age was really utterly wasted on a dog. Truly ashamed. I've decided if I can get out of this Fall Mountain Range alive, I'll definitely join the Mystic Gate and fight to the bitter end with the fiend race. Yi Yuan was aware of these divine realm martial artist virtues, so he did not talk more nonsense with them either. But he did not expect that his conduct actually deeply infected these martial artists, making them join the great army resisting the fiend race. Unknowingly, Yi Yuan's body already had a leader's H.I.+P disposition similar to absolute heaven. This kind of temperament was not because his martial strength was powerful. This was a disposition that came from the soul. It could imperceptibly infect the people around, making many people gather around his side, forming a powerful group from there. A group formed like this had even greater combat power than a group formed by coercing with martial strength. Even more cohesive. Young master, you were so cool just now, Luer said excitedly by the side. The scene of several thousand people collectively giving thanks just now was truly too grand. Forget about Luer, even Yisheng they all, these old veterans, never saw before too. Even Yisheng was very surprised that these people would actually do this sort of thing. He did not discuss with those martial artists to deliberately display this kind of lineup. All of these were spontaneously done by those people. It was precisely because of so that it made Luer Wars H.I.+PM even more. But Yi Yuan knew that the reason why those people would do such a thing was probably not just because he saved them. They were respecting his efforts for the human race and felt ashamed in their hearts. Plus, he saved them. Only like this could it make them give thanks in unison. In the end, it was just a debt in their hearts. Lear also smiled and said, "Big Brother Yuan, I really didn't expect that these selfish people would actually do such a thing." Chapter 1235, Stoneman. Chapter 1235, Stoneman B. Inside the forest. A beautiful figure and a desolate beast were locked in a fierce battle. That was a hawk beast. Its movements were extremely nimble, its strength extremely powerful, thoroughly suppressing that beautiful figure. Not far away, several figures were currently watching the fight and did not have the intention of making a move. "I saw Lotus," the woman cried out sharply. An enormous ice lotus condensed above the sky, directly freezing that hawk beast. Her move succeeding, the girl's face revealed a happy expression. It was just that very quickly, her expression became ugly. Crack! Crack! On that ice lotus, a fissure actually cracked open. The rift became larger and larger. Finally, with a crack, it was utterly shattered by the hawk beast. Condensing this ice lotus, the girl expended enormous amounts of essence energy. She did not expect that this still could not kill the hawk beast. At this time, she was already powerless to fight anymore. However, her face did not reveal much of a panicked expression. What there was just a face full of dissatisfaction. That hawk beast clearly suffered injuries too. It was just that its combat strength still had quite a bit remaining. Hence, it swept up a terrifying storm, tearing toward the girl. At this time, a figure suddenly appeared between the two. A domain opened up, and that storm was instantly scattered away. Immediately after, a sword slashed out. That hawk beast did not even get to escape and was directly annihilated. Luer pursed her lips and said with an unhappy look, "It's young master making a move to save me again." Yi Yuan chuckled with laughter and said, "This hawk beast strength is absolutely not beneath peak void mystic powerhouses. You're only middle stage void mystic currently and can already fight neck to neck with him. It's already very impressive." Yi Yuan was not consoling Luer. He was really astonished by Luer's talent. Along the way, the four people naturally encountered quite a few dangers while walking. But the majority of the time, it was all Luer taking action. Only when she could not resolve it would Yi Yuan make a move to settle it. Coming out from the soul refining sect S.P. It was also merely a month's time. Luer already broke through from initial stage void mystic to middle stage void mystic. This comprehension ability was truly rare in this world. Right now, the four people already unknowingly entered the void forbidden region. The risk factor also increased greatly. That hawk beast earlier was merely an appetizer. But being together with young master, I'm forever a burden. Luer had a depressed look. Young master's talent was too terrifying. No matter how hard she worked, she could not catch up. Forget about young master, even Lear and White Light. Her gap was huge too. So along the way, she worked very hard to improve herself. The goal was just in order to not be a burden. She did not wish to just be able to hide inside the vast heaven pag. Every time she ran into danger. How can Luer be a burden? If with you, there wouldn't be the present big brother Yuan. Your role is what others are unable to replace. At times, even I'm somewhat jealous. Lear laughed as he came up to greet. Luer's face turned red, and she said, "Big sister Lear, you're teasing Luer again." Yi Yuan looked towards Lear rather gratefully. He then said to Luer with a smile, "Silly La S. What Lear said is right. You're the one and only, and also irreplaceable. You're not some kind of a burden." Hearing everyone say so, only then did Luer's displeasure turn to joy. Pulling Lear's hand, she said, "Big sister Lear, you don't forget why young master almost fell into depravity. You really don't know? I've never seen young master like that for a person before." The two girls chimed in one after another. Yi Yuan immediately felt his head swell, and he hurriedly changed the topic. "All right, it's not early anymore. We still have to continue hurrying on our way. That mountain in front seems to be somewhat unusual. Everyone be a little more careful." This was not Yi Yuan deliberately saying, but it really was the case. That mountain ahead was incomparably deep, faintly transmitting a very dangerous aura. Yi Yuan comprehended sudden impulse and was very sensitive towards danger. This mountain was probably not easy to cross. Entering into the large mountain, this feeling became even more unbelievably intense. Big brother, it really seems to be not quite right. Along the way, there's actually not even a bird feather. White Light also perceived something amiss. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said with a solemn face, "Everybody, be a little more careful." Right at this time, Lu suddenly cried out in surprise and said, "Young master, you look, that boulder, isn't it like a person?" Everyone followed the direction that Lu pointed at and looked over, and discovered that a rock on a cliff was indeed like a person sleeping. Yi Yuan's expression turned fearful, and he said, "Ignore it. Let's continue hurrying on our way." That stone statue gave him a very dangerous feeling. Yi Yuan was naturally unwilling to provoke. If they were able to leave safe and sound, it was naturally the best. However, things did not always turn out as one wished. When they walked by the vicinity of the stone statue, suddenly the entire huge mountain started quaking, as if it was an earthquake. Yi Yuan felt all the hairs on his body stand of its end. That stone statue actually slowly opened its eyes. "Quickly go!" Yi Yuan cried out fiercely, protecting the other three people so that they could withdraw first. Rumble. Debris flew everywhere. That stone statue actually walked out of the rock and turned into a stone giant. This giant was over 100 feet tall, its entire body made up of rocks. "Bold humans, to dare infringe upon my clan's territory." Courting death, the stoneman gave no chance to explain. A fist brandis. H.I. Plusing, it smashed toward Yi Yuan them all. Seeing this punch, Yi Yuan's gaze turned sharp. This stoneman's fist actually carried the power of divine Tao laws. If this punch landed on the other three people's bodies, they would be severely injured if not dead. Yi Yuan's face fell, divine rank, coiling dragon heaven, devastating palm, releasing brazenly. Boom! An enormous boom came over. With Yi Yuan's might, he was actually pushed back several hundred feet as well. However, that stoneman was even more miserable. Under Yi Yuan's palm, his figure fell back uncontrollably, sitting onto the ground with a plop, shaking the entire mountain until it trembled. Haha, young master is mighty. Big brother is formidable. This stoneman is so powerful, and yet is actually not your match. Seeing Yi Yuan's display of invincible might, Lu and White Light both cheered loudly. However, Yi Yuan's expression did not have any hint of delight with himself. He knew the might of his palm earlier, but that stoneman was actually completely unharmed. This guy's defense was simply freakish to the max. This human is so strong. Everybody come on out. That stoneman did not launch an attack straight away, but called out loudly. Rumble. The mountain body started trembling once more. Another stoneman walked out of the rock. Seeing this scene, Yi Yuan's expression changed greatly. This stoneman's concept comprehension might not be as high as his, but the defense was freakishly powerful. One was still fine, several coming out at once, even he was not a match either. Go! Yi Yuan dragged Lu. His figure moved, displaying merging into heaven and earth straight away, and instantly arrived 10,000 feet away. Li and White Light's face also changed drastically, following Yi Yuan closely and retreating. Forget about leaving humans. Bang, bang, bang. Each step that the stone men took, it quaked the ground until the earth trembled. Yi Yuan turned his head and looked. His expression could not help turning incomparably ugly. There were actually no less than 10 stone men chasing after. Those stone men looked incredibly clumsy, but their speed was incomparably strange and actually not much slower than them. Chapter 1236. Accidentally entering the Peach Blossom Forest. Chapter 1236. Accidentally entering the Peach Blossom Forest. B. Flying Rock. The stoneman in the lead position suddenly shouted. The group of stonemen all stopped, but saw them seemingly perform conjuring tricks, plucking off a piece of stone from their bodies, lifting their hands, and throwing it over towards Yi Yuan and the rest. A terrifying undulation came over from behind. Yi Yuan could only stop his footsteps and answer the challenge. Over a dozen rocks arrived with a howl, akin to arrows whistling through the air. Yi Yuan's face fell, the evil extermination sword suddenly striking. Fury sword fire lotus. Clank, clank, clank. A series of metal class. Plussing sounds came over. The evil extermination sword crossed sword with those rock chunks. Ping out fierce sparks. Yi Yuan's figure received a tremendous impact and glided back several thousand feet before barely managing to stabilize his figure. Even if his fleshy body was powerful, the webbing between his thumb and index finger was also shocked until it went numb. Except, with this delay, the four people already had their retreat paths utterly blocked off by the 10 stone men. Lure, enter the vast heaven pag. Oda, Yi Yuan said. Although unwilling, Lure also knew that this battle was already not what she could take part in. Putting Lure away inside the vast heaven pag. Oda, Yi Yuan said to Lure and White Light, you guys two each. Leave the rest to me. Don't cling to the battle. Once there's a chance, immediately run. Ignorant human, do you think that you guys still have the chance to escape? Said Stoneman. Yi Yuan's face turned dark, and he said to the stone men, we were just seeing through your honorable land and had no intentions of offending. Why does your esteemed self pursue so relentlessly? The stoneman gave a cold snort and said, humans, there's not a good one. Enough offer up your life. These stone men seemed to have an immense grudge toward humans. Without listening to any explanations at all, they made a move straight away. Those stone men punched out like the wind. Each and every move actually carried the power of divine Tao laws. Yi Yuan even suspected whether or not these guys were genuine deity realm powerhouses in the divine Tao era. However, these 10 stonemen's strength, it was clear that one in the front whose strength was the greatest. The others, their strengths were a notch inferior to him. If every one of them were so powerful, it would probably be hard for Lure and White Light to have chances of winning. But even if there were just two, it was also very taxing for the two people to cope with it. What was Navel was that these guys' defenses were seriously too perverse. Even receiving one of Yi Yuan's coiling dragon heaven devastating palm, it was also merely being knocked over onto the ground. Those guys prepared for a bit and plunged into the battle again like they were completely fine. Golden light flickered on Yi Yuan's body. Relying on the power of the fleshy body and getting into a fierce battle with 6 stone men, there was actually no distinction of superiority or inferiority for some time. Although those stone men were strong, they were unable to break through the limits of divine Tao too. Yi Yuan was already increasingly closer to grand completion at present. In the entire divine realm, it could be said that his strength was second only to Fong Tian. But at the rate of this declining trend, he was fine, but Lure and White Light were bound to find it hard to sustain for long. No way. Got to think of a way to leave. At this time, we'll be pummeled by them into meat paste sooner or later. Yi Yuan thought in his heart, and suddenly arrived beside Lure with greater teleportation. Lure, wait for me ahead. While talking, Yi Yuan's both palms struck out. 2 coiling dragon heaven devastating palms gushed out, directly striking 2 stone men flying out. Lure and Yi Yuan already did not need much communication long ago, understanding without many words, and leaped out with a bound. White Light! Yi Yuan shouted loudly. White Light similarly understood tacitly. It was only to see him suddenly roared out. A punch suddenly rumbled out. Fierce Tiger Heavenly Tyrant Fist. A terrifying white tiger phantom appeared, forcefully repelling the 2 stone men back over a dozen steps. Borrowing the recoil strength, White Light's figure sped away hastily, chasing after Lure's footsteps and leaving the battlefield. All of this happened in the time it took for a spark to fly off a piece of flint. Those stone men had yet to catch up, but they already heard a dragon roar surge to the sky. Voice of the Dragon G.O.D. Yi Yuan used his ace in the hole. Within this area, it attacked indiscriminately. The figures of the 10 stone men immediately stiffened there quiveringly. These stone men simply had no weaknesses to exploit. Regardless whether was it essence energy martial techniques or body refinement martial techniques, it virtually had no effect on them. Only this voice of the Dragon G.O.D. that crushed everything had an effect on them. Bang! Boom! Boom! Those stonemen's bodies were completely piled up using rocks. But at this time, those rocks were actually falling apart. Boom! Finally, a stoneman could not withstand the voice of the Dragon G.O.D.'s power. His entire body collapsed with a loud bang, disintegrating directly. Rumble! Rumble! One stoneman after another was dismantled by the voice of the Dragon G.O.D. just like that. Even that strongest one was no exception either. One breath, 2 breaths. 10 stonemen were all shocked by the voice of the dragon in a piles of rock debris. Huff huff! Yi Yuan panted heavily for air. The feeling of his entire body aching immediately hit. Unless there was no other option, he was really unwilling to deploy this martial technique. Powerful was powerful. It was just that the sequela of using it was also rather agonizing. At this time, he only wished to find a place and have a good sleep. He took a look at those shattered rock pieces and was just about to leave, but all of a sudden, his face changed. Those shattered rubble pieces actually started moving on its own. Swuz. H. Plus swuz. H. Plus swuz. H. Plus under Yi Yuan's dumbfounded gaze, those rocks actually pieced together once more. Could these guys be of undying bodies? His voice of the Dragon G.O.D. was even able to shock Yu Ji to death, but actually could not shock these stone men to death. At hashtag #YinYin%, Yi Yuan could not refrain from swearing. Dragging his exhausted body, he hurried away from here. When these guys finished piecing together, he would not even be able to run. Ahead, Li'er and White Light were currently waiting for Yi Yuan. Seeing Yi Yuan's appearance, they hurriedly went forward to support him. How is it, big brother? Even the void of the Dragon G.O.D. was used. Those clunks should all be shattered already, right? White Light said with a smile. Speechlessly, Yi Yuan said, quickly leave. Still don't go. It will be too late. Yi Yuan's words made the two people's faces change drastically. With the way Yi Yuan was currently, how could they still be those 10 stonemen's match? At once, without the slightest hesitation, they brought Yi Yuan and fled speedily. Big brother, this. When the world is going on. White Light said in bewilderment. Yi Yuan's expression was very ugly, recounting the events that just transpired. The two people were both speechless. Those stone men were a bit too freakish, right? Big brother, there's a peach blossom forest ahead. White Light suddenly said. Go in. Yi Yuan did not hesitate in the slightest, directly instructing White Light to enter the peach blossom forest. However, the miraculous thing was that the stone men pursued relentlessly, but after they saw that they entered this forest, they actually did not chase inside anymore. Lord Stonebrave, this human is so strong. That roar could actually dismantle us. A stoneman said to the leader. Stonebrave said, this human is rather extraordinary. That roar earlier seems like the voice of the Dragon G.O.D. of the legends. Strange, he's clearly a human. Why would he know the dragon race's paramount martial technique? Forget it. Since they entered this peach blossom forest, they definitely can't come out anymore. Don't need to care about them anymore. Let's go back. Recently, the abnormalities in the its Fall Mountain range are quite a few. Most likely, Patriarch is also going to wake up. Chapter 1237, Trap. Chapter 1237, Trap. Big brother. It seems like those stone men didn't chase over. We're saved. White Light said with a lingering fear in his heart. But Yi Yuan's expression was not too good. Most likely, we've just escaped the tiger's maws, but entered the wolf's den again. Yi Yuan said with a bitter smile. White Light froze, somewhat puzzled. Wasn't this just a peach blossom forest in front of them? Seeing his puzzled look, Yi Yuan said. We've already entered another SPAC. This peach blossom forest secretly in Kampa. SES the Tao of array formations. Furthermore, it's incomparably profound. Even for me, it's hard to resolve it too. White Light shock was by no means insignificant. Only then did he carefully size up this peach blossom forest. It was just a pity that he was completely clueless about array formations and could not perceive anything at all. Don't scare me, big brother, White Light said speechlessly. Yi Yuan said powerlessly. Scare you for what? With the peach trees as the formation base, laying down such a large formation, the person who set the formation was truly remarkable. If I didn't guess wrongly, this array formation was probably left behind by a deity realm powerhouse. White Light said in surprise. No way, right? It's just some ordinary peach trees. Who cares what large formation? Just directly burn it. And wouldn't it be done? Yi Yuan shook his head and said, can't be burned. A moment of carelessness, and it will manipulate the fire and immolate yourself. White Light expression turned fearful and finally knew the seriousness of the matter. He knew that Yi Yuan would not ramble nonsense. Even with Yi Yuan's formations Tao, he could not break this array formation. It could be imagined how terrifying this array formation was. Then what should we do now, big brother? Wait for me to recover strength first, Yi Yuan said. 2 days later, Yi Yuan's sequela faded away completely. Only then did he size this peach blossom forest up meticulously. The more he looked, the more alarmed he got. Before their eyes, there were 3 paths that could be taken. Yi Yuan looked for a long time, but kept not daring to move. This peach blossom forest looked tranquil, but Yi Yuan knew that if he took one wrong step, it would arouse a fearsome killing trap. White Light looked at Yi Yuan nervously by the side, and also did not dare speak up to interrupt. He discovered that on Yi Yuan's forehead, fine sweat beads actually faintly surfaced. It could be seen that Yi Yuan's deduction was not that smooth. This stop was 24 hours, an entire day's time. If it were before, White Light would not dare believe it at all that Yi Yuan had to spend such a long time to move one step inside the array formation. It seemed like this array formation was truly extraordinary. Following Yi Yuan spitting out a long breath of air, White Light's nerves also eased up. While Liu lightly wiped away the sweat beads on Yi Yuan's forehead, her eyes were full of sympathy. Previously, Yi Yuan gave his full attention to study the array formation. She did not dare to go and interrupt either. How is it, big brother? Which path should we take? White Light asked. Yi Yuan's expression was somewhat weary, but he still forcefully roused his spirits and said, this one on the right, it should be safe. White Light did not notice, but Liu looked at Yi Yuan with mild surprise. He actually used should this term, and not definitely. Yi Yuan examined things for a full day's time, and what he gave was actually just an ambiguous answer. This array formation really incredible. I'll go first. Liu spoke up without the slightest hesitation. Finished talking, she opened up her footsteps, wanting to step on this right path. Yi Yuan heaved a sigh, knowing that Liu's thoughts were meticulous and saw through the flaws in his words. This was going to test the formation with her body. Looking as Liu was about to step onto that path, a flash of inspiration suddenly flashed in Yi Yuan's mind. Hold on, Yi Yuan shouted loudly. Liu's foot was already halfway stepped out already. Once it landed, she would have thoroughly stepped onto that path. Hearing Yi Yuan's yell, she involuntarily withdrew her footstep. What is it, big brother Yuan? Liu said puzzledly. In an instant, Yi Yuan's body was already drenched in sweat. That foot landing, Liu's life would be gone. Sorry, Liu, almost harmed you. That road is similarly a dead end. This array formation has killing intent hidden everywhere. I had a flash of inspiration just now and suddenly discovered that this path is actually a flaw that the array formation deliberately revealed. Yi Yuan had a look of lingering fear in his heart. The seemingly magnificent and gorgeous peach blossom forest actually surged with undercurrents. One misstep, and it would mean Paris. I plus Ing and Tao dissipating. And just earlier, Yi Yuan discovered that the result he deduced for an entire day was actually a flaw deliberately made by the Grand Array. If Li'er's step was taken, they would forever be separated by life and death. But Li'er smiled without a care and said, Big Brother Yuan is pitting skills with a deity realm formation's Tao powerhouse here. Not being sure is also normal. Why is there a need to apologize to me? Moreover, aren't I perfectly fine? At least this first round, it's Big Brother Yuan who won. Yi Yuan secretly sighed. Li'er was always so composed and magnanimous, and did not even bat an eyelid when braving fire and flood for him. Having such a wife, what else did a husband need? He already had a decision in his mind. If he could pacify the fiend Calamity, he would definitely give Li'er a glorious wedding. White Light also secretly lamented at the narrow shave and asked, Big Brother, this path isn't right. Then which path should we take? None of the paths are correct, Yi Yuan said solemnly. White Light and Li'er were both stunned, somewhat uncertain what it meant. Yi Yuan extended his finger and pointed in a direction, saying, Go from here. The two people were stunned again because the direction that Yi Yuan pointed had no path at all. Big Brother, this, White Light said, a loss. Yi Yuan did not explain, immediately moving forward. Right at this time, a scene that made White Light and Li'er astonished happened. Yi Yuan's figure disappeared right in front of them, just like this. The two people exchanged a glance and also caught up with Yi Yuan's footsteps, walking over in that direction. The two people only felt a blur before their eyes. Indeed, they said through from inside ASPAC. But what made them astounded was that the scene before their eyes was exactly the same as what they saw previously. This made them have an illusion as if they returned to where they were again. Big Brother Yuan, what's going on here? Could it be that these peach blossoms are all illusions? Li'er asked with a surprised look. Yi Yuan smiled and said, When the real is treated as an illusion, the illusion is even more real than the truth. When what doesn't exist is treated as something that exists, that fabricated truth is even more real than the truth that exists. It's just that the level of the person who laid down the formation is too high, with peach blossoms as the medium, dividing this SPAC into countless fragments. What we need to do is to walk out through the only one survival path from among these countless fragments, just like walking through a maze. The two people were shocked when they heard it. To be able to use ordinary peach blossoms and lay down such an exquisite grand array. The means of the person who set the formation was truly inconceivable. The means of deity realm powerhouses were totally not what they were able to surmise. Receiving the stimulation of Li'er's seen earlier, Yi Yuan swept away the decadence from before. That powerful self-confidence returned to him once again. Yi Yuan could sense that the person who set the formation was absolutely someone with extraordinary formation's Tao strength. He deduced step by step, but still almost fell into that deity realm powerhouse's trap in the end. Facing this grand array, he felt like he was crossing swords with that array deity powerhouse. Receiving Li'er's stimulus, Yi Yuan was currently surging with fighting intent and was bent on breaking this array formation. So what of deity realm powerhouse? Today, I, Yi Yuan, am going to extinguish the domineering influence of a deity realm powerhouse. Chapter 1238. You guys move aside, let me. Chapter 1238. You guys move aside, let me. Big Brother, where should we go this time? Seeing Yi Yuan come out of comprehending the array formation, White Light could not resist going up to ask. While at this time, 3 days had already passed, said since they entered this second SPAC. This second step, Yi Yuan actually used 3 times the time of the first step. Actually, the way White Light and Umengli saw it, the scenery before their eyes was exactly the same as the first step. There was no difference at all, but it was precisely because so that the difficulty of studying the array formation was even greater. Center. Done talking. Yi Yuan walked in from that path in the middle without the least bit of hesitation. White Light and Umengli did not dare to dawdle, following closely behind. For the third step SPAC, C. Yi Yuan used 6 days' time before comprehending fully. But 4-step S. P. A. C. Yi Yuan used a full half a month's time. White Light did not dare to interrupt Yi Yuan's comprehension and could not resist grumbling to Lier softly. My G.O.D. At the rate of this speed, when we get out, the fiend race would probably have long unified the divine realm already. Actually, Lier was also weighed down with worry. It was just that she did not express it out like White Light. A month's time had already gone by now. They had not even walked out of the 4-step S. P. A. C. This kind of speed was not much faster than a tortoise crawling either. At this rate, it was really as White Light said, even if they went out, it would also be too late already. But she also knew that the formation's Tao profundities that this divine rank grand array contained was too complicated and disorderly. Wanting to thoroughly comprehend was not so easily achieved. One could tell from the 1st-step S. P. A. C. who knew how many traps were hidden inside this grand array. Yi Yuan needed to identify carefully before he could ensure the safety of the next step. Suddenly, Yi Yuan, who was currently meditating with his eyes closed, opened both eyes and walked over toward a CLU's tur of peach blossoms. 5th-step S. P. A. C. Yumengli Duo thought that Yi Yuan needed to spend even more time to ascertain the next step's action. However, they did not expect that Yi Yuan only used 2 hours and took action. Big Brother Yuan, what's happening here? Could it be that you've already cracked the array formation? Yumengli said in astonishment. Yi Yuan smiled and said, how can cracking the array formation be easy? But wanting to pot S through this peach blossom forest shouldn't pose a problem anymore. This 1 month plus of comprehension could be said to be advancing by leaps and bounds for Yi Yuan's formation's Tao attainments. Divine Tao array formations were hard to understand. If somebody else was here, they probably could not even accomplish learning the rudiments. But Yi Yuan's formation's Tao level had long already reached the threshold of divine Tao. Lu Linfeng's formation's Path 9 script's 9th level was a true divine Tao array formation. That was why Yi Yuan and Lu Linfeng's formations Tao great battle that day. When Lu Linfeng was prepared to use the 9th level, Yi Yuan took the initiative to admit defeat. This time, Lier was almost killed by the Grand Array, but it thoroughly stimulated Yi Yuan, maximizing his potential to the greatest limits. This 1 month's time, Yi Yuan devoted his entirety to comprehending and finally took that last step, comprehending divine Tao array formation laws. Although extremely shallow, it opened up a brand new world to Yi Yuan. This way, the speed of Yi Yuan cracking this peach blossom array formation was countless times faster than before. 10 days later, the 3 people only felt a blur before their eyes. The scenery before their eyes finally changed for the first time. This 1 month plus time, it was peach blossoms as far as their eyes could see. No matter how beautiful the scenery, aesthetic fatigue appeared too. Moreover, even though the peach blossoms were beautiful, it concealed killing intent. Especially White Light. He was almost about to puke from looking at the peach blossoms. This in peach blossom forest, this little lord, I am never entering inside again. In the future, as long as I see a peach blossom forest, this little lord will definitely burn it. White Light said with a gloomy look. This 1 month plus time, he was really almost going insane. Because the scenery of every S, P, C was all completely identical. No matter which S, P, A, C he walked to, it was all those 3 paths in front of him. This guy who laid down the formation was simply a pervert. And what's this place? It's so beautiful, simply like a paradise. Yumengli suddenly said in surprise. Poo work. White Light finally could not resist and vomited large mouthfuls. Yi Yuan and Lier exchanged a glance, and both could not resist laughing out loud. Logically speaking, it was absolutely impossible for White Light, this kind of powerhouse, to vomit. But the psychological impact this 1 month plus had on him was seriously too great. White Light rolled his eyes and said unhappily, "You guys are still laughing? I'm warning you, You're absolutely not allowed to say peach blossom, these two words, in front of me in the future. Blurg. After about a joking around, the three people finally sized up this area in front of them. This place was indeed like a paradise. Green hills and clear waters, beautiful scenery. Most importantly, this place was full of essence energy. It was not inferior to the divine realm's super holy lands. Big Brother Yuan, this place doesn't look like its Fall Mountain range. Could it be that we returned to the divine realm? Lear said curiously. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, doesn't look like it. I feel that this place is another independent S.P.A.C., just like the soul refining sect S.P.A.C., independent outside of the divine realm. Is it possible that this place is also a certain divine Tao sect's ruins? Looking at this appearance, it's not that kind of heretic path sect. It shouldn't be dangerous, right? White Light finally stopped puking and came up to interject. That's not necessarily. The more beautiful the place, the more dangerous it may be. This 1 month plus, haven't you experienced it as well? Yi Yuan said. White Light's expression changed. The optimism from before swept clean immediately. Yeah, inside this Fall Mountain range, would there be a not dangerous place? Big Brother, how about we go back? White Light said. Yi Yuan smiled and said, if we could go back, why would I spend 1 month plus to barge through the formation? This array formation is one-directional. Being able to walk out is already a miracle. Want to turn back? Not unless the person who laid down the formation personally lead the way. What to do here? White Light said depressedly, since we came, might as well stay and make the best of it. Why not go in and take a look? Maybe there's some unexpected harvests, Yi Yuan said. The party moved carefully between the mountains and rivers, but they did not encounter any dangers. This made the three people's hearts relax slightly. Moving past a mountain, what surprised them was that there were actually several figures that intruded into their sights. Big Brother, there are people. Seems to be demon race. Odd. Why would there be demons here? White Light said wonderingly. When Yi Yuan saw this scene, he was similarly incomparably bewildered. Far away, several demons were currently sparring with each other, fighting in full swing. This independent S.P.A.C. actually still had the demon race that existed. Those few people clearly also discovered Yi Yuan and company on top of the mountain, their figures moving, speeding over here. Yi Yuan and the rest were just thinking of going up to say H.E.L. low, but they did not expect that those few demons' faces changed. They said fiercely, it's humans. How can humans appear? Kill. Those few people gave them no chance to explain and actually directly chose to attack. White Light and Li were just about to make a move, but was stopped by Yi Yuan. Let them hit. Not being aware of this place's depths, better not to make a move. You guys move aside. Let me deal with this, Yi Yuan said coolly. Chapter 1239, Divine Beast Realm. Chapter 1239, Divine Beast Realm. What kind of freak is this guy? He exhausting me to death. I can't anymore. I can't muster up a trace of essence energy anymore. These few people wailed their lungs out. They unleashed all of their abilities, but was still unable to shake Yi Yuan in the slightest. The looks that they currently looked at Yi Yuan with at this time were full of fear and shock. This person was too strong. He stood there unmoved and did not even attack, and they were already tired out. This way of fighting was simply too despairing. Yi Yuan approached with a smile, looking at them. Those few demons almost jumped up like they had their tails stepped on. Why you? What are you doing? I'm warning you. Our young patriarch is very formidable. When he comes over, you're dead for sure. Yi Yuan was smiling, but in their eyes, it was like a weasel greeting the chicken Happy New Year. Your young patriarch? You have the dragon race, tiger race, phoenix race, among you all. I'm very curious about what kind of existence your young patriarch is. Yi Yuan had long seen through that these few demons were actually almost pooling together the four symbols family clans. Could it be that inside this S.P.A.C. there was still another four symbols family clans? These people's strength were not strong, just initial stage tier 9. But their age was not considered old either. In the demon race, they could absolutely count as geniuses. But their overall strength was more than a magnitude stronger than the demon race outside. If you have the guts, let's go. When our young patriarch comes, you'll definitely get it, said one of them. Yi Yuan laughed when he heard that and said, Okay, I'll let you guys go and wait right here for your young patriarch to come. Those few people were akin to being granted amnesty when they heard and fled helter-skelter. Big brother, this place is so strange. White Light said. Yi Yuan nodded and said, This place seems to be rather interesting. Before long, those few demons who fled previously returned again. But this time, there were a lot more that came together with them. A group of people surrounded a young man. That young man had a haughty look, but his strength was not weak, already peaked tier 9. But this bit of strength, Yi Yuan naturally did not place it in his sights. You're the human who barged into the divine beast realm and even injured my clan members? Now, are you prepared for a reckoning? That young man thought nothing of Yi Yuan at all. With his strength, dealing with a human initial stage divine king. Wasn't it capturing with ease? Yi Yuan did not reply the other party's question, but he said with great interest, So, this place is called the Divine Beast Realm. No wonder there are so many 4 symbols, family clans, demons. It's just, I wonder what relations. HI plus P is there between you guys and the Divine Realms, 4 symbols, family clans? Insolence. Young Patriarch is asking you a question. What's with your ATT, Itude? Someone immediately berated by the side. Young Patriarch's face also darkened. He was arrogant, but that one opposite was even more arrogant than him. He discovered that Yi Yuan did not take him, this young patriarch, seriously at all. While at this time, there was someone in the crowd with S, H, I, plus FTY eyes swiveling around, currently sizing Yi Yuan up carefully. It's you. Why you? Why are you here? Exclaimed that person suddenly. The young patriarch frowned, with his face revealing displeasure as he said solemnly, You know him? At this time, everyone all revealed curious looks. That clan member was called Long Zhun. Among them, he was not considered very outstanding. Back then, going out to have a trial, he was even pummeled black and blue and came back. This matter was the Divine Beast Realm's laughingstock for a very long time. It was just that time Pius said his talent also gradually exhibited, and he also hugged young Patriarch's thigh. That was why everyone did not dare to make fun of him. Long Zhun seemed to be somewhat afraid of Yi Yuan and said with an ugly expression, He's that punk who impersonated the Dragon Lord back then in the Endless World. The moment these words came out, everyone was stunned and immediately burst out laughing. Ha ha! Long Zhun, you wouldn't have eaten the wrong medicine, right? You're saying that this is the person who bashed you into a pig's head back then? How can a lower realm's aboriginal possibly show up in the divine beast realm? Long Zhun, looks like a considerable psychological shadow was left on you back then. Now, when you see a human, you take him to be that person. Yet just how many years had Pius said, how can a human possibly cultivate to initial stage divine king? Those clan members all made fun of Long Zhun. They totally did not believe that Yi Yuan was that guy who pummeled him into a pig's head back then. However, the astonishment in Yi Yuan's heart was not the slightest bit lesser than Long Zhun's. Just now, when Long Zhun cried out, he felt that he looked familiar. Later, hearing their conversation, he was even more shocked. The one who was similarly unbelievably shocked was also White Light. He also knew about the matter of Yi Yuan Thras. Plussing the Dragon Lord back then. He did not expect that they actually met here. The two people exchanged a glance, both revealing a look of incredulity. Could it be that this place was actually behind that dark forest? This was also a little too miraculous, right? Why don't you guys believe me? He's really that punk. Long Zhun could not help saying vexedly and angrily. The young patriarch gave a cold snort and said coolly, No matter who he is, for a human showing up here, there's only one outcome. That is death. Done talking, young patriarch lifted his hand, and it was a palm move. The sound of a dragon roar came howling out. Coiling dragon, heaven, devastating palm. Seeing this move, Yi Yuan smiled. Even White Light smiled. Even Lier, who was quiet, also smiled. Showing off in the presence of an expert was talking about this, right? Yi Yuan unleashed a palm, casually. Similarly, the coiling dragon, heaven, devastating palm. One palm unleashed. I. Plus Ing, the clan members on the divine beast realm side, all visibly changed countenance. How could this human know the coiling dragon, heaven, devastating palm? However, they already could not afford to overthink anymore. Two azure dragons met on a narrow path, looking like the commotion would rend the air. But sadly, the young patriarch's azure dragon was immediately crushed. Dealing with the young patriarch, Yi Yuan did not even need to utilize the divine rank dragon wave. He possessed a 9 transformations golden body, casually displaying a martial technique. The power was also not what the average person could withstand. Clearly, the young patriarch did not have this qualification yet. Boom! Young patriarch was directly sent flying out. How do you know the coiling dragon, heaven, devastating palm? Yi Yuan did not deal a killing blow. The young patriarch just suffered some light injuries. But the astonishment in his heart could not be put into words. Just the coiling dragon, heaven, devastating palm. Is it very rare? Yi Yuan said nonchalantly. Everyone was speechless. Was it not rare? In this divine beast realm, those able to cultivate the coiling dragon, heaven, devastating palm, this kind of divine technique, could be counted on one hand. The young patriarch was one of them. This kind of divine Tao martial technique was not what ordinary people could cultivate. But Yi Yuan's attainments on this path was clearly more than a grade higher than young patriarch. They thought that Yi Yuan was posturing. Actually, Yi Yuan was just stating a fact. Voice of the Dragon G. Oh, D. This martial technique was G. Oh, D knows how many times stronger than the coiling dragon, heaven, devastating palm. Furthermore, the dragon race divine, Tao martial techniques that Yi Yuan grasped were far from just these. Now, can you answer this young master's question? Actually, I just want to know what kind of region this place is. Yi Yuan asked coolly as he looked at everyone whose shock were incapable of increasing further. Chapter 1240. 4 Great Elders Moving Out Simultaneously. Chapter 1240. 4 Great Elders Moving Out Simultaneously. Yi Yuan asked everyone very amiably, but the other party was fearful as if they were facing a tiger. They were actually collectively scared until they fell back several steps. You, don't come over. Long Zhun was sing his pants in fear. Yi Yuan really had a psychological shadow on him. The matters back then caused an indelible impression on him. Originally, he thought that he could already get over it. He did not expect that this devil appeared once more. This person was simply his nightmare. Seeing these fellows' expressions, Yi Yuan could not help being speechless. He was really very curious about whether or not this place was really the sea behind the dark forest. It was just that these guys were clearly frightened by his strength. But he really did not have ill intent. Hey, you're called Longzhun, right? Can you tell me whether or not this place is the dark forest? Can one pass through to the endless world from here? Yi Yuan asked with a radiant smile. He took a step forward. Those guys were like startled rabbits, finally could not bear the psychological pressure, and escaped with their tails tucked between their legs. Seeing this scene, Yi Yuan could not help feeling helpless. Come on, am I so scary? This young master hasn't even made a move yet, all right? Yi Yuan said speechlessly. White Light chortled with laughter and said, These guys are really cowards, throwing away our 4 symbols family clan's face. Lier smiled and said, Big brother Yuan, you didn't attack, but they got badly frightened by your strength. The peak tier, 9 young patriarch, could not even last past one move onto your hands. How could they not be scared? Yi Yuan said helplessly. Looks like I can only use force. Done talking, Yi Yuan's figure moved, vanished. Plussing from where he originally was. The young patriarch was currently fleeing speedily when suddenly a surge of terrifying sword intent locked onto him. The young patriarch's hair stood on its ends. He seemed to have seen the death G. D currently beckoning to him. But unexpectedly, he was even more like a bird startled by the G of a bowstring, wanting to escape. Keep running and die. Yi Yuan's words seemingly came out from the underworld, shattering his fantasies. The young patriarch's footsteps abruptly stopped. He discovered that a young man was currently looking at him coldly. As for the rest, Yi Yuan could not be bothered to care at all, allowing them to leave freely. In Yi Yuan's view, the things that this young patriarch might know was a little more. Head Elder, things are bad. When everyone returned to the clan, there was immediately hysteria, startling the entire clan. Shouting and wrangling. Where lies the sense of propriety? With his seat around, even the sky can't fall. Head Elder Long Yin said with an unhappy look. Hearing Head Elder's steady as Mount Tai voice, everyone's hearts settled down a little. Head Elder, it's really that things are bad. There's a human that broke into our divine beast realm. Furthermore, talking to the back, Long Zhen became hesitant in speech. Long Yan's expression also changed. Humans breaking into the divine beast realm had not happened in D knows how many years. Furthermore, what speak? Long Yin said solemnly. Furthermore, he captured young patriarch. Long Zhen said hesitantly. The young patriarch was Long Yan's grandson. Sure enough, the moment Long Yin heard, he could not help flying into a great rage. What an arrogant human, Trace sing my divine beast realm, and even dare to detain my grandson. This is seeking death. Who's the other party? Could it be that he barged in through the lower realms, spatial channel? Long Yin gnashed his teeth in hatred and said. Long Zhen shook his head and said, in no idea. But he came from the direction of the peach blossom forest. Long Yan's eyes glared, and he said in disbelief, what? This is impossible. The peach blossom forest was an array formation that Ancestor personally laid down. Unless at the deity realm powerhouse, who came personally, otherwise, there's absolutely no way to pass through. Long Zhen said with a bitter smile. Head Elder, I don't know either. Maybe he barged in from the lower realms. It's just, I don't know how he walked to the peach blossom forest that side. It should be like this. After all, he had once entered the endless world's prohibited demon region before. Head Elder was stunned and said, you know him? Long Zhen nodded his head and briefly recounted the grudge with Yi Yuan. Only then did Head Elder come to a realization. No matter who he is, to dare detain Chun'er, it's a one-way ticket to H-E-L-L. Go, bring me to go see him. Long Yin said. The moment Long Yin went out, 3 other figures came up to welcome. Why are the 3 of you here too? Long Yin said. In this divine beast realm, the 4 great clans lived together, but each clan was managed separately. These 3 people in front were precisely the other 3 major races' head elders. We heard that there's a human who broke into this place. Furthermore, his strength isn't weak and even attained Long Chun, so we were planning to go take a look. We know that you want to go, so we came over together to find you, the Tiger Clan's head elders said. Long Yin did not hesitate either and said with a nod, may as well, come on. Yi Yuan tried both hard and soft tactics and finally learned the information that he wanted from Long Chun's mouth. It turned out that this place was actually really behind the dark forest. Back then, he and White Light had once investigated the peripherals of the dark forest before, but the undulation coming from the dark forest made them unable to cross at all. Therefore, the idea of wanting to come in and take a look was also grounded. He did not expect that after a time interval of many years, they actually used this sort of method and entered the dark forest. This place was actually another SPAC. Furthermore, there even lived another group of 4 symbols family clans. What Yi Yuan did not expect even more was that not only was this place connected to the lower realms, it was even linked to the divine realm's Fall Mountain Range. This divine beast realm was simply too magical. Yi Yuan got to understand from Long Chun that the divine beast realm did not just link to the endless world. There were even quite a number of other small worlds. The demonic beasts inside the G.O.D. prohibited demon region were originally all living in the divine beast realm. But following the propagation of the various races, the divine beast realm could not accommodate so many clansmen anymore. Hence, the divine beast realm's demon race connected their S.P.A.C. to the lower realm's S.P.A.C. with a great divine ability. They then banished some impure demon species to the lower realm's G.O.D. prohibited demon region. Just like this, no idea how many years had passed, said the outside world's G.O.D. prohibited demon region had already completely forgotten that they had once originated from the divine beast realm. Toward the trial takers that came out from inside the dark forest, they held them in awe and veneration. Hence, it developed into this current situation. From Long Chun's mouth, Yi Yuan even got to know that this divine beast realm still had an extremely mysterious ancestor. Yi Yuan was very curious about this mysterious ancestor. It was just a pity that this ancestor, even Long Chun had not seen before either. So much so that he even doubted the ancestor's existence. However, Long Chun said that this peach blossom forest was personally set up by the ancestor in order to cut off from the G.O.'s Fall Mountain Range. For so many years, no one had entered the divine beast realm from the G.O.'s Fall Mountain Range before. Long Chun did not think that today Yi Yuan actually said through the peach blossom forest and arrived here. As for this divine beast realm's origins, it was no longer possible to investigate. Even Long Chun, this young patriarch, had no way of knowing too. But Yi Yuan felt that the demon race of the divine beast realm and the divine realm were most probably closely related. Hearing these contents, Yi Yuan and White Light were both deeply shocked. Both of them did not expect that the divine realm actually still had such a mysterious land. Looks like this divine beast realm was also filled with secrets. Chapter 1241. 4 Symbols Resonance. Chapter 1241. 4 Symbols Resonance. Hey, the person who's saving you is here. Yi Yuan looked at Long Chun and said with a smile that was not a smile. Long Chun's dead eyes finally had a hint of sheen. Grandfather, quickly save me, grandfather. Long Chun saw Long Yin and practically used all the strength in his body to shout. Only when Long Yin saw that his grandson was safe and sound did his heart settle down slightly. But immediately, his gaze, when looking at Yi Yuan, was filled with killing intent. This human brat actually dared provoke the majesty of the 4 symbols divine beasts. What was this if it wasn't seeking death? Brat, let Chun'er go if you're sensible. I'll leave you an intact corpse. Long Yin said fiercely to Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan could not help finding it funny when he heard. Could this old man have stayed inside this confined S.P.A.C. for too long, to not even know about the ways of the world? Was this how you asked for someone? You even wanted to leave me with an intact corpse? I still have to let your grandson go? However, Yi Yuan really did that. Yi Yuan lifted his leg and kicked Long Chun's tox, immediately sending him flying out. Art! Long Chun screamed miserably and flew straight for Long Yin. Long Yin was startled and hurriedly fired out a streak of essence energy, catching Long Chun. Everyone was shocked, especially Long Yin. He even thought that he had to expend a bout of effort before he could rescue Long Chun. What he was worried about was Yi Yuan using Long Chun as a hostage to threaten him. That way, he would really be somewhat cautious in taking action. He did not think that this human boy actually directly let him go. However, did he think that he would let him off like this? Grandpa, Long Chun had a look of shame. This young patriarch, had utterly thrown his face away today. Long Yin snorted coldly and reproached, "Shameful thing. Scram back and reflect on your mistakes behind closed doors. You're not to exit seclusion within 100 years. Long Chun did not dare to disobey and said respectfully, "Yes, grandfather." Long Yin no longer bothered with Long Chun, but looked at Yi Yuan with a grim look and said, "Human boy, you're very sensible. I'll keep my word and leave you with an intact corpse. Yi Yuan smiled and said, You're the Dragon Clan's head elder, Long Yan, right? I think you're misunderstanding something. Long Chun is just a small fry to me. Letting go, well, not only takes a thought. Not killing him is just because this young master's ties with the dragon race isn't shallow. Otherwise, do you think that those people would have the chance to return and tip off you? Long Yan's face fell, and he said, Boy, how confident you are. Or is it you're an egomaniac? You ask yourself, facing the four of us, can you still escape with your life? Yi Yuan smiled and said, Not arrogant, but that I have this strength. The four of you attack together then. I want to take a look just how strong the four symbols family clans inside this divine beast realm are. The moment these words came out, everyone's faces changed. The arrangement inside this divine beast realm, apart from the patriarch who's in close seclusion all year round, as well as that old ancestor who had never shown his face before, it was these four head elders as the head. The four head elders were all existences who had comprehended divine Tao laws. This human brat actually wanted to fight 1-on-4? Was he crazy? Ha ha! What an arrogant boy, truly unaware of the immensity of heaven and earth. Killing you, this old man along, is sufficient. Toward the just initial stage divine, king human boy, he did not take us seriously at all. Done talking, he stepped forward and threw a palm out, toppling mountains and overturning the seas. Coiling dragon heaven devastating palm. Yi Yuan smiled again. Grand completion spirit rank, coiling dragon heaven devastating palm, and Long Yan wanted to deal with Yi Yuan using that move. With the exact same move, Yi Yuan's coiling dragon heaven devastating palm came out with a howl. The same grand completion spirit rank. One palm unleashed. H.I. Plusing, the winds and clouds immediately changed color. Boom! Long Yin flew out backward. He could not withstand the power of Yi Yuan's palm, spewing out a mouthful of blood. Comprehending divine rank laws and comprehending divine rank dragon wave was two completely different concepts. The four symbols family clans were the darlings of heaven and earth and had their own Tao belonging to them. The dragon race martial techniques were actually a different understanding of Tao. And dragon wave was the amplitude stimulated with dragon race bloodline power, the medium to unleash the martial technique. The dragon race martial techniques, inclusive of the voice of the dragon G, O, D inside, were released with dragon wave. If Yi Yuan's dragon wave was only spirit rank, his voice of the dragon G, O, D would not have such horrifying power either. In addition, Yi Yuan's comprehension of the dragon race's martial Tao had long reached an exceedingly high realm under Long Tongue's guidance. His comprehension of the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm was far above Long Yan's. The juniors that came together were all dumbstruck. They rubbed their eyes, looking at this scene in front of them in disbelief. In no way, right? A human's coiling dragon heaven devastating palm is actually even more formidable than head elders. Previously, he used this move to defeat young patriarch. I even thought that was already his limits. Didn't expect that his coiling dragon heaven devastating palm is actually on the same level as head elder. No wonder he dared to be so arrogant. It turns out that he really had the capital to be arrogant. In the crowd, Long Zhun thought that head elder arriving could definitely help him purge away his former shame. He did not expect that the invincible head elder in his heart was actually defeated just like this. Recalling back then, the gap between him and Yi Yuan was also not that great. But now, Yi Yuan could poke him to death with a little pinky. He who had always cracked himself up to be a genius finally knew what was called feeling ashamed of his own unseemliness. Long Yin looked at Yi Yuan with an astonished look and said in incredible shock, How do you know the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm? This is my dragon clan's non-transmissible secret. This is the death penalty. Death penalty? Who's sentencing the death penalty? You? Yi Yuan could not help laughing in spite of himself, as he said. The four clans' head elders were all stifled when they heard that. Yeah, These words that originally sounded all too normal, they sounded so laughable hearing it at this time. In this world, it had always been the strong sentencing the weak to death. Now, Yi Yuan was clearly that strong one. Long Yan's face fell, and he said, "Still in a daze for what? Attack together. I want to see just how strong this brat is." The other three head elders' faces turned stern, and without being the slightest bit apprehensiveness, they attacked together. 4 great head elder attacking in unison. The commotion it caused was truly shocking. But what made Yi Yuan surprised was that these 4 people's martial techniques cooperating together, they actually produced a kind of resonance. Azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, black tortoise. 4 divine beasts, phantoms, emerged in unison and actually aroused heaven and earth's resonance. Yi Yuan's expression turned stern and did not dare to slight it. The domain of sword instantly opened up, shrinking to a radius of 10 feet. At the same time, the black tortoise treasure body divine art revolved in full force, an earth-yellow light flooding his body. Boom! Under the 4 great head elders' dumbfounded gazes, Yi Yuan forcefully received this blow. Even though this attack's power was incomparably terrifying compared to the 3 great fiend G. Oh, DS Starburst Grand Art. It was more than a magnitude inferior. Yi Yuan did not budge an inch. How is this possible? The 4 head elders felt that this was too preposterous. Yi Yuan said with a faint smile, "I didn't expect that the 4 symbols divine beasts' martial techniques combining together can actually produce such power. It's just that your strength is too weak." Yi Yuan's words made the 4 head elders' expressions incredibly ugly. The 4 of them were the divine beast realm's apex existences already. A joint attack actually could not even break off a single hair of this brat in front of them. Chapter 1242, A.O. Lee. Chapter 1242, A.O. Lee. Suddenly, the Black Tortoise Clan's head elder suddenly thought of something and cried out in shock. Just now, that was the Black Tortoise treasure body divine art. Earlier, he clearly saw a layer of earth-yellow light halo suffuse on Yi Yuan's body. That kind of characteristic was identical with the Black Tortoise Clan's already lost Black Tortoise treasure body divine art. If without the foreshadowing of the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm previously, the Black Tortoise head elder probably would not dare to think about this. But now he felt that it was extremely likely. But Long Yin was greatly surprised and said, "Kong Yu, what nonsense are you talking about? Isn't your clan's Black Tortoise treasure body divine art already lost for 1,000,000 years? How can this brat possibly learn it?" However, Yi Yuan smiled faintly and said, "Your esteemed self is still somewhat knowledgeable. That's right, it's precisely the Black Tortoise treasure body divine art." The Black Tortoise head elder's face instantly became extremely fascinating. There was no need to talk anymore about the power of this cultivation method. Once cultivated to divine down 9th level, no one in this world could breach the defenses anymore. Even an Origin Deity Realm powerhouse would not cut it as well. The Black Tortoise Clan naturally regretted for a long time over the loss of this cultivation method, but did not expect that this cultivation method actually appeared on a human race's brat. Just what are the origins of this human boy? Not only does he know the dragon race's divine Dao martial technique, he even learned the Black Tortoise Clan's paramount defensive cultivation method. If, let's say, the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm was secretly learned by him, then this Black Tortoise treasure body divine art that has already been lost for 1,000,000 years had no way of secretly learning at all. Just where did this guy learn so many divine Dao martial techniques from? Furthermore, he even SES's predecessors. The 4 head elders, even them joining hands, were actually not his match. The Black Tortoise head elder's exclamation pushed the 4 symbols family clan's shock to another level. Even a supreme martial technique lost for 1,000,000 years showed up on this human brat in front of them. This was too surreal. Right now, they felt like this world was too crazy. This time, Long Yin finally faced Yi Yuan's might squarely and said with a solemn face, "Boy, Just what are your intentions for breaking into the divine beast realm? Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said, this young master just accidentally entered the peach blossoms forest and unintentionally barged into the divine beast realm. You say what intentions I have. This young master really never thought before. However, this young master is really quite interested in this place now. This Yi and the Dragon Clan's ties are not shallow. This brother of mine is also the present divine realm's White Tiger Clan's common lord, in possession of a perfect white tiger physique. It's just, I wonder what kind of relations. I plus P is there between you guys and the divine realm's four symbols family clans? Only with Yi Yuan's words did everyone notice the white light not far away from him. Yi Yuan's light was too dazzling, resulting in body paying attention to the white light behind. But now, hearing Yi Yuan say so, everyone's faces immediately became fascinating. Perfect white tiger physique. Do they still want people to live? This pair of brothers being born, was it to make people feel ashamed of their inadequacy? However, Long Yan's face fell, and he said, no relation at all. All right, you guys can leave. Long Yan's attitude made Yi Yuan slightly surprised, and also had a lot more wild and fanciful thought. Even a blind man could tell that this divine beast realm and the divine realm's four symbols family clans were deeply connected. Long Yan was not blind. Then he could only be lying through his teeth. Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said, this young master wants to leave as well, but that peach blossom forest can't be said through. Long Yin said coldly, that's your problem. What has it got to do with this seat? This place doesn't welcome you. Yi Yuan chuckled and said, this young master already showed leniency repeatedly on account of ties with the four symbols family clans. Could it be that you guys really take this young master to be easy to bully? An overwhelming aura slowly released. That faintly discernible killing intent made everyone's hearts turn cold. It seemed like this little lord was really enraged. Suddenly, Yi Yuan's brows furrowed, and he said, since you came, why not show yourself? When everyone had blank faces, a figure slowly walked out from within the void. When the four-head elders saw the arrival, their faces all changed, and they bowed in salute as they said, we have seen Patriarch. Different from Yi Yuan's expectations, the Patriarch was a middle-aged man with a ruddy complexion, B-R-I-N-G, with vitality. It looked like he should be in his prime. The Patriarch sized Yi Yuan up, seemingly wanting to see through Yi Yuan. But he was disappointed. Yi Yuan was like a deep abyss, unable to see the bottom with one glance. Clearly a 30-over-years-old young man, but looked to have the level-headedness of a middle-aged person. Yi Yuan was also sizing the other party up. No idea why. This person actually gave Yi Yuan a feeling of seemingly being acquainted. But this divine beast realm, it was clearly his first time coming. Aoli, the middle-aged man suddenly opened his mouth and said. Yi Yuan did not hesitate, and he said lightly, Yi Yuan, your esteemed self's request is truly making people do things beyond their power. That peach blossom forest, only ancestor alone can return to the divine realm. If you want to go out, this seat can send you away to the lower realms, Oli said coolly. The words filled all of the clan members with shock. These words did not sound like much, but actually it already expressed the Patriarch's attitude. He was not willing to provoke Yi Yuan. With the Patriarch's strength, he was actually so wary of Yi Yuan too. In their eyes, this was already the divine beast realm's greatest concession. Who knew that Yi Yuan shook his head and said, this Yi is pressed for time and can't afford to waste time. If only the ancestor alone can do it, can you invite him to come out of seclusion? With Yi Yuan's present strength, returning from the lower realms was indeed not too much of a trouble. In fact, he could even return to the endless world to meet his parents. It was just that this bout of time-wasting, at the very least, had to take the greater part of a year, even a year's time as well, before he could return to the Fall mountain range. He could not afford to waste it. Hearing these words, Ao Li's face fell and said, Your esteemed self insisting on others to do what's impossible. Do you really take this AO to be scared of you? Yi Yuan slightly heaved a sigh and said, It's not that this Yi is forcing people to do what they are unwilling to, but it's truly that I can't help it. Hope that Patriarch AO can forgive. The aura on AO Li's body suddenly released. A terrifying dragon pressure instantly locked onto Yi Yuan. Looks like you want to force this AO to take action. But Yi Yuan was seemingly oblivious and said coolly, I'm not forcing you to take action. If really only the ancestor alone can do it, then this Yi can only force him out. Everyone all sucked in a cold breath. This was also truly too arrogant, right? This guy actually did not even place Patriarch AO in his eyes. How strong that mysterious ancestor was, those clan members did not know at all. But Patriarch AO Li was an existence capable of suppressing the four-head elders. How could this boy dare to be any more arrogant? Ha! Good. Very good. This AO has already not encountered an opponent in this divine beast realm for many years. Today, this AO wants to measure on what basis you dare to say this kind of big talk. If you really could defeat this seat, Ancestor might really come out. Aoli let out a wild laugh and said, he was wary of Yi Yuan. It did not mean that he was scared of Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan was also helpless. He was not a troublemaker, but it was necessary in order to return to the Fall mountain range. There was no other choice. He had to stir up trouble this time. Chapter 1243, Mysterious Background. Chapter 1243, Mysterious Background. Fool. This boy definitely doesn't know how terrifying patriarch strength is. When Long Yin saw Yi Yuan courting death and provoking Aoli, he had a look of disdain. The other three head elders had looks of agreement. They were all aware of Aoli's strength. Yi Yuan's defense was indeed very powerful, but wanting to withstand Aoli's attack, it likely could not be done. Yi Yuan did an inviting hand gesture and said coolly, "Please." Aoli's face turned cold, and he said in a solemn voice, "What an arrogant young boy. Do you really think that you're invincible under the heavens? Since you know the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm, then I'll use this move to challenge you." A terrifying dragon pressure enveloped all present in an instant. Patriarch Ao is the most talented patriarch of my divine beast realm in 100,000 years. His bloodline already evolved to the sacred rank. I don't believe that this Yi Yuan can still overturn the heavens. Long Yin said with a look of disdain. But very soon, his expression became fascinating again. Under Aoli's dragon pressure, Yi Yuan was still leisurely and calm. A faint aura released from his body. Including Aoli, all of the clan members were greatly astonished. Peak sacred rank bloodline. Just missing one last step, and he could step into divine rank bloodline. A human. How was this possible? Coiling dragon heaven devastating palm. Aoli forcefully pressed down the astonishment in his heart. A coiling dragon heaven devastating palm attacking flagrantly. At once, heaven and earth change colors because of it. Divine rank, coiling dragon heaven devastating palm. This Aoli actually comprehended divine rank dragon wave too. Being shock was just shock. Yi Yuan's coiling dragon heaven devastating palm still shot out without the slightest hesitation. Roar, roar. Two dragon roars surged to the sky. In 100,000 years, two mighty divine rank coiling dragon heaven devastating palms clashed head-on for the first time. This kind of spectacle originally could not be seen in the same era at all, but today it appeared. This was a clash between two great dragon race, peerless geniuses. Is my eyesight failing? This human boy actually comprehended dragon rank dragon wave too. Is this guy really a human? Could have been a mistake? Why would the divine rank coiling dragon heaven devastating palm appear on a human? I comprehended for several hundred years and only just reached the initial stage heaven rank. Yi Yuan's consecutive attacks refreshed the senses of the four symbols clan members again and again. This human was simply here to kick down the dojo, Cruz. Plussing the pride in their hearts to smithereens. Even someone as stunning as Patriarch Ao was also overshadowed in front of Yi Yuan. Boom! The collision of divine, rank, coiling dragon, heaven, devastating palms could be described with startling the heavens and shaking the earth. That terrifying undulation made everyone's countenance change because of it. Yi Yuan suffered the impact of the recoil force, his innards churning. But Aoli was even more miserable. He was directly blasted flying 10,000 feet away by Yi Yuan's blow at this time. A trace of fresh blood even hung at the corners of his mouth. Clearly, he had already suffered considerable internal injuries. 9 transformations, golden body. Ao Li's gaze when looking at Yi Yuan was unbelievably shocked. The reason why he lost was that he was defeated by the 9 transformations golden body. Don't look at how Yi Yuan's 9 transformations golden body was just that tiny bit. The compounding on martial techniques could not be underestimated. After all, this was the fleshy body that only deity realm powerhouses could possess. Yi Yuan said coolly, "This he just wants to return to the G? Oh, it's Fall Mountain Range. Everyone better not push people too far. With this he has strength, ma. Sacring all of you clean isn't impossible either." Yi Yuan's words made everyone's faces change. He challenged the entire divine beast realm with his power alone here. But now, even Patriarch Aoli was not his match. He really had the strength to exterminate one's clan and was not joking around. Aoli's expression flickered incessantly. Could it be that the entire divine beast realm had to lower their head to this human brat? Since that's the case, your esteemed self should stay here a bit for 2 days. This Ao will attempt to communicate with old ancestor. Finally, Aoli still lowered his proud head. Yi Yuan nodded his head, but did not say anything. This place seemed to not welcome them. Although Yi Yuan was curious, he could not deign his own status either and insist on figuring things out. The urgent matter on hand was still returning to the G. Fall Mountain Range and finding the Kunwa Divine Wood. The rest was all not important. It was just that the gaze that the 4 symbols family clans looked toward Yi Yuan were filled with fear. Especially those juniors who yelled and wrangled at Yi Yuan before. Only then did they know how ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth they were. If Yi Yuan really wanted to kill them, they would have handed over their lives no matter how many they had. Just like this, Yi Yuan temporarily stayed in the Dragon Clan. It was just that his residence was like a forbidden ground. Everyone all stayed far away, not daring to approach him. "White Light, what do you think?" Yi Yuan asked White Light after settling down. Previously, White Light did not speak all along, which was very different from his style. Yi Yuan knew that White Light definitely had some ideas. "Big brother, I can't put my finger to it as well. I keep feeling that I have a very familiar feeling towards this place." White Light had a rare, deep contemplation. Yi Yuan's brows raised up, and he said, "It's not odd that you have this kind of feeling, but why do I have this kind of feeling too?" White Light looked at Yi Yuan rather amazedly and said, "It would be the between bloodlines, right? I feel that the divine beast realm's demon race's bloodlines are even purer than the outside worlds. The strength of the demon races here is more than a level stronger than the outside world on the whole." Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "This statement may hold true for you, but doesn't quite make sense for me. When I entered the Divine Realms Dragon Clan, I never had this kind of feeling before either. But arriving here, there's a feeling that I can't explain clearly or understand. How strange." White Light thought about it and said, "Big brother, back then when I went to the Dark Forest, I kept feeling that there was something calling me. Now, entering here, this feeling is even stronger. I say, could I have come out from here?" Yi Yuan smiled when he heard that and said, "How is that possible? When I met you, you were just tier 1, and your mother was just tier 2. Unless that isn't your biological mother. Do you feel that a tier 2 demonic beast can walk out from here?" White Light could not help being stifled when he heard that, and also felt that he was thinking too much. Between this dark forest and endless forest, the two were still separated by the G.O.D. prohibited demon region. How could a tier 2 demonic beast possibly walk out? Moreover, White Light's mother was just an ordinary demonic beast. Perhaps there's that trace of divine beast bloodline, but it was already faint to the point that it could be disregarded. At this time, the Lier who did not speak all along suddenly opened her mouth and said, "Big Brother Yuan, seems to me that it isn't impossible either." Yi Yuan's eyes lit up, and he said, "What do you mean?" Lier said, "Big Brother Yuan, isn't your atavism dragon soul also hard to come by in 1,000,000 years? Which is also to say that, during these 1,000,000 years, only you alone possess this kind of divine soul. Then, isn't this a phenomenon of atavism? Although White Light's mother's bloodline was thin, perhaps her ancestor came out of this place." Lier's words made Yi Yuan and White Light sink into deep thought. Chapter 1244. Chapter 1244. Mother and son linking hearts. Ancestor. The matter that happened in the day. You're already aware, right? Aoli stood outside a cave, him by the side. Clearly, he was very respectful toward the old ancestor inside the cave. Only after a long time did a voice that sounded like having had experienced the many vicissitudes of life come out from inside the cave. "Are you blaming me for not taking action?" Aoli's expression changed, and he hurriedly said, "Aoli dare not. Hoo-hoo, even if I make a move, I might not be able to do anything to him either," that aged voice said. Aoli's trembled all over, his gaze revealing a look of shock as he said, "This? How is this possible? If Heavenly Tao was intact, it's naturally as easy as turning my hand to eradicate him. But right now, this deity is also merely just a slightly stronger divine king powerhouse. That's all. In this world, there might be no one capable of winning me." That aged voice called himself this deity. This divine beast realm's old ancestor was actually a genuine deity realm powerhouse. Probably, the entire divine realm's powerhouses could not imagine that inside this this Fall Mountain range, there actually hid a deity realm powerhouse. But Heavenly Tao was missing. Even a deity realm powerhouse did not have the glory back then as well. Hence, when Aoli heard the ancestor's words, he was deeply shocked. The reason why he was able to comprehend divine Tao laws, comprehend divine rank dragon wave, was entirely because there was the ancestor's guidance. In Aoli's eyes, even if Heavenly Tao was missing presently, he was also the most powerful being. But these words today made Aoli have a feeling of a hero past his prime. On what basis? Aoli said in disbelief. "In this world, there's a type of person called a true genius. No matter how hard you try, you're unable to surpass S2. Right now, his essence, energy, and spirit haven't reached grand completion yet. When he truly reaches grand completion and attains half-deity realm, he'll probably have no opponent in this world anymore." The ancestor said rather despondently. In his words, they carried ineffable emotions. Aoli was deeply shocked by the ancestor's appraisal. What was called "no matter how hard you try, you're also unable to surpass SS. So I go back. You tell him, this deity will send him off." The ancestor said with a long sigh. Aoli left in a despondent mood. He did not even know how he left. Someone as talented as him actually heard such an evaluation. This made him totally unable to accept it. But he was actually unable to refute. Yi Yuan's age was much younger than his, but his strength already steadily surpassed. Said him. Could it be that there was still anything more persuasive than this? After Aoli left, a female voice sounded out inside the cave. "Right now, do you regret your actions back then?" "Yes. I didn't expect that. This old man also have times where I make an error of judgment." The woman clearly did not expect that the old ancestor actually acknowledged it so shamelessly and could not help falling silent. After a moment, the old ancestor continued. He seized possession and reincarnated and most likely suffered a huge accident in the outside world. Could it be that you're not going out to take a look? No matter what unforeseen event, he already grew up now. Given time, even you might not be his match either. What can I still not let go of? The woman said. The ancestor heaved a sigh again and said, "Sigh, an ill-fated destiny." An entire night's time, Yi Yuan's heart was in turmoil. If it were normally, he did not need to do anything at all and would be able to enter meditation. But today, he could not do it no matter what. Only all the way until past midnight did Yi Yuan fall asleep. At this time, his divine soul actually turned into an azure dragon and emerged from his body. After the dragon's soul left the body, meandering out, it actually flew over towards that cave. But arriving outside the cave, Yi Yuan discovered that inside the cave faintly exuded a powerful undulation. He circled at the entrance of the cave for a long time before finally returning to his body before dawn. "Big brother Yuan, big brother Yuan, are you all right?" By his ear came Liur's shouting. Yi Yuan abruptly startled awake. He was covered in sweat, his entire person seemingly hauled out of the water. I was dreaming? No, wait, this wasn't a dream. That cave is definitely peculiar. Yi Yuan muttered to himself. Liur had a baffled look and said curiously, "What cave? Big brother Yuan, what are you talking about?" Yi Yuan pulled Liur and went outside. As they walked, he said, "Come, go with me to find a cave." The two people called White Light and were about to leave the clan, but was stopped by Aoli. "Where are you guys going?" Aoli asked with a serious expression. Yi Yuan was not polite and said, "None of your business, move aside." Aoli knew that Yi Yuan was not to be trifled with and controlled his temper and said, "Old ancestor already agreed to send you away. It doesn't seem very nice for you to be like this, right? This divine beast realm seems to have some connections with me. You move aside, I'm just going to find a cave and not harm you all." Yi Yuan forcefully pressed down the anxiety in his heart and said. The moment Aoli heard Yi Yuan say cave, he knew that he seemed to have known something. A cave that was able to make Yi Yuan feel out of the ordinary. There was only the place where Ancestor was in close seclusion. What a joke. What connections do my divine beast realms matters have to do with you? Isn't your esteemed self's worry a little too much? Aoli said with a cold smile. What a joke. How could he possibly let Yi Yuan go and disturb the old ancestor's quiet cultivation? Yi Yuan felt irritation in his heart and said in a deep voice, "If you still don't move aside, don't blame this young master for not being courteous." Aoli also lost his temper and said in a cold voice, "If you want to go over, not unless you step over my dead body." Then I'll have to offend." Yi Yuan did not say another word. Lifting his hand, it was a coiling dragon heaven devastating palm. This palm, Yi Yuan did not hold back in the slightest. The moment he attacked, it startled the heavens and shook the earth. Aoli's expression changed and could only respond with the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm. The result had not the least bit of surprise. Yi Yuan's one palm succeeding, he did not have the intention of staying, bringing Liur and White Light and Russ. Plussing over. This palm alarmed the clan members. People rushed out one after another, but discovered that Yi Yuan was long gone already. Even Patriarch Aoli could not stop Yi Yuan. Who else could stop him? Yi Yuan followed the sensation of his divine soul leaving the body last night and found that cave before long. Seeing this cave, Yi Yuan's feelings were actually somewhat agitated, somewhat fluid teared. "It's this cave, exactly the same as my dream," Yi Yuan said. "Big brother Yuan, just what secret is inside this cave?" Liur said curiously. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "I don't know either, but we should be able to know when we go in." Finished talking, Yi Yuan brought the two people and was able to enter inside, but his expression suddenly changed. A figure slowly walked out from inside the darkness, gradually becoming distinct. This was an old man whose hair and beard had turned all white, looking advanced in age. But the undulations faintly emitting from his body made Yi Yuan's heart palpitate endlessly too. This old man was not simple. Didn't this deity agree to send you away? What are you so impatient for? The old man said with slight displeasure. The old man's words filled Yi Yuan trio with shock. This deity, you're a deity realm powerhouse. White Light cried out in shock. The old man gave a self-mocking laugh and said, "Oh, deity realm powerhouse? That's something a very long time ago already. Right now, at most considered a half-deity." Chapter 1245. The Might of a Deity Realm Powerhouse. Chapter 1245. The Might of a Deity Realm Powerhouse. The moment this old man appeared, Yi Yuan felt a dangerous aura hit him head-on. That kind of feeling was like facing Fong Tian. The first feeling that this old man gave Yi Yuan was that the former was strong. Very strong. However, the closer he approached this cave, the faster Yi Yuan's heart beat. Now, Yi Yuan felt like his heart was almost leaping out of his throat. This feeling of heartbeat was absolutely not given to him by this old man. "Yi Yuan, don't be insolent." Right at this time, Aoli, as well as the four clans' head elders, also rushed over. Yi Yuan could not be bothered with them at all. Right now, he only wanted to enter that cave. "Senior, Yi Yuan has no intention of disturbing. I just want to enter this cave to take a look. Is it allowed?" Yi Yuan forcefully calmed his emotions and used a discussing tone to talk with this old man. "This place is this old man's seclusion place. There are no other things. Moreover, requesting like this, don't you feel that it's rude?" The old man said coolly. Yi Yuan thought about it and said, "Junior knows that this action is rather brusque, but Junior has a reason that he must go in. If a Tracepa SES on Senior's hospitality a little, Junior is willing to compensate afterward." Past life and this life, over 500 years, Yi Yuan had never had such a strong impulse to enter a place before. He was certain that this cave absolutely had a huge connection with him. What a joke. How can the old ancestor's seclusion place be allowed for you to profane? Aoli said in a cold voice. Yi Yuan glanced at him and said indifferently, "None of your business here. It's not your turn to speak." "You." Aoli was livid with rage. The old ancestor gestured at Aoli to stop talking and looked toward Yi Yuan as he said coolly, "Little friend, there are quite a number of my four symbols family clan's secrets inside the cave. You possess the Azure Dragon bloodline. Having a resonance is also normal. If you're of the dragon race, it's also not impossible for this old man to let you go in. But you're just a human." Yi Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. This old ancestor's words sounded as if it left no room for criticism. Furthermore, the rejection was also very reasonable. But no idea why. Yi Yuan just wanted to go in. That kind of strong psychological hint shattered the old ancestor's words to pieces. Yi Yuan's palm flipped, a fire rod appeared in his hand. The powerful dragon pressure coming off the fire rod made everyone's countenance change. At this moment, the old ancestor, who was always calm, finally lost composure. "A sacred dragon token." Back then, the old patriarch took it away, and it never appeared again. "How could it appear in your hands?" The old ancestor said in astonishment. "Put aside how it's in my hands, since you say that there are the four symbols family clan's secrets inside this cave. I wonder if I have the qualifications or not to enter and check it out by relying on the sacred dragon token." Yi Yuan said coolly. The old ancestor's face flickered incessantly. He never thought that Yi Yuan actually still possessed such a sacred object. Seeing the sacred dragon token was akin to seeing the patriarch. Even he was unable to defy the ancestral teachings too. Rather, the other four symbols clan members, inclusive of Aoli, all had blank looks. They knew that this sacred dragon token was definitely not an ordinary object. But they all grew up in the divine beast realm and did not understand the significance that the sacred dragon token represented. "Ancestor, what is this item?" Aoli could not refrain from asking. An item able to make old ancestor visibly moved was absolutely no ordinary object. "This is the sacred dragon token, our dragon race's supreme divine artifact. The dragon race's ancestral teachings. The person who possesses this token is the dragon clan's lord," the old ancestor said in a solemn voice. The old ancestor's words made everyone's faces change. Aoli was stunned and looked towards Yi Yuan in surprise, and said, "A human becoming the lord of the dragon clan. How can it convince people?" "Just a human, is it?" My big brother's bloodline is purer than any of you, based on what that he can't convince them of. SES, in the divine realm, my big brother is already the lord of the human race. You probably don't know, this sacred dragon token doesn't simply choose its master. Even if my big brother gives it to you, it's impossible for it to acknowledge you as its master too. White Light said disdainfully. A.O. Lee's expression changed, and he could not resist looking over toward the old ancestor for affirmation. The old ancestor slowly nodded his head, considered as tacitly approving of White Light's words. A.O. Lee's face was ashen. He was seriously unable to accept this fact. Senior, do you still have any doubts now? Yi Yuan looked towards the old ancestor with a scorching gaze. The old ancestor mused for a moment and slowly said, "Since you obtained the sacred dragon token's acknowledgement, this old man naturally serves you as the Lord. It's just that this cave, you can't go in." The old ancestor's words made Yi Yuan's expression change. He did not think that this old man actually did not even give face to the sacred dragon token. But it was precisely because so that Yi Yuan was even more certain that there must be some secret inside. Yi Yuan put away the sacred dragon token and said coolly, "All right, this Yi got it. Since that's the case, this Yi will be offending." Finished talking, Yi Yuan's figure instantly vanished from where he was. Art of greater teleportation. But this time, there was someone faster than him. At virtually the same time, the old ancestor's figure also disappeared from where he was. Similarly, it was the art of greater teleportation. Boom! In the time it took for sparks to fly off a piece of flint, Yi Yuan forcefully exchanged a blow in the void with the old ancestor, but his figure was shocked out of the void, flying straight for 10,000 feet before forcefully stabilizing his figure. This old ancestor's strength was indeed terrifying powerful. However, the old ancestor was unable to stop Yi Yuan's determination to enter the cave. Lifting his hand, it was a coiling dragon heaven devastating palm. Being able to comprehend divine rank dragon wave at a young age, truly a genius. But using it to deal with this old man is inadequate. The old ancestor smiled faintly and similarly smacked a coiling dragon heaven devastating palm out. One palm unleashed. Plusing. Even Yi Yuan's countenance changed because of it as well. Boom. After a frontal clash, even if Yi Yuan's defense was exceedingly powerful, he was also battered by the other party until he spewed out a large mouthful of blood. Is this the strength of a deity realm powerhouse? Indeed, it lives up to its reputation. It's just a pity that there's no longer divine Tao under this heaven. Yi Yuan gave a cold laugh, the evil extermination sword suddenly moving out. Fury sword fire lotus. Yi Yuan's sword intent advanced greatly. Fiery's cleansing sandal sacred flame also could not be compared to before. This fury sword fire lotus was already not its former power. When A.O. Lee saw this scene, his expression became incomparably ugly. It turned out that when Yi Yuan was dealing with him, he did not use his full strength yet. The Fury Sword Fire Lotus, after evolving, was more than a grade stronger than the divine, rank, coiling dragon heaven devastating palm. "Careful, ancestor!" Aoli shouted. He knew that the ancestor was formidable, but facing such a terrifying attack, whether or not the ancestor could block it, he had no assurance in his heart either. However, the old ancestor just smiled faintly. A coiling dragon heaven devastating palm pushed out once more. The might of this palm was actually even greater than the palm before. Boom! One come, unleashed. Yi Yuan was sent flying once more. After two palms, Yi Yuan already suffered considerable injuries. Senior's deity realm laws are splendid. It's probably also not far from Heaven Glimpse deity realm, right? Yi Yuan said in a low voice. The ancestor smiled faintly and said, "Not long after this old man broke through to the deity realm, this world's laws already went missing. With nothing to do these few years, I could only comprehend some divine Tao laws as well. How is it? Still want to go in?" Yi Yuan sucked in a deep breath and said, "Final move, if Senior can block it." This you will retreat here. Hoo-hoo, Junior, you're very strong. But right now, you're still not this old man's match. Fall back. When your strength is there, coming to find this old man again isn't too late. The old ancestor shook his head and said with a smile. He clearly did not think that Yi Yuan could win him. Chapter 1246, Land of Exile. Chapter 1246, Land of Exile Roar. An earth-shaking dragon roar sounded. The old ancestor's face abruptly changed. In virtually an instant, the old ancestor knew the source of Yi Yuan's martial technique. The astonishment in his heart could not be any greater. It was just that there was no time for him to be surprised right now. Allowing the voice of the dragon G, D to land on his body freely, his old bones would probably not even have residue remaining. What surprised Yi Yuan was that the old ancestor was not completely powerless to retaliate like the rest. After the astonishment, the old ancestor's reaction was also extremely quick. A terrifying undulation emitted from his body. This undulation actually isolated the voice of the dragon G, D outside. This is the voice of the dragon G, D. He actually knows the voice of the dragon G, D. How is this possible? Aoli cried out in alarm. To the dragon clan, the renown of the voice of the dragon G, D could be said to be an accomplishment that Serpa S said ancient and modern times. Although this martial technique was lost, practically every member of the dragon race knew its might. Wasn't the voice of the dragon G, D long lost? Why would a human know my dragon race's supreme martial technique? Too inconceivable. When he used the divine rank-coiling dragon heaven devastating palm before, it gave me a fright. Didn't expect that now. He even used the voice of the dragon G, D. Is he really a human? I even suspect that he's a member of my dragon race. Who can tell me what the L is going on here? The already lost martial technique suddenly showing up, the shock to the dragon clan could be imagined. Not just the dragon clan, the other 3 clans' elders were similarly shocked to the core. Just like the 4 symbols family clans, they were naturally aware of the well-known voice of the dragon G, D. They did not expect that this martial technique actually appeared on a human. 1 breath, 2 breaths. Yi Yuan saw that he could not breach the old ancestor's defense. Gritting his teeth, he went for 3 breaths. Right at this time, a melancholic sigh came from inside the cave. Yi Yuan's heart suddenly trembled, his breath immediately being cut off. The voice of the dragon G, D abruptly ceased. Big brother Yuan. 2 breaths already pass, said. Yi Yuan's body already virtually reached the limits and was unable to support itself anymore. Lear hurriedly went up to support him. Poor. The old ancestor's face was deathly pale, and he spewed out a mouthful of blood. He still could not completely resist the impact of the voice of the dragon G, D in the end. Ancestor, are you all right? Seeing the ancestor vomit blood, Aoli and the rest exclaimed in shock. The old ancestor waved his hand and looked towards Yi Yuan profoundly and said, "This old man understands." Haha, this old man's 2 eyes were really blind. Junior, you still have to meet him in the end. The last sentence, the old ancestor directed it toward the inside of the cave. Ancestor, let him come in. Inside the cave, a woman's voice transmitted out serenely. Aoli's expression turned austere. He had never known that apart from the old ancestor, there was still another person inside this cave. Hearing this voice, Yi Yuan's entire person was thunderstruck. Clearly a foreign to the extreme voice, but the way he heard it, it was so warm. Forget it, you go in then, but only you alone can enter, the old ancestor said coolly. Yi Yuan nodded his head and struggled to his feet and walked into the cave stumblingly. Ancestor, inside is... Aoli could not resist asking. Ao June. The old ancestor did not conceal it either, directly uttering a name. Aoli's expression changed, and he said, Dragon Lady Ao June. Wasn't she dead? To say who was the most talented clan member in these 100,000 years in the Divine Beast realm. That was absolutely not him. It was Dragon Lady A.O. June. A.O. June only used 1,000 years' time and cultivated to the grand completion of Tier 9 and comprehended divine Tao laws. Her strength was much stronger even compared to him currently. It was just a shame that she was not willing to be confined by this divine beast realm. Over 800 years ago, she escaped out of the divine beast realm and entered inside the G.O.'s Fall Mountain Range. From then on, the clan members inside the divine beast realm never saw her again. It was also from then on that the old ancestor started devoting all his attention to guide Aoli, grooming him to this current realm. Aoli did not expect that she was actually inside the old ancestor seclusion cave all along. The old ancestor heaved a sigh and said, "Hard to say finish in a single sentence, but she's probably very relieved to see her own son be so promising, right?" As son, the clan members were in a state of disarray. That's right, Yi Yuan is A.O. June's son, her son with a human. The old ancestor slowly said. Lear and White Light exchanged a glance, both seeing the deep astonishment from the other person's eyes. They did not expect that Yi Yuan actually still had such a background. No wonder Yi Yuan became so peculiar after entering this place. At this time, the old ancestor looked toward White Light again and said kindly, "If I didn't guess wrongly, you should be White Feather's descendant, right? On your body, there's her aura. Perfect white tiger physique, not bad. Pretty good. Hoo-hoo, back then, her and Juner's feint attack to create a diversion for the actual attack was done really beautifully. It even deceived this old man. It's just that this old man didn't think that their descendants actually broke the curse at the same time. How ironic. Talking to the back, the old ancestor laughed self-mockingly. White Light trembled. It was as if he was electrocuted. Old ancestor, what's the meaning of your words? White Light swallowed his saliva and said. The old ancestor simply sat down and started talking about the divine beast realm secrets. When White Light heard the old ancestor's words, he could not help being deeply astounded. It turned out that this place was a land of exile. The demon races here were all exiled to this place because of committing a severe crime, never to return to the divine realm. This S.P.A.C. was hewed open by the 4 great divine beast progenitors joining hands and set a curse on this place with a terrifying secret art. Any felon who was banished here, once they left this region, their life would flow away rapidly, all the way till death. Furthermore, their descendants would likewise be unable to leave this S.P.A.C. This was a very terrifying curse, which was to say that once committing an unforgivable mistake and being banished here, their descendants would never ever see daylight. Don't look at how this place had green mountains and clear waters. Its scenery breathtaking. It was actually a giant prison. According to what the old ancestors said, since time immemorial, G.O.D. knows how many clan members wanted to escape this cage in this place. But after they went out, they grew old very quickly and even died. Even deity realm powerhouses were not exception either. And the old ancestor was the last deity realm powerhouse in this place. Of course, the 4 great progenitors did not drive them to extermination, but left behind a feeble ray of hope. If someone broke through to the origin deity realm inside the divine beast realm, or gave birth to a perfect divine beast and above physique spirit physique, the curse would automatically release. Back then, A.O. June and White Feather were the closest of sisters. The 2 of them joined hands and acted out a diversion in the east while really attacking the west. One escaped to the endless world pass, said the G.O.D. prohibited demon region. The other escaped until the G.O.D. prohibited demon region. Back then, the old ancestor was greatly enraged. That was why he laid down that peach blossom forest. It was just that he did not expect that among White Feather's descendants, one actually gave birth to a perfect white tiger physique. While A.O. June's son, was even the atavism dragon soul of the legends. Chapter 1247, Dragon Lady A.O. June. Chapter 1247, Dragon Lady A.O. June Pa-S. Sing through a section of the dimly lit cave, Yi Yuan virtually used up all of his strength. The more he walked toward the depths, the faster Yi Yuan's heart beat, the heavier the cold intent on his body as well. Following that intense psychological hint, Yi Yuan walked to the end of the cave. Before his eyes were a deep and serene pool, unable to see the bottom with a glance. The cold air emitting from the pool made Yi Yuan's divine soul almost freeze. That bone-piercing cold intent made Yi Yuan unable to refrain from shuddering. Yi Yuan's gaze turned intent, and he blurted out, "This is the aura of Eternity Frost." That's right, it's precisely Eternity Frost. Looks like you completely inherited his mantle. Just based on this cold air, you pinpointed the Eternity Frost. A chilly female voice sounded out. It was precisely the voice that Yi Yuan heard outside. The voice was very indifferent, but that tiny hint of trembling exposed some of the FLU's in the other party's heart. The Eternity Frost was produced in the extreme northern lands. It was one of the top-grade medicinal materials to refine some water-attribute medicinal pills. This thing was incomparably precious. Even a piece the size of a fingernail was worth several cities too. The reason why it was called Eternity Frost was that even if burned with blazing flames, it would not thaw either. Ordinary Dao profound realm martial artists would die upon contact. Such a degree of coldness. The Eternity Frost in the depths of this pool was likely not little. You are? Yi Yuan swallowed his saliva and said. The woman sighed despondently and said, Yin you grew up. Yi Yuan's entire body trembled. Hearing this sigh, Yi Yuan even had an impulse to hug the other party. Could it be that? You are. Yi Yuan's breathing became ragged. Actually, he had a hint of speculation in his heart long ago. But when it really came to the point of verification, he became teared again. He was worried that the other party would deny, worried that his joy would come to naught. In his cognition, there had never been mother, this word. In over 500 years of his past life, Yi Yuan and his father had always mutually depended on each other through thick and thin. All the way until this life, when he opened his eyes and saw Ren Hongling, that was when Yi Yuan felt maternal love. It was just that Yi Yuan knew that that love was not his, but that Yi Yuan who had long died already. He was just enjoying that motherly love on behalf of Yi Yuan. He was still Ji Qingyun in the end. That's right, I'm your mother. A.O. June's voice sounded out faintly. Hearing this answer, Yi Yuan's emotions became incomparably complicated. Joy, hesitation, doubt, anger, all sorts of emotions mixed together, making him feel like he was about to burst open. He did not understand why his mother had never shown up in his life before, and also did not understand why father never mentioned mother. Far too many questions buried deep in his heart finally exploded at this instant, but the agitated from before was swept away clean. Why? Thousands of words turned into this one word. Yi Yuan did not know that this was the land of exile, and did not know about A.O. June's past. So when he knew that there was a mother, there was more of resentment. Gurgle. Bubbles rose in the cold pool. With a whoosh, a dragon head rushed out of the pool, staring at Yi Yuan with a heated gaze. For eyes faced each other. One pair of eyes was filled with shock, while the other pair was tender love. Yi Yuan understood the dragon race quite well. This azure dragon before his eyes looked old and doddering. Clearly, it was almost nearing its end. Furthermore, the dragon race mostly maintained human form. Only when its demon essence was insufficient to maintain human form would it reveal its original form. This decrepit azure dragon before his eyes was his mother. Counting in the 500 years of his past life, he was born for less than 600 years too. 600 years' time, how could his mother be old to such a degree? Yinner, it's all mother's fault. Mother gave birth to you, but didn't take care of you for a single day. But over these 500 years, mother has been thinking about you every minute and second. Ao Jun's voice had always been like an old well without ripples. But at this time, her voice trembled. On that pair of dragon eyes, tears actually faintly appeared. In virtually an instant, Ao Jun's aura withered considerably. Yi Yuan could clearly sense that what little left of Ao Jun's vitality actually faded away considerably all of a sudden. This discovery involuntarily made Yi Yuan alarmed. What's going on here? Yi Yuan said in great astonishment. Although he could tell that the other party's life force did not have much remaining, just a slight fluctuation in emotion made the vitality diminish so much at once. Even if Yi Yuan's alchemy Dao was heaven-defying, he had never before seen such a situation. Dragon tears fell down. Ao Jun said in relief, "It's fine for Mother to be able to see you again. Even if I die right away, I'll have no regrets too. Is your father well?" He's very well." Yi Yuan almost blurted out the truth. But suddenly recalling that Ao Jun did not seem to be able to suffer an emotional stimulus, he changed his words in the end. At this time, Ao Jun's emotions recovered to that ripple-less old well state again, and opened her mouth to say, "Could it be that your father encountered some trouble?" Clearly, Yi Yuan's pause just now made Ao Jun have a foreboding feeling. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "Father dreamed too big. It's just that he ran into some trouble in pill refinement. With his strength, something that could cause trouble for him in the divine realm hasn't been born yet." Ao Jun thought about it and said, "That's true." Yi Yuan glanced at Ao Jun and asked, "Can you tell me just what on earth is going on?" Ao Jun sighed slightly and spoke about the curse of this land of exile. Yi Yuan was unbelievably shocked while listening by the side. Only then did he understand why Mother would abandon him and father. He also finally understood why he would possess the atavism dragon soul. It turned out that his body was flowing with half of the dragon race's bloodline. Sorry. Understanding the sequence of events, Yi Yuan could not resist choking. "Silly child. The one who should apologize is Mother. Mother has never done her duty as a mother for a single day. These few years, you and your father have suffered." Ao Jun comforted him. "That isn't your fault. Mother, this cursed land, could it be that there's no way to resolve it?" Ao Jun shook her head and said, "Unless the progenitor revives, otherwise, it's irresolvable. It's just that after my dragon race's progenitor, body else was able to reach his heights anymore. Moreover, now that this divine realm is missing heavenly Tao, there's no way to step foot into the deity realm at all. Even Ancestor is also suppressed at the half-deity realm." But when Yi Yuan heard these words, his eyes lit up and said, "This child possesses the atavism dragon soul. Isn't it said that as long as one possesses the atavism dragon soul, they will be able to attain the progenitor's heights? That as long as this child breaks through to deity realm, it will be possible to lift this curse?" "What? You possess the atavism dragon soul?" Ao Jun's shock was also by no means insignificant. The atavism dragon soul only existed in the dragon race's memories. No one had never seen before, and it was also extremely hard to detect, because body had attained the Azure Dragon progenitor's heights before. Hence, even Ao Jun, who gave birth to Yi Yuan, also did not know about the matter of Yi Yuan being in possession of the atavism dragon soul. Chapter 1248, Past Events. Chapter 1248, Past Events, of course. Otherwise, how would I know the voice of the dragon G? This kind of already lost martial technique. Yi Yuan said. Ao Jun strove to the utmost of her ability to make her emotions calm down, but she discovered that her mind was hard to calm down. She finally understood now what the old ancestors I understand earlier meant. For Yi Yuan to be able to break the curse, there was bound to be some extraordinary aspect. But Ao Jun never dreamed that it was actually the atavism dragon soul. But very soon, she sighed slightly again and said, "Even the atavism dragon soul is useless too. At present, divine Tao dwindled to zero. You're unable to break the shackles at all. A look of determination appeared on Yi Yuan's face, and he said, "This child came to this its Fall Mountain range in order to find the opportunity to break through to deity realm. I'll become a deity or die trying." Ao Jun said in surprise, "Yin'er, why be like this?" Yi Yuan briefly recounted the situation of the outside world, but concealed many things. Ao Jun was already an expiring lamp without oil now. She was probably unable to withstand the blow of Ji Xingyang's Pa-sing. If not for this eternity frost close to freezing her physiological functions, Ao Jun would have long set away her Tao vanis. Plussing already. This piece of eternity frost was precisely what Ji Xingyang retrieved only after expending tremendous effort when he entered deep into the lands of extreme north back then. But the Forbidden region is too dangerous. Even if a deity realm powerhouse goes in, it's difficult to protect themselves too, let alone you. Ao Jun said worriedly. Finally, she managed to see her son, so she did not wish to lose him just like this. Yi Yuan said with a firm gaze, "This child has a reason that he must go. Now, there's another reason. Don't you wish to go out and reunite with father?" Hearing these words, a hopeful light appeared in Ao Jun's eyes. Yi Yuan weaved a beautiful lie. He did not hope for mother to wait for death so quietly. He already lost father and did not wish to lose mother anymore. No matter how bleak the hope, Yi Yuan also wished to save his mother. Disregarding the result after the fiend race dominated the divine realm, just the enmity of killing father was already impossible for them to live under the same sky. If he could not exterminate Kanua, he would rather die. Of course, this sort of words, he would not say them. Toward Ao Jun, he only said that it was for the human race's righteous cause. After all, he inherited absolute heaven's Tao teachings and became the son of heaven's mandate. This burden, he had to carry it. Seeing Yi Yuan's eyes, Ao Jun knew that she could not convince her son and could only heave a long sigh and said, "Your temper is exactly the same as your father's. Both of you are so stubborn." Yi Yuan smiled, but did not say anything. At this point, Yi Yuan's heart knot was already gone, and he already completely accepted Ao Jun. Even if meeting for the first time, Yi Yuan did not have much psychological obstacles either. That feeling of being connected by blood could not fool people. Moreover, this was a connection that originated from the depths of the soul. If not for that sort of strong resonance, Yi Yuan would not insist on barging into this cave either. The two people talked for a long time. This conversation took 5 days and 5 nights. In these 5 days and 5 nights, Yi Yuan finally knew about the events that happened back then. Turns out that not long after Ao Jun escaped the land of exile back then, she ran into the Ji Xingyang and his party, who entered the Void Forbidden region. Wandering alone in the its Fall Mountain range was very dangerous. Hence, Ji Xingyang invited Ao Jun to join their team. Later on, Ji Xingyang moved Ao Jun with his character. The two people became united in wedlock from then. Ao Jun also followed Ji Xingyang back to the Medicine King Hall. It was just that Ao Jun dwelled in deep seclusion and seldom went out. Extremely few people knew about her existence. But before long, a problem occurred. Ji Xingyang discovered that Ao Jun's aging speed was too fast. Just over 200 years, Ao Jun seemed to have aged 10,000 years. Under his repeated inquiry, Ao Jun told the entire story. And at that time, Ao Jun was already expecting. Ji Xingyang used all of his abilities and was also unable to stop Ao Jun's aging. He loved Ao Jun deeply and decided not to have this child, because giving birth to the child, Ao Jun's aging speed would be even faster. Ao Jun chose to leave without bidding farewell in order to give birth to Yi Yuan. She returned to the land of exile. In this period of time, Ji Xingyang got the news of the eternity frost. Hence, he could only enter deep into the lands of extreme north first to search for the eternity frost. Later, he came to the land of exile, bringing along the eternity frost, but discovered that this place already had the peach blossom grand array laid down. He threw caution to the winds and barged into the peach blossom formation, but he was nearly killed by the peach blossom formation. It was A.O. Jun's pleading that made the old ancestors save Ji Zhengyang. Ji Zhengyang wanted to stay at the land of exile at that time, but the old ancestor refused no matter what. In the end, Ji Zhengyang left behind the eternity frost and brought away Yi Yuan, who was in swaddling clothes. In this land of exile, the elapsing speed of A.O. Jun's life was greatly reduced. Coupled with Ji Zhengyang's eternity frost, that was how she was able to live until now. Except, A.O. Jun was now a living dead person and was completely unable to leave this cold pool. Even a trace of mood swing would hasten the elapsing of her life. Hearing these past events, Yi Yuan also sighed endlessly. This was truly fate making a mockery of men. Only then did Yi Yuan knew why Father would always enter deep into the Fall mountain range every few years. He only thought that Father was searching for opportunities back then, but did not think that there was still this layer of reason present. Even separated by a peach blossom forest, it could also slightly relieve the pain of lovesickness. It was just too bad that they were already forever separated by life and death now. 5 days later, Yi Yuan came out from inside the cave. His gaze, when looking at the old ancestor, was filled with complexity. "Oh, if you want to take revenge, bring it on," the old ancestor smiled and said. Yi Yuan looked at him and suddenly sighed and said, "Forget it. Actually, I can understand you. Mother is already someone on the verge of death. You don't wish to have Father and I be reared in this place like livestock in pens as well. So you drove us out. This cave is a grave, but how is this divine beast realm not a large tomb? If my conjectures are right, outsiders will probably also be cursed if they stay here for a long time, right?" The old ancestor's smile withdrew, his gaze revealing a look of surprise. He really did not expect that Yi Yuan would say these words. "Haha, Junior really gave birth to a fine son." The old ancestor suddenly burst out laughing. "It's just that I'm very confused. How did you know that I'll be fine if I go to the outside world? Presumably, you also didn't perceive that I was of the atavism dragon soul back then, right?" The old ancestor smiled and said, "Because you're a human, this land of exile's curse is merely targeted at demon races. As long as people of the outside world enters this place for over half a year, they will likewise be planted with the curse. It's just that this place never had outsiders enter before, so this sort of thing, and body knew either. That's all." Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, "So that's how it is. I still have one more thing. Old ancestor, please resolve the confusion." The old ancestor nodded and said, "You say, when I previously saw the 4 great head elders use the 4 clans' martial techniques at the same time, it actually produced a certain kind of resonance. From there, the power increased tremendously. I wonder if this was coincidental, or the 4 of them specially trained before in the path of joint attacks." "Yi Yuan," said curiously the old ancestor smiled and said, "This will have to start from the origin of the 4 symbols family clans." Chapter 1249, Activating the Sacred Dragon Token. Chapter 1249, Activating the Sacred Dragon Token. 4 clans, origin. Yi Yuan's expression turned stern, not expecting that what he got was actually such an answer. After Heavenly Tao went missing, the Divine Realm's demon region declined very quickly. After that war 50,000 years ago, the 4 symbols family clans even suffered a major loss in vitality. Right now, although there was Long Min, this kind of powerhouse, they were still much weaker than the human race on the whole. In the process, there were a lot of secrets buried in oblivion in history. Yi Yuan really did not know what the origin of the 4 symbols family clans was. Since the 4 symbols family clans each had their own progenitors, then where did these progenitors come from? The old ancestor slowly said, "Azure Dragon of the East, White Tiger of the West, Vermilion Bird of the South, Black Tortoise of the North. The 4 great divine beast progenitors were once the divine realm's guardian divine beasts. The four great progenitor strengths were exceedingly formidable, working together to suppress the four directions. No one dared to disobey. Even origin deity realm powerhouses will also turn to dust with a flick of a finger under the four symbols' grand array formed by them. Yi Yuan's mind was in upheaval from hearing it. What kind of existence origin deity realm was? Yi Yuan was completely unable to imagine. Could it be that the four great progenitors were beings even stronger than origin deity realm? Just what kind of existences were the four great progenitors? Yi Yuan could not resist asking. But the old ancestor shook his head and said, I don't know either. I just know very, very strong. Their strength is not what the likes of us can surmise at all. As for the specifics of how strong, only they themselves knew. Yi Yuan drew a cold breath, instantly feeling somewhat perturbed. The four great progenitors, that was definitely existences more than 1,000,000 years ago. Then just what was the even more ancient divine realm like? Why did the present divine realm wither to this point? Yi Yuan discovered that the more he knew, the more uncertain he became instead. This divine realm was far from as simple as seen on the surface. All of the four symbols' family clan's martial techniques were pious, set down by the four great progenitors, complementing each other and secretly in compa. Said heavenly Tao. Once performed at the same time, the resonance of Tao will appear, and from there, the power will increase greatly, the old ancestor said. So that's how it is. Only then did Yi Yuan come to a realization. The four great head elder strength was merely the bottom of the 10 great divine kings. But their combined attack was even a notch above the darkness divine king, Sikong Shan. The amplification involved was not just a tiny bit. The four of them, their strengths are too weak. They're completely unable to unleash the power of the combined attack. If it was the combined attack of grotto profound deity realms, they can even cross a major realm to battle, said the old ancestor. Yi Yuan's pupils constricted, frightened by the old ancestor's words. Deity realm powerhouses crossing a major realm to battle. This was simply something unimaginable. Even for peak grotto profound deity realms, it was also impossible to be a heaven glimpse deity realms match. This kind of increase was simply inconceivable. Yi Yuan suddenly thought of something and asked again. The four symbols' family clan's 7 constellation grand array could even summon their respective guardian spirits. I wonder if they can produce a resonance by being together? Back then, Ji Kanglan restrained the spirit of the white tiger, but was thwarted by Yi Yuan. His goal at that time was just the spirit of the white tiger and not destroy the tiger clan. It seemed like the fiend race wanted to use the spirits of the four symbols to do something. Yi Yuan only had this query because he recalled this matter. The old ancestor nodded and said that 7 constellation grand arrays were originally one. Combined together, it's called the 28 constellation grand array. It was laid down by the 4 great sacred ancestors and had a trace of ancestral spirit entrusted in it. Later on, the 4 clans' members became more and more, and there was a powerhouse who split the grand array into 4, becoming each clan's clan protecting grand array. It's just that presently, heavenly Tao is missing. The power of the ancestral spirits are less than 1/10,000th as well. Its power far worse than before. However, if the 4 spirits combined attacks, that power absolutely can't be underestimated. Yi Yuan's gaze dimmed slightly. He kept feeling that Kanua's goal was not merely unifying the divine realm. Also, Kanua had once said something Immortal Grove region before. It seemed like it was referring to the divine realm. Yi Yuan had always found this very odd. But this kind of thing, probably even Fong Tian, could not answer him either. But all these were not important. The most important thing right now was to eradicate Kanua, as long as he could break through to deity realm. By relying on the voice of the dragon God, he was absolutely able to kill Kanua, even if his strength recovered completely. As long as there was heavenly Tao suppressing, the outcome was also the same. "You're leaving?" asked the old ancestor. Yi Yuan came back to his senses from his rumination and said with a nod, "I'm going to enter the G. Oh, the forbidden region and search for the opportunity to become a deity. The old ancestor's gaze turned sharp, and he said in surprise, the forbidden region is a place that even deity realm powerhouses don't dare to set foot in. Yi Yuan nodded and said, but that's also the only place where it's possible to become a deity. Old ancestor, perhaps you'll come a day where you can see the light of day again. The old ancestor's entire body trembled, his gaze revealing a look of shock. Linking it to Yi Yuan possessing the atavism dragon soul, he understood what Yi Yuan wanted to do very soon. Now that heavenly Tao was missing, this kind of thinking was tantamount to a fool's talk. Except, why was he so excited? Sigh, for Junior to have a son like you. It's truly obtaining heaven's blessing. Junior, you possess the atavism dragon soul. I have nothing to teach you, but there's one thing that I believe can help you a little. The old ancestor said. Yi Yuan's eyes lit up, and he quietly waited for the old ancestor to carry on talking. The old ancestor said, quietly, the sacred dragon token, you probably still can't control it yet, right? Yi Yuan said in surprise, how did you know? The old ancestor laughed and said, heavenly Tao is missing, divine Tao dwindling to zero. There's naturally body in the outside world who can control the sacred dragon token. And the method to control the sacred dragon token, only the Dragon Clan's deity realm powerhouses know. I've attempted to produce a resonance with the sacred dragon token using divine rank dragon wave before, and also attempted to activate with blood essence. But without exception, they all failed, Yi Yuan said helplessly. The sacred dragon token was a heavenly divine artifact. Its power was definitely a grade above the evil extermination sword. Concerning all these, Yi Yuan thought about all the methods that he could think of but had never succeeded before. Feeling helpless, Yi Yuan could only give up. He did not expect that there was actually an unexpected surprise today. The old ancestor actually knew the method to activate the sacred dragon token. Ho! The sacred dragon token is my dragon race's supreme treasure, and it was personally forged by Lord Sacred Ancestor, who used it as the token to be patriarch. If it could be activated by anyone who obtained it, then wouldn't my race have the possibility of being controlled by people at any time? Said old ancestor. Makes sense, Yi Yuan said with a nod. The sacred dragon token was forged by the sacred ancestor with blood essence, and he used a great divine ability to integrate the method of activating the sacred dragon token into the inheritance memory. Only dragon race powerhouses that broke through to the deity realm can get to know the method of using the sacred dragon token. Of course, that's also just knowing. Only by obtaining the sacred dragon token's recognition can one become the lord of the dragon clan and be able to activate the sacred dragon token. Otherwise, even if origin deity realm powerhouses obtain it, they would also be unable to unleash its true power, said the old ancestor. So that's how it is. This way, there's only you alone in this world currently who knows the way to activate this sacred dragon token, Yi Yuan said in surprise. No wonder even he used everything up his sleeves, he was still unable to activate the sacred dragon token. If not for him mistakenly entering the land of exile, he could probably only activate it by breaking through to the deity realm.